and Mrinalini Madam, who is the Karta Karma Kriya, I can say, for this program. First, I would like to, definitely department. I'm very much thankful to be part of this program, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me for this great program. And as I am representing Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shaikshik Mahasangh, is a teachers and professors organization. राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक, शिक्षक के हित में समाज అనేటువంటి ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ తో పనిచేసేటువంటి ఒక నోబుల్ ఐడియల్స్ ముందు పెట్టుకొని పనిచేస్తున్నటువంటి ఆర్గనైజేషన్. అండ్ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యూ నో అబౌట్ దిస్. వీ హ్యావ్ మోర్ దాన్ 12 lakh మెంబర్షిప్ త్రూ కంట్రీ, and being a teachers organization working for the cause of the teachers organization and intervening in the policies, and we are trying to do level best to strengthen the education system of our country. And today in Osmania University, this kind of topic and the backdrop, the brochure and all other things are saying that really I am overwhelming, because Osmania University is a place where ideological debates, ideological, I can say, conflicts, संघर्ष सब चलता रहता है इधर. ऐसे प्लेस में डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन ने एक इनिशिएटिव लेकर दे आर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस 2-day or 3-day conference with the title, revival and interpretation of epistemological roots of Indian knowledge system in the light of modern intellectual landscape. It's a very big subject, and prominent speakers are here, and it was very clearly mentioned. It's a very short time. I can't go into the details, but one thing I can say, for any country, this education system is a backbone, and whatever today the new terminology, I can say, this Indian knowledge system once means a decade before, 2 decades before, nobody, very few heard about it, but today, because of national education policy, this name become familiar. Naturally, in the beginning it will starts with that only, and slowly when people are getting closer to this terminology, and when organizing few programs, and when they are going very closer, they are getting more enthusiasm and confidence on this particular word terminology. Once the time Indian knowledge system, what is this Indian knowledge? India is nothing. We don't know anything because of this 1,000 years of colonial rule. All the intellectuals, they were misled, I can say, frankly. So few things which are backbone of our education system are that is education of deep rooted into the soil of this Bharat. It is missing, and because of these efforts, now today I can say at least a certain level of intellectuals, I can say even academia, they are coming to know exactly what is the importance of this Indian knowledge system, how this knowledge system made this country as a Vishwaguru. We know once upon a time there was universities here, Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, Magadashila, where the students from across the globe used to come here and study here. And today whatever it may be science, chemistry, mathematics, whatnot, in every area, it may be architecture, it may be culture, it may be arts, every aspect, lot of research has been done in this soil. And this research for what? This research is for global peace. Vishwa Kalyanam, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam was derivated from this soil. I can say so many. Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. The Indian knowledge system, I can say, the audience, those who are sitting here, the dignitaries, those who are sitting here, though still we are unable to catch the depth of the knowledge of this soil. As science is developing, artificial intelligence, these, that, so many advancement and technological revolution is coming, and every advancement, it is matching with our ancient civilization, culture, science, technology. That is the greatness of this nation. Patanjali, yoga, people laughed at once yoga means. Today, the entire globe practicing this yoga, and 21st June we are practicing yoga day. So this yoga simply does not come up. People dedicated their entire life. Patanjali, I was in a, this is one Patanjali has discoursed, or he invented all this yoga and all. No, it was my ignorance. So many people dedicated their entire life to invent the scientific this thing of yoga. Many, but everybody named as Patanjali. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that, every subject that today, it may be Rasayana Shastra, it may be Vimanayana Shastra, it may be metallurgy, what not, everything, it was invented here from this land. Those days, no technology, no nothing and all. Structural, civil engineering, you can take this, that, everything, we have deep-rooted knowledge of this country. So thanks to the government of India, thanks to the national education policy, now they are focusing more on this, because we want to become again Vishwa Guru and Vishwa Bandhu also, because it is time. It is the need of the time. Bharat has to come up. Bharat has to guide the entire globe, because we have the solution for all the problems of the globe. So for that, if we want to become again strong nation, we have to look into the roots of this soil. Then only you can become. If you look into the west, if you look into some other this thing, they do not know much about whatever today we are talking about. So if really you want to become as a Bharat, as a Vishwa Guru, as in a country where we can, as I said, Vishwa Guru, lot of research, lot of things has to be done, and education department is organizing this program. As I said, education is the bone of this country, any country. And we know the standards of Department of Education. I know, being actively working in the field of education for the last 3 decades, how our education colleges were. What was the fate of the education college? What kind of education that was given in the Department of Education? I am not blaming anyone. The standards, that exactly what we is need. So we can't say.
Hello.
We know everyone, those who are sitting here, everyone what was this. Yes, now there's a lot of reforms has come, and the standards have been taken care, and new national education policy, ITEP kind of things they are introducing. So many regarding pedagogy, all these things, many things are being addressed in this NEP, and lot of work is happening. And thanks to the national institutions in our country, IITs, NITs and all other research center, Vedic University, myself is going to speak on that. All these research centers and Sanskrit universities, it may be Central Sanskrit University, it may be Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidya Bharati, there are so many universities. They are doing a lot of work on this Indian knowledge system. And IIT Hyderabad did lot of experiments. The time is not permitting me, that's why I am not going to discuss in detail. Everyone should understand what kind of new experiments are going there, and how they are going to bring back the glory of our country, how this Indian knowledge system going to help for the rejuvenation of our ancient civilization, culture, what we are talking about. So now it is the time. Everyone sincerely, every individual those who are sitting here, maybe scholars, maybe faculty, maybe students, everyone should have dedication. these conferences and these research activities, these universities, these knowledge centers should work on that. I hope this 3-day national conference is going to draw their attention towards this, and I hope you will come up with concrete ideas and with a commitment you are going to contribute for the next generation of education, because 2047 our Prime Minister aiming, and every individual today again it should become Vikasita Bharat. So for that, the main role, the key role, the pivotal role to become this country again Vikasita Bharat, ultimately the campuses are the academic centers of that, and the faculty members and the students together we have to work on this. Then it is possible. Now it's the right time and the right topic we are discussing on this. Thank you, madam, giving me this opportunity, and I conclude my speech here. Thank you, one and all. Namaste.
Thank you, Lakshmanji. It was indeed a powerful and inspiring message. It's time to listen to Sri Murli Manoharji, Vice President, Vidya Bharati Uchcha Shiksha Sansthan, EDU, SS, New Delhi.
Namaste. All the dignitaries on the dais and is one of the collaborative organization working with Fauna University in this program. Friends, we all know Vidya Bharati. You may not be knowing much about Vidya Bharati, but I am so proud to say that this organization is existing in this country right from 1952 and working on Bharatiya Vidya, Bharat Kendrita Vidya. You must be knowing the institutes like Saraswati Shishu Mandira. They are all working under Vidya Bharati. There are around 30,000 schools all over the country. Right from 1952, it has been working. And right now, in the recent times, for the last 5 years only, Vidya Bharati, there is another section called Uchcha Shiksha Sansthan. We have started working in higher education. So far, we were working only in school education. We right now in the new education policy, you are coming across Shishu Vidya. It is being stressed in new education policy. It has been in practice in Saraswati Shishu Mandira. And Vidya Bharati is known for Shishu Vidya. And even this Panchakosha Vidya, now we are talking about it. For the last 50-60 years, we have been practicing on Panchakosha Vidya. In modern term, we call it holistic education and 360 degrees education. Now we have started discussing. But I am so happy to tell you that Vidya Bharati is practicing for the last 50-60 years on these subjects. Friends, I would like to share only 1 or 2 points on this occasion. My observation is that we are in India, we are all, no doubt we are Indians, but what I find is everything is there in our education. Everything. In modern education, we have everything. Noted IITians, NITians are spreading all over the world. But what I find is, in India, there is no India in our education. Good education is there, but what I feel missing is, భారతీయుల్లో భారతీయ విద్యలో భారత్ లేదు అని అనిపిస్తుంది ఒక్కోసారి. Because being a teacher, for the last 30-40 years. When I speak to student, student is unable to say something great about India. Our students do not know who is Panini. They are perplexed once we put this question, who is Panini? Who is Kalidasa? I come from English literature background. Generally in English literature we call Kalidasa, whenever we take this name, Shakespeare of India. But my feeling is actually Kalidasa of Europe is Shakespeare. This is my understanding. Because Nataka, whatever it may be, it was written first by Kalidasa. And Panini, Grammarian, first grammarian on the earth. So what I mean to say, the point I would like to, I am trying to draw is, now we have started searching the roots. And because anyhow we will be talking lot of things on this occasion, please think about our educational heritage also. My request is, please make a search of educational heritage, because the general perception in India is that we don't have any educational heritage. After British advent only, we have started learning alphabets. This is how we understand India. There are problems with our understanding India. We have failed understanding our own country. We don't feel that there is great heritage of education in India. So that is the biggest point which pinches me a lot. Friends, the purpose of education is not only get a job or livelihood, but giving Jivana Drusti. This was our heritage. The very purpose of our education. Europe is different, but in India always education, the purpose of education is to give a Jivana Drusti, life vision. But nowadays we don't talk about it. There is one saying in Telugu, Sahavidyaya Vimuktaye. This is our slogan. India understand education. How we understand education? Sahavidyaya Vimuktaye. The purpose of education is to liberate man from these bondages. Vimukta is the purpose. And Gautama Buddha is educated and he liberated. He left his kingdom. You find hundreds of examples. The more you are educated, the more you feel like liberated. King like Ashoka, he gets liberated and thinks and start thinking about something, the other world. This is our culture, but our understanding is different. Nothing great about India. This is how present day highly educated student feels like. Udara Vadamu is our character. Plenty of such things. Atiti Satkaramu is our character. Atiti Devo Bhava, we call it. Sharanam Iche culture idi. ఎవరు వచ్చినా సరే శరణు చూస్తే ఎనిమి కూడా శరణు ఇస్తాం. In recent time, Bangladesh Prime Minister, we don't mind the future politics. We don't think about it, consequences. The great writer called, who is that? Lajja writer. Simply, she came to India when there was a threat to her life. And the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, directly she comes without thinking anything. They come to India because this is secured place. So this is our character. This is Indian character, not the character of present government. Please understand. Dalai Lama, in the Nehru period, he came here and he got shelter. This is Indian character. But these things are not, nowhere they are taught to the present day student. Please let us think about all these things. Let us come out with wonderful papers. Shiksha is educational heritage. What I find is never it was what do you say, nishulka shiksha, no fee is to be paid. విద్య అంటేనే ఉచితం, విద్యకు ఫీజు ఉండేది కాదు, అది మన కల్చర్ కాదు. ఇప్పుడు ఏమో దోపిడి, శిక్ష అంటే దోపిడి, బాగా సంపాదించాలంటే స్కూల్ పెట్టాలి. శిక్ష ఆల్వేస్ రిమైన్డ్ అవే ఫ్రమ్ ది స్టేట్ కంట్రోల్డ్. శిక్ష కాదు మనది ఎప్పుడు కూడా, రాజసే విముక్తి అంటాం, ఎప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం చేతిలో లేదు. అట్లాగే శిక్ష ఎప్పుడు సమాజ పోషేది, సమాజాన్ని ఉద్ధరించింది. ఇలాంటి కొన్ని వండర్ఫుల్ థింగ్స్ ఉన్నాయి మన ఇండియన్ హెరిటేజ్, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ హెరిటేజ్ గురించి ఆలోచించినప్పుడు. అందుకని ఫ్రెండ్స్, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. 3 days డిస్కషన్స్లో కొద్దిగా రూట్స్లోకి వెళ్దాం, కొన్ని విషయాలను మనం పరిశోధించి చూసే ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. ప్రెసెంట్ జనరేషన్ ఒక డిఫరెంట్ జనరేషన్, మన కాలపైన మనం నిలబడదాం నిర్భయంగా, అలాంటి ఒక న్యూ జనరేషన్ తయారు చేద్దాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us of Indianness and the education heritage in India. It's time for us to listen to Professor Kanta Ramesh, former member NCTE SRC, Honorary Professor Manu, Hyderabad.
Good morning. The president of this morning inaugural function, Professor Kumar Garu, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Osmania University. If I recollect, when Ravinder took the charge of Vice Chancellor, Morunalini conducted similar academic program in the School of Education. Sir, I am the first student to obtain PhD from Osmania School of Education as a direct student. When we were pursuing our master's program, J.P. Nayak happens to be the Secretary General of Education Commission, visited and delivered a lecture. Still I remember one thing out of his lecture. Anyone like to evaluate the health of an institution of higher learning, there is no need to go around all the departments. If they visit the Department of Education, that will enable us to gauge the status of a institution. So, with this underlying statement of great educationists of this country, Professor Kumar will throw some light on the School of Education, and more particularly even NEP 2020 emphasized the importance and the role that it is expected to play in a university system. That is how the education department require your special attention, sir. As a person who served in this system of higher education close to 4 decades, I respectfully request the present chairperson of State Council, who has taken over the coveted position very recently, particularly when the system of higher education is at crossroads. I am associated again with the State Council from its inception in different capacities. But sir, since last 1 decade, the very objective of establishment of the State Council is to be a liaison between the government and the universities. But it is now confined only to the conduct of entrance examinations and making admissions. That any clerk in the university can do it with the guidance if we can extend from the State Council, because higher education is in crossroads, would require all your guidance and attention, so that again it will be brought back to the right side. And my distinguished guest, Lakshmanji, I know him for the last 2-3 decades, and Murli Mohan also. They are the people, maybe few more are also there. They are the people in the recent years who locked the epistemological postulates from the closed doors of the philosophy departments to the other departments of higher education system. Because all these years, when we talk of epistemology, which is a alien word to many of the intellectuals working in other departments. And here I remember the Prime Minister's observation that Acche Siksha, Accha Siksha, Acche Sikshak. Said, though it is a very simple statement, but the underlying philosophy is so wide. Unless we focus in preparing quality teachers with knowledge base, with required commitment, I don't think anything that we do, either in the school education or in the higher education, whatever we expect, though we may write in our documents, may not be possible as learning outcomes are realizing the desirable objectives. So therefore, this topic which Murnalini has chosen is so apt, more particularly for the students of teacher education. When we talk of epistemology, which is a very important branch of philosophy, as you are all aware, that's the reason philosophy and education are two sides of the same coin. But unfortunately, over a period of time, even education students have forgotten what is philosophy, why philosophy, how it is relevant to the education. This is an unfortunate situation because we are undergoing turmoil. Is coming out with a number of interventions, but we could not gear up to take the advantage and to move forward in preparing the quality teachers for our school system. Or now in the NEP, what they are insisting, it is the responsibilities of the departments of education even to give orientation to the professors, associate professors and other faculties working in all disciplines of universities. So therefore, when we look at this epistemology, which is considered to be a very important branch of philosophy, the knowledge, you see, very loosely, you will be surprised from time unknown till date, the people are striving hard to define what is knowledge. Still we are continuing with comma, there is no full stop to it. Because when we look at the concept of knowledge, whether it is Indian knowledge, when we are proud of our Indian knowledge because our culture, not everything is integrated in its great philosophy wherein knowledge is more important. You forget for some time about it, what is knowledge because it is a very critical concept to be deliberated, but at least we should understand what are the sources of knowledge, what are the means of knowledge, what are the measures that one can adopt in order to establish what is valid knowledge. If we can address, absolutely there is no way out except for going back to our ancient Indian philosophy. Because when we talk of so-called knowledge, the knowledge is inherent in our Indian philosophy, or for that matter, when we want to look at others' knowledge, except early Greek philosophy, there is no other philosophy which is worthwhile for anyone even in 21st century to refer. So therefore, our interest is every student of education should understand how beautifully our Shastras, our Darshanas, our Shaddarshanas, whatever it is, they systematically, scientifically, intelligently argued about how one will acquire knowledge. But we are not ready to accept it. People have forgotten about these things. They think that this is the subject only for the students of philosophy. I am quite happy to see that now the lock is open. Since last almost 1.5 to 2 years, everybody is talking about Indian knowledge. No doubt we are great because not with slogans, the way how they interpret it. If you look at the Nyaya philosophy, he is a professor of law, the entire law is inherent in the epistemology of Nyaya philosophy. We never made earlier the Nyaya as a subject matter for law students. We have everything, the way how the knowledge is interpreted by Sankhya, just opposite with others. Somebody says that even nihilism, saying no to somebody's argument is a way of acquiring knowledge. So it's such a beautiful subject. I congratulate Mrs. Mronalini for choosing such a topic, and don't go by again Indian philosophy and philosophy of Hinduism. They are two different things. Don't mix it. That is why in India we are not able to highlight or take to the level where the Indian philosophy required to occupy. It is all because we are confused with our religion. Even when Lakshman ji talks about something, people will look at him as if he is a propagandist of Hinduism. He has nothing to do with Hinduism. That is a different, that's a personal religion. Our interest is to dig the roots of Indian knowledge, the Indian culture, Indian ethos, Indian values. The ethics as a branch deals with values, axiology, ethics, morals. Now that is what we require, particularly in the age of AI. Nowadays we are talking about till yesterday the communication technology. Now we move to the AI, and unfortunately if the kids start forgetting the roots of our culture, roots of our value system, roots of our ethos, and without understanding what is real knowledge, why knowledge is required, how can we make use the knowledge for this realization. Realization is not mukti just sitting in front of the God will possible. So that is why I think this seminar will pave the way for breaking such myths and will bring back the realities about the epistemological postulates. So with this, because honorary guests, the chief guest and the president is busy with their schedules, and we can discuss subsequently. And I take this opportunity to thank the organizers and my colleagues, particularly Mronalini, who is superannuating after serving the cause of teacher education for 30 years, and I wish her all the best with good health, and I wish that she will continue her contribution to the domain of teacher education in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think I was ironic. I request Dr. T. Sunita, Board of Studies, Department of Education, to come out to the dais. Sorry, ma'am, I didn't invite you there. Now it's time to listen to our chief guest, Professor Balkrishna Reddy, Chairman, Telangana Council for Higher Education, to give his message on this occasion.
Good morning to one and all, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, teacher colleagues, my dear scholars. I thank the organizers for inviting me to share some of my thoughts with this important topic, past connecting with the future. That is what earlier speakers spoke about, that knowledge, Indian knowledge system, our Bharatiya Nagarika Parampara, what previous speakers spoke about that. If you look at Indian knowledge system, we have an ancient system, Gurukulas. Of course, the kind of education we used to impart in Gurukulas, student taught relations, and then of course later on we have a colonial system, colonial education system, because the Britishers made education system to cater the needs of their own administration, that is the British administrative. Of course, we got independence. From time to time, after 1947, we have established, we have created a lot of committees and commissions for strengthening the education system in India. So there is no doubt, keeping in view of the present and future socio-economic political conditions of the society. That is what since independence India is trying, and we are going, that extent after this thing. But today, 21st century education is going to be a different, and this is going to be a challenge for all of us. What I call is, of course, the education system. Like we had to relate Indian knowledge education system in the past. It's rich cultural heritage, and all those, whether it's Vedas, Puranas, all, but it is a time for us to now look into the future, taking, clues from, taking knowledge from the earlier knowledge system. So 21st century education, if I have to look at, a lot of challenges, particularly earlier speakers mentioned about that, but now I am going to say about the taking NEP. Why NEP 2020? What was the background of NEP 2020? Because of globalization. So according to me, actually, so there are 5 important factors which are responsible for the higher education system in general in India, influenced by these 5 important factors. One is the globalization, liberalization, privatization, digitization, and covidization. It is a new term, covidization, which I joined friends actually. So each one, if you look at globalization, global connect, global problems, education is no exception to this globalization process. Of course, globalization has both pros and cons. There is no doubt. But today we have to be part of the global society. That's why globalization. Part of the globalization, the education system is influenced by the liberalization, privatization, all these things. When I say digitization, technology we are using in the education system, particularly technology. When I say what is technology? Application of scientific knowledge for the practical purposes. That is the technology. Technology has moved from time to time. Technology is not a new concept to the humanity. We use technology in ancient times. is eyeing on India. India has to grow. And some of the countries like China, some of the countries like Japan, aging population, they have a problem. So that's why India is going to have an edge in the 21st century. I appeal to you all that we should make policies in such a way that, the global requirement, whether it's syllabus or training, all, we have to keep that in mind, that what globe requires and global society requires. Of course, India definitely, I said, issues, population. Regarding population is a liability most of the time, but just now I said that population is asset. What kind of population we have? Young population, youth population. That is what all we have to think, that what kind of educational planning we have to do to this youngest country, and which can serve global purposes or global needs. Other point, I said globalization, liberalization, privatization, digitization, where I took some time, because this is the digital technologies. What I said, industrial revolution. Today we are living in a fourth industrial revolution or 4.0. Again, the digital technology is going to influence. The last one I said, COVIDization. You all know that COVIDization is not a history. COVIDization, what I mean to say that, COVID pandemic. This is the last 4 years, the kind of trauma, the kind of things which we all underwent. Everybody know how COVID pandemic influenced everybody. I don't think anybody, any country, any industry is left out with that. There is a maybe degree of difference. Somebody got more affected, somebody is less, but it is part of that. So why I am talking about COVIDization? COVIDization in the years to come, COVID pandemic, is going to influence all the sectors, and education is no exception to that. And all kind of course, most of the COVID pandemic is negative we looked at, but one good positive thing last 4 years what we witnessed was using the technology. Necessity is the mother of invention. Earlier, India thought that India being a poor country, no access to technology, but the kind of developments which we are all witnessing last 4 years, part of the COVID pandemic, because compulsions. So education, the kind of reforms, the kind of developments which are happening in education. I'm talking about using technology, whether it's a video conferencing, all. So these are some of the things I think we should keep in mind when we talk about the education system. Last, since I am first time, Mr. Kumar sir, this is first time you invited me under your jurisdiction. So I thought another important thing I want to share with you is that you all know that CSR. What is CSR? Corporate social responsibility. What is the ASR? Academic social responsibility. I have done a lot of research. You can look at my papers. CSR versus ASR in ALSAR perspective. What I mean to say that before telling others what kind of academic social responsibility initiatives have been initiated at NALSA for last 15 years, you can look at. So generally, we always blame that others haven't done. No, I don't agree with that. Why not it starts from you, from me. That's why I've done a lot of initiatives. Maybe you can look at, but the academic social responsibility, why I mentioned is, if we as educators, if we don't do our own philanthropy. Government. That's why my appeal to all educators is that if we don't do our job, tomorrow law will come and say that you have to perform these things. So I don't want that. Now I think it is a time for all of us to do academic social responsibility. Of course, when I say academic social responsibility, starts from individual responsibility to institutional responsibility. All these are all, I think, things we all should think, discuss. And sir, Ramesh sir, I totally agree with you. The kind of educational, I say that education system in general and more particularly in our place, irreparable damage. Today it's a very difficult to say, but definitely we all, people like you, advise us that next 5 years what kind of plans we can make, next 10 years what kind of plans we can make. That's why I talk about future. taking clues from the past. I think we have to. And one more challenge, we all have to realize. I don't know how many people know that, but there is a mandate. International obligation is WTO GATT agreement. There is agreement which part of the WTO treaty. So India signed, India ratified. So once you say yes to any international treaty, we have to follow. And today, education is part of the globalization process. Whether we like it or not, different thing, but it is a fact. That's why to part of the globalization thing, we committed already. Only thing is that we have to have a preparedness because of shortage of time. I'm not explaining, but time comes, then I'll talk about. But it's the time for us to do all these things. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for reminding us of the importance of the academic social responsibility, the demographic. To the presidential address of Professor Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University.
So very good morning to all of you. Respected Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, Professor Balakrishna Reddy Garu, and all other dignitaries of the dais, faculty members, participants, and my dear students. At the outset, first of all, warm welcome to this particular 3-day conference. At the outset, I congratulate the Department of Education for selecting such a excellent topic as a 3-day conference on the eve of superannuation of Professor Mrunalini Madam. After contributing 33 years of service at University College of Excellence is really a great kind of initiation. So once again I am appreciating the Department of Education. Coming to the various aspects related to the education, already the previous speakers, they have really spoke very nice manner and roots and the various developments took place since many years. Now as a Vice Chancellor and President of the function, I would like to give few things to you related to this university as well as higher education and conference. So University, Osmania University, everyone knows that, having 107 years, and recently I taken over charge as 26th Vice Chancellor of this great legacy institution. I thank the government of Telangana for appointing me and trusting me to appoint as a Vice Chancellor, and definitely I will try to improve the university to take next level with the support of all the stakeholders who sat here and at the same time who sat here. And the clear roadmap now I am planning. See, all the earlier Vice Chancellors and all the earlier stakeholders, they brought to this level Osmania University with A+ glory of NAC, right? We will continue further. So A++ we are targeting for NAC. Immediate target is there. And in the Osmania University, academics is the top priority. I am going to implement this. Academics is the top priority. Then the research already there, but we have to strengthen the research maximum extent. Then innovation. The earlier speakers also, they expressed their opinion in many ways. Even the higher education chairmen are also mentioned few points about the strengthening of the education, especially for the higher education at state level. Some roadmap is required, sir. This is need of the day. So I request you kindly conduct a meeting as early as possible to finalize the roadmap for the Telangana state, and at the same time how it is going to contribute at even national level platforms. I need, of course, all the national level platform leaders or whatever. They should also now focus and give a lot of inputs for improvisation of the education system in Telangana state. And many speakers, of course, they talked about the 400 years, 300 years, right? And 16th century, 17th century, all education system, basics, everything. Definitely, no doubt, in the same manner the graph is going on, sir. The present day context, 21st century education system is totally globalization, liberalization, covidization, sir, just now said. And the beauty is that from covidization, really sometimes, nature, definitely, whatever, some abnormal kind of things comes, definitely it's a challenge, what I feel. So because of covidization, the online and digital transformation took place in a very, very maximum extent. All over the country, all over the world, the transformation is a different level, and that too to meet the 21st century requirements. Now the country focusing total digitalization, right? And everywhere, the indigenous technologies, people talking about indigenous because we cannot, depend on other countries. So that is why the government of India also very keen in developing indigenous technologies to, go ahead with the future, required challenges. And today the education system totally changed. You know that earlier education system only the teacher. So today teacher is replaced by many online resources. Especially even the robotics, tomorrow robo also will teach, that day will come. And we have to prepare for that. So the only problem is the previous 30 years back, 40 years back, Professor Ganda Ramesh Garu was telling. So earlier whatever teacher says that was final. So 30 years back, 40 years back, just to be easy to write in the classroom, whatever teacher teaches, that is final. So there is no other alternative. So teachers' quality also was like that. So everybody is to trust this fact, and everybody whatever teacher says, that is final at the school level, at the college level, at the university level, whatever, at all top institutions level. But today the problem is we have plenty of resources, online resources, YouTube resources, this resource, that resource. On one topic, several opinions, several debates, several discussions, but absolute information is lacking. That is a serious kind of problem. So data is available, resources are available. The validation of the data and genuinity of the data, genuinity of the resource is a biggest challenge in the present day context. In the 21st century, in the digital day, that one has to this aspect should be focused as a research topic, because lot of the scope is there. Not only in India, even the worldwide. That is very, very, very important. So, sir, just now that said, CSR versus ASR. So, this, the corporate social responsibility, academic social responsibility also very, very. See, always I used to say. So, the social responsibility is, that comes under, this thing like self-imposed discipline of the teacher. So, even the scholar, even the student. So from the beginning, the discipline starts from the schools to colleges, college to the universities, universities to this, even in their life, as a teacher, as a faculty, as a responsible the citizen. So what I feel is we have to make the responsible citizen. So one of the speakers said that education is what purpose? Education is not exactly for providing job. So job is one alternative, but education is for transformation, personal transformation of a human being. And at the same time, liberation. See, education is for the liberation, education is for the self-awareness, self-sustainability and self-dependent rather than providing only job. Job is only their choice, right? Not it's a compulsion. So, self-transformation process, one should be disciplined, one should be a good citizen, one should be, play a key role in transforming the country in a better manner and progressing in the country in a better and excellent manner. Because our citizens, our the students and our fraternity, not only in Indian context, right? Across the globe, they are serving like anything in United States of America, Canada, UK, Australia, everywhere you see all the engineers and doctors, and at the top level our fraternity they are serving and getting good name to India, and our India also getting lot of money from abroad, and in this process India is becoming, people saying India is a poor country, but in my opinion India is a the potential country for producing anything. This is my the opinion and what you call observation, because I visited 17 countries, I almost 26 states in this particular country, and I can understand the cultural heritage and culture, education, and every aspect I studied almost, right? So with this, India is no doubt, just now sir said, luckily ours is a 140 population, but out of 140 crores population, 100 crores population, they are in working mode, right? All age factors almost 20 to 40, almost more than 50%. So in other countries, the more than 70 age, more than 40% people are there. That is why the productivity point of view, we are far better and much scope is there. So that is why we have to, as a teacher, we have to encourage the students with lot of enthusiasm, curiosity, because the future is excellent. And artificial intelligence and data science, now emerging fields. The teaching methodologies totally will change in coming days. For that, the education department should prepare for doing some kind of excellent research. You have to predict something and you have to float different topics, not only traditional, even the technology based topics you have to float to the students. So even not only for only BEd students, even entire, because you are the role model, you might have produced so many teachers, right, and university teachers, school teachers, college teachers, and because of them our Telangana state, even not only Telangana, even the India, total across the India, your alumni spread. So your service is really a great kind of recognition, and because of the sacrifice of the previous teachers who worked in the education, they produced many PhDs and even other degrees. The first PhD degree is here, is a witness, 1982, because the first person we are witnessed, right? So the global challenges, as I said, the education definitely will give you in a different shape. And in my view, the effective teaching and effective communication is more important in the coming days, because the physically teaching, of course, is a different kind of the thing. The physical teaching will be no more after a few years. We have to prepare for this. And only thing is the recording and other mode, otherwise online. But in that process also, the effective communication and the effective teaching, one should focus. And people think that what is effective communication, what is effective teaching. Effective teaching is not good English and grammarly correct English. In my view, when some teacher giving some kind of content, so the content should be understood by almost 95% of the students. That is called effective. Language is not a 100% not a 100% essential. That is one of the requirement. But the content digestion in any language is very important. If you look at Gujarat, majority of the intellectuals and top leaders and even top personalities, they always prefer their kids to study Telugu medium up to 10th class. Because Telugu medium ante enti pappannamto perigannamto tinadam annadu. Ante proper ga understand chesukodam Telugu. Kani manam em chestunam, అందరూ చిన్నప్పుడు ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం అంటే కంటెంట్ అర్థం కాకుండా కానీ పిల్లోడు బైహార్డ్ చేసి అయినా పర్వాలేదు, వాడు ఎట్టైనా మార్కులు తెచ్చుకోవాలి. ఇన్ మై వ్యూ, marks are not the measurable kind of. See, skill based education today, the government of Telangana focusing on skill based education. Already government of India initiated many reforms regarding skill based education. Make in India, made in India concept they already started 10 years back. So now indigenous, just now I said. So therefore we have to focus on the skill based education maximum extent. The marks are really not at all a miserable thing. The marks are required up to certain extension, and even the certificate today is a paper. Until unless you have a good knowledge, nobody will value. Even the Google company and top company, even Amazon, although they are allowing, if you have skills, even if you do not have certificate, they are allowing, they are giving a good place, right? That is a a great kind of advantage in the present context. Now in the higher education in India, totally it's a open education system now. So the open open platform totally, and because of this globalization, global competition, it's a really challenging and competing days. Therefore, if you not change our attitude, our learning process as a teacher, as a student, as a stakeholder, we have to update time to time. We have to learn the things, what is happening. Such a intellectual curiosity should be there. Otherwise, we will be no more in this particular education system. These are all, the upcoming, challenges, and once getting job means we cannot sleep just like that. And till today, I work on internet at least 2 hours per day. Every teacher should update their knowledge level, what is required and what is the future. You should be able to predict, and those topics should be given as a research, right? And we have to contribute. See, the routine teaching is a common platform for any teacher. So that for that definitely I appreciate. But secondly, the research contribution, research something new in an innovative manner. This is very, very need of the hour. We are just taking little light research aspect, and some kind of innovation is very, very important. And we have to project ourselves. BED, School of Education, is specialized in this aspect. Some special recognition should be there, right? And with this, of course, time of all, I can understand, because many things are there. We will, coming days, we will discuss, and I will also participate in the brainstorming session. And today, education system is a outcome-based education system, and without outcome, it is very, very difficult. We have to review our education system, right? Especially framing the syllabus and the curriculum, and even the era of 21st century, right? We have to review the syllabus process, and we have to give the best of the best for the future generations. And already we have sufficient online modes like Swayam and all other courses already Government of India started. We have to make use of this technology, and many, the official websites also there for this online. Only thing is the validation, data validation resource, whether it is correct or not. And every teacher must know about the COPO mapping, Bloom's taxonomy, outcome based education. For every workshop and every conference, for every seminar, some kind of outcome should be there. Without outcome, conducting something just like that and 3 days and taking proper food and all get together, no use in my view. So any workshop and any conference, it should go with some kind of clear-cut objectives and clear-cut outcomes. I hope some kind of report should be prepared after completion of what is the roadmap of the education for next 10 years. I appreciate the Department of Education if you do like this, right? Of course, the other speakers, the keynote speakers, they are waiting. Next session will come already delayed, and I have another meetings also. But I really overwhelmed with the speech of all the eminent personalities who sat here, of course, who sat there, and definitely this 2-3 days conference is going to be a great success, and I hope fruitful discussions will be there, and some kind of outcomes will also I expect, right? So in this context, I appreciate once again the Department of Education, and of course all the psychology. Somebody telling that the psychology and education should go the hand in hand. This culture also try to incorporate in the next coming programs and education, etc. With this, I really appreciate and thank each and everyone. Namaskars to all. I request Chairman sir kindly just thank you for coming over here first meeting, and we will definitely focus on roadmap of the Telangana education system, and we are all eagerly waiting for this particular aspect, sir. We will definitely work with you, sir. We will work together for the betterment of this Telangana state education, very specific in general for in the Indian context, sir. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. We only pray that the university goes to greater heights under your leadership. Now I request Dr. Sanjeev Panchal, Assistant Director, Ministry of Culture, to come over to share a word or two. Very crisp, a minute, not more, sir.
सभी को प्रणाम। समय का ध्यान रखते हुए अधिक विस्तार न करते हुए मंच पर आसीन सभी गणमान्य विद्वानों का और इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी विद्वान एवं विद्यार्थीगण सभी का मैं नमन करते हुए भारत विद्या परियोजना विभाग, इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय कला केंद्र, संस्कृति मंत्रालय के अंदर में काम करता हूँ। तो इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय कला केंद्र का मुख्य जो प्रयोजन में आता है, कला और संस्कृति को विभिन्न आयामों में उनका प्रमोशन करने का विकसित से काम करता है। उसी कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत हम इस राष्ट्रीय स्तर का सम्मेलन का आयोजन करने का काम उस्मानिया विश्वविद्यालय के कोलैबोरेटिव कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे विषय हैं, परंतु समय सीमा ऐसी है कि अभी काफी हम आगे चल रहे हैं, इसलिए हम अधिक विस्तार से नहीं करेंगे। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में ज्ञान की जो बातें कही हैं बहुत ही सविस्तार कही गई है। तो अब मुख्य रूप से अगर मैं एक बिंदु में बताऊं तो ज्ञान का स्वरूप क्या होता है और उसका किस लेवल तक हम जा सकते हैं, ये विषय हमारी जो दर्शन शास्त्र में जितना चर्चा की गई है उतना विश्व के अन्य किसी साहित्य में शायद ही किया हो। हम गीता में भी सुनते हैं, नहीं ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम विद्यते इत्यादि वाक्य बहुत सारे हैं। और उस ज्ञान मीमांसा को हम अलग अलग सेक्शन में कई बार हम करने वाले हैं। तो आगे आने वाले सत्रों में पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के थ्रू से इस विषय को हम सविस्तार से समझेंगे और समय की ध्यान रखते हुए मैं थोड़ी क्षणों में मेरा बात को विराम देता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम में आए हुए सभी का धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूं।
धन्यवाद संजीव पंचल जी, हमें खेद है कि हम आपको बुला नहीं सके। Now we have the release of a few books that is to be done on this occasion there. May I request the dignitaries to first release the compendiums which are being prepared by the Department of Education to be released first. There are 3 volumes of it. That's what Mrinali ma'am told me a while ago. 2 volumes. Okay, 2 volumes and 1 compendium of all the abstracts. I request the dignitaries to do the honors. Again, there are 2 volumes and 1 compendium of abstracts as well. Also, there is another book by G. Srinivasu, MSc B.Ed Science teacher, was completed the NCRT program in teaching science, and from Haryana. He attended many seminars conducted by SCRT, Telangana, CCMB, NIN, and ESC. The name of the book is Satya Vikshanam. It's a concept of philosophy of science, useful for all the science teachers and science lovers. So that book also will be released on this occasion. Welcome you, G. Srinivasu. Thank you. We have a short felicitation program. First, we invite the girl who had made us engrossed in the invocation dance. I request the dignitaries to do the honors to Krishna Maitri, who is from the Abhinetri Arts Academy. Our guru is Anuradha Vishal. Ma, come over please. I know you are there tight in the attire, but if you can come over here, I request the chief guest, the president and others to please do the honors to Krishna Maitri. Felicitations, please. Please, sir. Come. Just turn yourself again. Be facing the camera. Thank you. May I request the organizers to get ready with the felicitations for our chief guest, Professor Balkrishna Reddy sir. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor and other members to do honors to Professor Balkrishna Reddy sir. Sir. May I request the Chief Guest Sir to do the honors to our Vice Chancellor. My fellow state again. I request the organizing team to I request Balakrishna Reddy sir to continue doing the felicitations. First to Sri G. Lakshman Ji, General Secretary of ABRSL. I request for another guest of honor, that is Murli Manohar Ji, the Vice President of BBUSS. I request the Vice Chancellor sir to do the honors. I request Balakrishna Reddy sir to do the honors to Professor Ganta Ramesh sir. We also request the ma'am who had entered onto the Yagna and the Pratibha ma'am, if you can come over here to the dais. Pratibha ma'am, if you are there. I request Ronali ma'am to do the honors to Pratibha ma'am. Please come over. Thank you once again to all the dignitaries that are there. And to give us the formal vote of thanks, now I invite Dr. D. Sunita, Board of Studies, Chairperson, Department of Education, OU.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to take much time. I take this privilege and honor to thank all the dignitaries on the dais, and as well as I thank all the dignitaries of the dais. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Balakrishna Reddy Garu, Chairman, Telangana State Higher Education, Hyderabad, Telangana State, President, Professor K. Kumar Sir, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University. I thank Sri Lakshman Ji, General Secretary, ABRSM. I thank Murli Manohar Ji, Vice President, BBUSS. I thank Professor Ganta Ramesh Sir, former member NCTE, SRC, Honorary Professor, Manu, Hyderabad. And I would like to thank the keynote speaker who is going to come online, that is Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwara University. I would like to thank finally our directors, both directors from Department of Education, Professor T. Mrunalini Madam, Head Department of Education. I would like to thank Professor Ravindran K. Murthy Sir, Principal, College of Education. And I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have come from all over India to give their keynote address and then as resource persons. And I would like to thank all the people who have come all over India with their in various levels to present their papers, and all the professors, associate professors, assistant professors from all teacher education institutions. I thank all the research scholars, students, technical assistants from EMRC, and all the people who have helped us in organizing this inaugural function and for 3 days also. And I would like to thank all the eminent people who are sitting on the dais. We will definitely, from the Department of Education, we are integrating and we will try to integrate IKS with the Indian education system with Jeevan Drushti and making India as Vishwa Guru, which is the goal of our government of India and the great Prime Minister Modi ji. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. If I missed anybody, I thank all of them who have made this program inaugural session successful and who is going to cooperate with us with this 3 days of conference. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all, and namaskar. And I request all the dignitaries to have some small high tea which is organized with the conference hall.
Yeah, we take a short break and come back for the keynote address. So a break of 10 minutes and we resume again with the sessions. We have the keynote address which will be delivered online by Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateshwara Vedic University, Tirupati. So kindly come back to the hall within 10 minutes. Thank you, one and all.
I request all the dignitaries to have some small high tea which is organized with the conference hall.
Yeah, we take a short break and come back for the keynote address. So a break of 10 minutes and we resume again with the sessions. We have the keynote address which will be delivered online by Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateshwara Vedic University, Tirupati.
And I request all the dignitaries to have some small high tea which is organized with the conference hall.
Yeah, we take a short break and come back for the keynote address. So a break of 10 minutes and we resume again with the sessions. We have the keynote address which will be delivered online by Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateshwara Vedic University, Tirupati.
And I request all the dignitaries to have some small high tea which is organized with the conference hall.
Yeah, we take a short break and come back for the keynote address. So a break of 10 minutes and we resume again with the sessions. We have the keynote address which will be delivered online by Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateshwara Vedic University, Tirupati.
And I request all the dignitaries to have some small high tea which is organized with the conference hall.
Yeah, we take a short break and come back for the keynote address. So a break of 10 minutes and we resume again with the sessions. We have the keynote address which will be delivered online by Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy, Vice Chancellor Sri Venkateshwara Vedic
day-to-day life. All this can be called or can be both. So to understand any discipline, is why here very the epistemological roots of Indian knowledge system. This is there in the title of the conference. So what is epistemology? Let us try to understand. Earlier in the beginning we were in the attempt of defining knowledge. It will have its analysis in course of in a few or in a couple of minutes. And this, the source of knowledge, the nature of knowledge, the types of knowledge, all these were explained through the term epistemology. Particularly, epistemology deals with the means of knowledge. This is very much essential. So, this means of knowledge, while dealing with, before coming into the means of knowledge, let us try to understand the term knowledge. So, knowledge, as per our Bharatiya the cause of the universe, that is jnana. And a twin word also is there for jnana, that is vijnana. That is Shilpa Shastra. Vijnana deals with the Shilpa and other Shastras, other mundane sciences. All the mundane sciences, wherever practicality is possible, practical experience is possible, that is known as Vijnana. And knowledge is to know about the truth behind all the disciplines of knowledge. Just as all the rivers merge into the ocean, all the disciplines of knowledge merge into the tattva or the philosophy. So that is which proves about the reality. The struggle or the efforts of every branch of knowledge is to understand and to know and to lead to the reality world. Tattva, that is known as Satya, that is whichever is eternal, that is Satya. This Satya again is of three types. Ultimate reality, it is real forever because Yanityam Tat Satyam, that is the definition given. So whichever is eternal, that is Satyam, that is truth. That is ultimate. The second one is truth phenomenon. So relative to this, relative longevity it has. So it is not eternal, but it has some longevity. That's why it is known as relatively phenomenal truth, vyavaharik. And certain times our experiences may lead us to a false experience that whatever experience we had, that is final truth. But it is in fact not true. It is not, it has no longevity, it is never lasting. That's why such a truth is known as third one is the Pratibhaskar. When we want, how we can acquire these kinds of knowledge, let us try to understand. Certain things are known as propositional knowledge. When we observe the world through some hypothesis, when certain statements come into our mind through some constant observation, the same experience is coming every day. Such things are known as universal truths. So the Anushilita Tathyam, it is known as Anushilita Tathyam. That is propositional knowledge. First. The second one is procedural knowledge. That is Anubhuti Satyam. Through experience, whatever knowledge we gain, that is Yoga Pratyaksha by our ancestors. What is Yoga Pratyaksha? Let us try to understand. When we say yoga, we feel that it is some mystic experience. No, it is not mystic experience, but the ability to use our antakaranas, the inner elements. There are four: Mano, Buddhi, Ahankara and Chaitanya, Chitta. These four. If we develop such an ability to store all the knowledge or to use them to acquire knowledge that is known as yoga prataksha. For instance, when something is happening, we see with our eyes and we perceive the knowledge. That is one. And even in the when our mind is not present, we are seeing something, we cannot gather it at all. We cannot know about it. Why? Eyes are working, but mind is elsewhere. Manas is elsewhere. That is why the presence of mind always should be there to have the experience of our eyes. Similarly, ears. We are listening, and the tape recorder can retain whatever we see exactly in the matter. But human beings, though they listen to a good length of speech, they do not retain in verbatim, but they retain only the essence of it. Why? After all, tape recorder is invented by a record player is invented by human beings, but whichever is invented by human beings is able to retain sound to sound, syllable to syllable. Every subtlest sound also is being recorded there, but human beings are not able to use because all the time the presence of mind is not there. Present is on, the mind is on tour. That's why this happens. Similarly, taste. Similarly, touch. All these things. That's why yoga prataksha means suspend the senses and directly contact the mind, intellect and the object. Then such experience which is received, perceived through the mind and stored there in the intellect, that is known as yoga prataksha. Yoga is nothing but contact of the object and mind directly, suspending the senses, 5 senses of knowledge. So this is known as yoga. Similarly, samanya jnanam is explicit knowledge. Explicit knowledge can be acquired through senses. The 5 knowledge senses, jnanendriyas. Similarly, whatever was recorded by through the experience of our ancient people, ancestors, that is also, it is recorded in the books. That's why it is also a kind of valid experience. That is Shabda, we say. Verbal testimony, we say. So, through generations, through millennia of years, whatever was written in our texts by our ancient people, it was known as verbal testimony. That comes under the Samanya Jnana. In this manner, we have Anusilita Jnana, Anubhuti Jnana, Prayogika Jnana, Yoga Prataksha Jnana and Samanya Jnana. Both characteristics the knowledge, let us consider. So, justification. First requirement is justification. Unless the reason or evidence justify whatever we know, it cannot be a fact and it cannot be a part of knowledge. That is similarly true. Satyatva, Nityatva, Satyatva. Beyond all this Ruta also is there, which cannot be perceived by us all. It was divine order of the universe, that is Ruta. And human order of the universe is Satya. And the personal individual order of experience is known as Tattva. So in this manner, Tatyam, Satyam, Ritam. These are the ultimate things that give us the perfection of knowledge. That's why truth is second requirement, second characteristic of knowledge. Then belief. Knowledge always a mental state of acceptance it requires. So when we accept, we say that it is a belief. And that's why Mooda Namakam is not there, but Namakam is there. When a person is believing in something, if the other persons refuse it, They call it Moodanammakam, but it is not Moodanammakam. Today's Moodanammakam can be tomorrow's generally acceptable fact of all. Similarly, today's fact may be refuted by future generations also. That's why belief only is there, but not misbelief. That is another thing is certainty. It has to happen, certainty. Yes. Certainty may be confined to individual. Certainty may be confined to society. Certainty may be extendable to the universe. Certainty is of many kinds, but certainty is an essential characteristic of knowledge. This is, and after that, context. So, under such circumstances, under certain conditions only, certain happenings will take place. That's why such experiences are known as contextual knowledge experiences. So, in this manner, characteristics are justification, truth, belief, certainty, and contextuality. These are the 5 characteristics of knowledge. And after that, sources of knowledge. Now we are slowly entering into the field of epistemology, and at this juncture, let us try to know about the rest of the 4 aspects: ontology, ethics, metaphysics, and the aesthetics. These 4 also let us try to understand, and then we shift to the sources of knowledge, which are the main content of epistemology. Here, when we say the ontology, it is the very much essential thing in philosophy. Ontology is to prove the reality. Reality is the only one thing that is existing. Non-reality has never any kind of existence at all. That's why reality is existence. Reality is satta. Reality is satya. So, whichever speaks about satyam in the field of philosophy, that branch of knowledge is known as ontology. And after ontology, we come to the next one, metaphysics. It deals with categories and substances, etc. And these 2 things, whichever are comfortably explained in the branch of philosophy, that branch of philosophy is known as the metaphysics. So it is study of world having made it into some categories, some substances, some activities, some tendencies, some qualities, etc. So this is besides this, generality and particularity. Generalizing and particularizing, which are technically called as jati and yeti. So, book is a jati, Mahabharatam is yeti, pot is a jati, and red pot is a yeti. Particularly, even among the certain times, even red pots can be a jati, and our red pot is yeti. That is individuality, and that otherwise particularity, and also generality are the universal. These are the things which come under metaphysics. We deal with it. Particularly 2 things are there: mind and matter. So everything, whether it is abstract thing, abstract experience, or concrete thing, these are being perceived by a viewer through mind and matter. It being a matter, it is minded by the viewer. That is why all these come under the categories of metaphysics. And after metaphysics, we have ethics, which establishes the good for the society, the good for the entire human planet. That is ethics. It is a behavioral code. So here, this is metaphysics, and this is about ethics. And after that, we have the final one, aesthetics, the evaluative artistic value of beauty is known as separate. But Satyam, Shivam, Shugaram, these are the three terms which are very much essential for us. Satyam is true and Shivam is the way it is experienced in the form of world, and Sundaram is the aesthetic experience it gives to us in the process of experiencing it. These three are the things essentials to be known. And after that, now let us try to come into the context of the Indian knowledge systems where these can be used. First, in the process, epistemology of Bharatiya Parampara, Jnana Parampara has given certain technical terms. Pramana Shastra, we can see. Epistemology is nothing but Pramana Shastra. This Pramana Shastra speaks about a means of what? Prama. Pramanam is the means of Prama. What is Prama? Yathartha Jnana, valid knowledge. So, Tasmin Tat iti Jnana Prama. Atasmin Tat iti Jnana Brahma. The invalid knowledge. We see a thing, if we can take it as that the very particular thing, then we have Brahma. If we mistake it, then it is Brahma. These are the two things, Brahma and Brahma. Mostly we are in Brahma only, but not in Brahma. That's right. Whichever is not everlasting, we consider it as lasting. And whichever is not everlasting, if we consider it as everlasting, then it is Brahma only. And whichever is everlasting, if we consider it as everlasting, then it is Brahma. For that sake, we need some means of knowledge. So these means of knowledge are called Pramanani. So these Brahmanas were well explained in the entire lore of our ancient systems of philosophy, and also in the fields of the knowledge disciplines. Particularly, let us come from philosophy to the knowledge disciplines. In the philosophy, we have two types of philosophy, two types of systems: orthodox philosophy and heterodox philosophy. Orthodox philosophical systems are six: Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Yoga, Sankhya, Pura Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa. These are the orthodox philosophies because they rely upon the Vedic Pramana. That's why they are known as orthodox. Astika Darshanas, because Astika is not one who believes in God. Which do not believe in the Vedas, which do not accept the Vedic Christianity, but which rely upon getting knowledge through experience, through similarities. If an unknown thing is there, somebody is guiding us. When you go there, you will see something which resembles this. That is the thing to be taken by so and so name he says. When he says, it is perceived through sadrishya, this one, sadrishya. So, upama. Similarly, whichever is there in the Puranas. Like that, there are many others. Of course, I am concentrating more only on these three. One is direct perception, the second one is inference, and the third one is verbal testimony. Scriptural testimony, otherwise we can call it. So these three. So these three they have their own scriptures, they have their own validity, even in the Buddhism, etc., Buddhism, Jainism, etc. That's why this is known as verbal testimony. So, in every, whatever is perceived properly and whatever is to be perceived, that is known as Pranayama. The reality which is going to be proved through philosophy, that is known as Pranayama. And the means of proving or acquiring knowledge are known as Pramanas. These two are the things. And now let us come to various parts of knowledge disciplines in our Bharatiya Jnana and how these Brahmanas will help us. Let us try to take. First one is Shruti, the Vedas. Vedas by themselves are the means. Vedas by themselves are the source of knowledge. Vedas are themselves are the collection of knowledge. So this is a very interesting thing in our experience. That's why Shrutis, Vedas, how many are there? Broadly, before Veda Vyasa, there was only one Veda. No divisions were there. But Veda Vyasa made them for the convenience of the later generations. He divided it into four as Rigveda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda and Yajurveda. Was it the end by itself the classification of the Vedas? No. Further they were divided. How? Into 1131 recensions. Each recension is known as Veda Shakha. Out of these 1131 Veda Shakhas, in the present times, we have only 10 or 11 Veda Shakhas, the names of which are available. And the written texts, the Veda in print mode are available up to only 8 to 10 Shakhas. That also because of the grace of Western scholars only, we have to underline this. The Vedas were printed with the help of the manuscripts which have been borrowed by them to their countries, and out of them the half available manuscripts and war-beaten manuscripts. Such manuscripts, 80 in number, were gifted to India by Max Muller and others, basing on which the first print editions of the Vedas were printed by our Indians, having collected all of them, and whichever is lost in one manuscript, it is taken, section from the other available manuscripts, and they have published. And this is the care we are taking about our ancient Indian manuscripts. We don't mind if the treasure of manuscripts are lost. That is nothing but not minding the loss of our forefathers. So this is what. So here the Vedas, only 8 to 10 in number, are available in the modern times, Veda Shakhas, and out of 1131. So in all these, Pramanas are of 3 types. Vedic knowledge by itself is the Pramana for appreciating anything. And after Vedic knowledge, the second one is whatever is instructed there in the Veda, that can be believed through inference sometimes and through pratyaksha sometimes, direct perception. So, in such a manner, three means of knowledge are available, are found in the Vedic literature. And this is one. And after the Veda, the second one is Smriti, Dharma Shastras, code of conduct. Ethics also independently, if we have to consider, that will be a part of Smritis. They advise us, suggest us, 500 Smritis are available in both times. They always suggest us to behave like this, not to behave like this. If you want to be a human being, but not if you want to be a Bharatiya, if you want to be a Andhra, or if you want to be a Maharashtrian, like that, you follow this. It was not that. If you want to live like a human being, follow this. So this was the advice. And they set 4 human objects. One is Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. All these 4 human objects are also part of this Smriti. The same was instructed by the Veda. Whatever was instructed in the Veda, the same is echoed in the Smritis. That is, the third one is Puranas. When we call Puranas, simply let us not believe in the stories. Let us not believe in the Puranas and Itihasas. But you need not believe any story, whichever is there in the Purana or Itihasa. But suspend those characters and take the essence which is represented by each of those characters. For instance, Rama is Ramo Vigrahavan Dharma. Rama is the human manifestation of Dharma, duty or righteousness. And Ravana Vigrahavan Kama. That is why you suspend Ramayana, the story, in the story, the characters Rama, Ravana, etc. But you see, you you replace those characters with Dharma, Kama and other values, and now you study Ramayana. Ultimately, Ramayana proves that Ramayana is nothing but the victory of Dharma over Kama. And after that, Mahabharata is nothing but the victory of Dharma. Yudhishthira is the representative of Dharma and Duryodhana require the epistemological proof. For that sake, I conclude for me to share some of my thoughts, and thank you and namaskar.
धन्यवाद महोदय. वयम् अत्यन्तम् अपकृताः स्मः. तत्र कालिदासेन उक्तं तं सन्त श्रोतुमर्हन्ति सदसद्व्यक्तिहेतवः हेम्नः संलक्ष्यते ह्यग्नौ विशुद्धि शामिकापि वा. कालिदासम् अनुसृत्य भवादृशान् विदुषान् श्रोतुं सन्त एव तत्र प्रमाणम् अर्हन्ति. तथापि भवतां व्याख्यानम् एतादृशं सरलतया छात्रेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः छात्रेभ्यः यथा उपकृतं स्यात् तथा आसीत्. वस्तुतः भारतीय ज्ञानपरम्परा का परिभाषा का स्वरूपं किं तत्र वैविध्यं किं वर्तते इति बहून् विषयान् अधिकृत्य अत्यन्तं सरलतया भवद्भिः अस्मान् उद्बोधिता इति वयम् अत्यन्तम् उपकृताः स्मः. भवदृशानां विदुषाम् एवमेव कृपा आशीर्वादम् अस्माकं पुरस्सरं वर्तते इति अहं मन्यमानः. अग्रे सरामि. अत्यन्तं कार्तज्ञं व्याहरामि. भवन्तः अत्र कीनोट् स्पीकर् रूपेण उपस्थाय अस्मान् अनुगृहीतवन्तः इति अत्यन्तं धन्यवादान् व्याहर्य अहम् अत्र ब्रवामि. बहु धन्यवादाः. नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए इस कार्यक्रम का प्रथम सत्र हमारा है IKS क्रिटिकल रिफ्लेक्शन. इस नाम से पहला सत्र होगा. इस सत्र में 4 विद्वान लोग आमंत्रित हैं. तो इस सत्र का अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर नागराज पाटोली महोदय जी को वेदिका पर आमंत्रित करता हूं. और साथ में हमारे साथ डॉक्टर शिवसेनानी नूरी जी हैं. तो सब आप कृपा करके मंच पर पधारें. और इसी प्रकार प्रोफेसर बी सुधाकर, फॉर्मर डीन इफ्लू हैदराबाद, मेंबर जनरल बॉडी NCTC दिल्ली से उपस्थित है. सर आपको भी मैं वेदिका पर आमंत्रित करता हूं. और इस सत्र में हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन के रूप में स्वामी यज्ञदेव जी पतंजलि योगपीठ से उपस्थित रहेंगे. सर आपका भी मैं इस कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करता हूं. प्रोफेसर नागराज पाटोली जी महोदय जी से मैं आग्रह करता हूं कि सभा का वो अध्यक्षता निभाए. सर्वप्रथम समय का अत्यंत अभाव है. पिछले 2 सत्रों से हम थोड़ा आगे ही चल रहे हैं और जल्दी हमें भोजन विराम के लिए रुकना है. तो जो भी उपस्थित व्याख्याता हैं यहाँ पे उनसे निवेदन करूँगा कि समय सीमा में अपने सार रूप में अपना प्रस्तुति देकर हमें अनुग्रहित करेंगे. सर्वप्रथम मैं हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के लिए शिवसेनानी जी का मैं प्रचार करता हूँ. शिवसेना जी का छोटा सा परिचय प्रदत्त करते हुए मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ. So it is my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Shivasenani ji. He is an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, who is presently working as a data scientist manager in Microsoft Hyderabad. And he completed his MA Sanskrit with gold medals from this Osmania University itself. After the MA, he completed his PhD from Hyderabad Central Sanskrit University. And his PhD is the area of the philosophy of grammar and Advaita Vedanta was completed under the guidance of Mahamopadhyaya Sri Professor Korada Subramaniaji in 2016, under who he studied Vyakarana Mimamsa extensively along with Vedanta. So there is more to introduce, but with this short introduction, I request Dr. Sivasena to deliver his lecture. Sir. Sir, PPT is nice, sir.
Oh, Dr. Shivasenani Nori asked me to start the session as a formality of presiding over. I think actually there is a Telugu proverb, why taste before eating? We are anyway going to eat. We are going to have the sweet taste of Dr. Shivasenani Nori's IKS involvement and his knowledge. So let me not give you any taste in any words. Let us straight away go and have the dish full of our stomach.
Professor Nagaraj Paduri garu, Dr. Sanjeev Panchal garu, dignitaries on the stage and online and in the assembly. Pranam to all of you. I know that this session is standing between you and lunch, therefore we'll try to make it fast. Are we able to get the PPT there? Okay. So I'll try to make it short, and a lot of evidences that I have put in here I hope will not be required, because most of the groundwork has been so ably laid by Professor Rani Sadasivamurthy garu. As you know, we have a history of knowledge, we have learnt all of that, and it is not a surprise that many people have investigated the pedagogical methods which allowed retention of this rich knowledge without any other means of recording except the human brain. Our knowledge predates the system of writing, predates any writing instruments, and everything was in memory. So there's a lot of curiosity, a lot of research was done. Last year, in fact, in Ujjain 2023, Professor Nagaraj garu presided over a session on exactly the pedagogical methods in ancient India. So I have given the relevant papers as reference, but some of the methods mentioned there are the analogic method, synthetic method, monologic method, personalized and experiential method, aphoristic method, question answer based method, collaborative and cooperative method, and so on and so forth. And all of you are also aware of the Gurukul system. Again, I will not elaborate much. So though I am aware of this richness of pedagogical methods, and I am also aware that we should not oversimplify, still I request you to indulge me and reduce all pedagogical methods to only two: push and pull. Push method is where the one who has knowledge, teacher or guru, pushes it out to the one who wants it, the student. Pull is where the student is the one who will pull in the desired knowledge. In Sanskrit we have two terms for it: Markata Kishora Nyayaha, and the other one is what a tiger does. But what we are trying to say here is, my thesis of this entire presentation is that the essence of ancient Indian pedagogy is the pull method. It is entirely up to the student to pull in whatever knowledge that the student wants. Immediately there will be a slew of objections. Oh, but in the push method we have experts designing the syllabus, designing what should be taught and what should be the order in which it is taught, what should be the lesson plan, and so on and so forth. If we depend on the student to pull it, will the student even know what is good for them or not? Right? Like that, a number of things can come, and at one stage we say, okay, sir, please wait. if we take all the 10 lakh people who are registered for matriculation and truly ask them, do you want to study and pass matriculation? Maybe we'll have only 50,000 people. There'll be anarchy, there'll be no education. I understand, right? But humor me and go with me in this journey. So there are challenges like this in student-driven knowledge acquisition. There are potential disadvantages that students don't know what is right for them. Uncertainty in when they have known enough. There is no expertise in structuring lessons. They keep on asking all sorts of things at random. That's what you see, the people looking at YouTube shorts and learning from TikTok rather from textbooks. And really anarchy might result. I'm also aware that in every method there is bidirectional interaction. Nothing is pure push, nothing is pure pull. This binary classification is extreme, but still, as I say, bear with me. Okay. So what are the elements of the pull method? First, a student approaches the teacher and says, please teach me. And what is the teacher's role in teaching? Teacher teaches only when asked. Otherwise, in front of us we have one Mimamsa scholar. He will sit nicely there. Unless until somebody goes to him and says, sir, please tell me, I have this doubt in Mimamsa, he will not speak. That is how a teacher is. That only when somebody approaches him, in fact we say Samit Panihi, carrying Samidhas in hand, please teach me, they will not teach. They can be repositories of knowledge, but they'll stay quiet, right? And student has to express humility, right? So this humility gets expressed in various forms. I'll give a couple of examples. And then at the end of the course, there is a Guru Dakshina. You do not start by saying, okay, my fees is 20,000 rupees or 200 rupees. That is done at end of the course. So these are the essential elements of pull method. And this might seem very surprising to you. Did you come here to tell us that, okay, student goes to teacher and says, please teach me? Is that what you say is the essence of Indian, ancient Indian pedagogy? In a word, yes. If the student is interested, then the man of knowledge speaks, and I'll tell you what all happens because of that, as to why that is so, right? We have this Panchakosha Vidya in Taittiriya Upanishad, where one son, Bhrigu, goes to his father, Varuna, and says, teach me about Brahman, okay? Those who are aware know that it's a wonderful journey, where initially he defines Brahman, and then tells the son, go and meditate and come back. The son meditates, comes back and says, okay, I've discovered Brahman is nothing but the conservation of matter, because the Brahman is defined as the source of life, the sustenance of life, and the destination of life. That from which everybody is born, that which makes everybody grow, that into which everybody dissolves. Then the son discovers, yeah, this is exactly matter, right? Everybody is born from matter. Matter is what makes them grow, and matter is where you dissolve into after you pass away. The father says, that is good. Think more because of this reason. He comes back and says, oh, it is the conservation of matter energy, because it's not pure matter, but it is from energy. How do plants grow? Because they get sunlight. How do we grow muscle or our weight? Because we eat. Either you eat animals or you eat plant, but those animals in turn eat plants, and those plants in turn make energy from the sun. Therefore, it is the law of conservation of matter energy, not merely matter. And so on the discovery goes. This is a beautiful thing called Panchakosha Vidya. But what you'll observe is, at every stage, the father, who is the teacher here, teaches only as much as the son is ready to receive. All that he says is, Satapo tapyata, go and do tapas, go and contemplate upon it, that's all. After his contemplation, he comes back with an answer, and he guides him to the next step. We see something very similar with Narada and Sanat Kumara. Narada goes to the great sage Sanat Kumara and asks about Brahman. He starts off with the greatest thing being Vak, and after many steps they reach Bhuman, right, the infinite one. So in all this, the essence of pull method is that not only is it pulled, it is also pulled only as per one's capacity. However much you can understand, only to that extent it is pulled. So if you ask me, okay, you are saying all this, can you show me some pramana? Can we go to the next slide? You will see a Bhagavad Gita slide. So there is one sentence in the Bhagavad Gita which captures the essence of all this. It says, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam. Okay, the one with Shraddha is the one who will get jnana, right? Now you might say, what is this Shraddha? Sir, most of us are Telugu speaking people, Shraddha means diligence. You are not wrong, Shraddha also means diligence, but in the context of Shastra, next slide please. Shraddha means, we can go to the next slide also please. Shraddha is this faith that A, Shastra is right, and B, my teacher knows this Shastra. If you have these two beliefs, only then it can be called Shraddha. So you can call it faith, but not blind faith. This is reasoned faith, right? That means Rani Sadasiva Murthy Garu is there. He is a great Vyakarana, right? I want to learn Vyakarana and I know that he knows Vyakarana. That is when I get Shraddha, right? So you cannot be a skeptic. Okay, I don't know. In Telugu we say, "Hey, mantrala chantakayal raltaya." Okay, do all these mantras have any potency? But okay, let me do one thing. I'll go and learn some mantras and practice them. They're not going to work, because the starting point is your complete belief. Okay, shall I learn Ayurveda? Will it work? If you have doubt, no point in learning. And so on and so forth with every Shastra. It is not only about practical sciences like Jyotisha or Ayurveda or these kind of things, but even philosophy, even grammar, right? Even aesthetics. Okay, if you think that it is easy to read aesthetics, you are mistaken. If you want to understand rasa, it's a tapas by itself. The starting point has to be the belief that I want to, I believe that this Shastra is correct. Not only that, but this Guru is correct. Therefore, once we have the Shraddha, now what happens when you have Shraddha? The logical conclusion, right? Next slide, please. I have given some quote of Sanskrit shloka there, but in the interest of time, I am moving forward. Because we have considered faith, Shraddha, the logical consequence is, okay, I want to know Vyakarana. I have this great Professor Rani Sadasiva Murthy Garu available to me. The next step is very simple. Sir, please teach me. So this question of students saying, please teach me, has to be preceded by this intense faith that both the subject matter and the teacher are the right ones. And once that belief is there, humility is automatic. You are not going to say, I am the son of a rich man, I am the daughter of a rich guy, okay, I'll give you this fees, tuition master, please teach me. It cannot be like that. It has to be with humility, and that is the reason why Guru Dakshina comes at the end, right? In the next slide, we have a few examples. I have given quotations from various Upanishads, what are the various Vidyas. Again, in the interest of time, we'll pass off and go to the next slide about the story of Raikva and King Janashruti. Okay. In the olden days, there was one person called Raikva who was always associated with a chariot. Sayugva, the Upanishad says. He was with a cart. Okay. This man was supposed to be a Brahmagyani. And there was a great king Janashruti who hears about him through some other source and then goes to him with great wealth. 600 cows, one golden chariot, golden necklace, Upanishad says. And says, people say that you know this knowledge, secret knowledge called Brahman knowledge. Can you please give it to me in return for this? This Raikva scolds the king and throws him away. Please don't think of any of this. This is not going to happen. The king comes back, now with 1,000 cows and more wealth. But additionally, he does one very strange thing. He says, I'll give you my daughter in marriage if you teach me this. Okay? And that time, this cart puller agrees and teaches him. The wealth was immaterial, right? The recognition. So it's not that humility always has to be bowing down, but recognizing him. What really happened here? The king was saying that, okay, just because you're driving a cart, if you think that I think there is a difference, no, I value enough to be a part of my household, right? Therefore, I offer my daughter to you. Once he makes this statement, that is how humility is shown, right? It is shown in various ways. We have this father-son pair of Gautama Uddalaka and Swetaketu. We hear many stories of them. Often the son goes to some son sabha. He learns that there is something more than what his father taught, comes back and asks his father. Father says, even I don't know that. Then both father and son go to the same source. With how do they go? Samit Panihi. The father is a great teacher. He is the teacher who told us Tattvamasi, even Mahavakya. Even such a great father takes Samidhas in hands. Taking Samidhas in hands is a symbol for saying that, hey teacher, I am going to serve you. I'll bring the fire stick needed for your yajna every day. Right? That's how you express humility. But once this is there, the teacher starts teaching. Now we can ask, sir, why is Shraddha required? Okay. So we have to really understand Shraddha as, next slide please, mental readiness, right? Why is mental readiness required? In the same class, many of your teachers might become teachers. We see that there is variability in learning. Not only in the same class, even in the same person in different points of view, the learning changes. Why is this happening? It happens because the human mind is capable of learning almost at an infinite scale. We can't even imagine. they just switch it off. Students are not ready to learn. That is the reason why learning is variable. When they are willing to learn, the human brain can absorb anything. That is the reason why Shraddha, or what we say mental readiness, is required. So really what it says is the role of great teachers is to generate interest. Once interest is generated, rest of the process is automatic. Okay, so you have to unblock the barrier for knowledge to coming in. That is really the role of great teachers. There's also this thing about secrecy in Vedic knowledge. Vedas keep everything secret. Do they not want ordinary people to know? That's not the case. See, in my own case, I have received a modern education in English medium. I went to my uncle and said, I want to know the secret of Veda. And he smiled and said nothing. He simply said, do your Sandhya Vandanam regularly, if possible do Tandula Homam. I would not understand it because I was poisoned by Macaulay's education, right? I had to spend some 8-10 years to learn that the secret of Veda is very simple. If you want to do action every day, Sarga Kamo Yajeta, do Yajna frequently and go to heaven. If you are interested in great knowledge, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi Mahavakyas, Brahman and Atman are nothing but the same. This is very clearly available to me, but I was not ready to receive it. I know from my own experience, right? That's the reason why these great teachings are given only when the person is ready, and that's why Upanishad meant secret. It is not secret because they don't want to popularize it. It is secret because only way of knowing it is when the other person is ready. That's the reason why Bhagavan Krishna says, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam, no Shraddha, no jnana. When the Shraddha is there, you know Vedanta is right, you know my teacher knows Vedanta, it's one sentence. The essence of Veda is not really beyond these two. Many scholars are here, and I'm saying this with confidence. Next slide, please. I'll have a few remarks on the current education system because I also work in Microsoft as a data science manager. And in humanities, the situation is very bad. You know that. I was one lecturer of Sanskrit in Nizam College for 1 year. In a class of 110, 5 or 6 people would attend. Humanities engagement of students is extremely low. Even amongst them who come, they hardly know anything. 10th class pass people cannot write letters in any language. Hindi, Telugu, Urdu, English. They are matriculates, or even 12th class people, right? Now we also said that we are no longer interested in grammar. Fine sir, no grammar, at least communicate. Can you read something which is written and understand and implement it? No. Our education standards are really low. Pass percentages are very low. When the examination standard is 35% pass mark, that too with grace marks, that too with very easy questions, we still do not have more than 60% pass marks. So I hope you agree with me that our education system is not in a good position, and yet we are pouring more and more resources. You may tell me, okay, this is the situation in humanities, go to STEM, science, technology, engineering and management. Unfortunately, I've been in STEM myself, right? Mechanical engineer, IIM Ahmedabad, MBA and all that. In STEM, they don't learn anything except in a few premier colleges. Then where do they learn? They go to Amirpet. I don't know if you've seen Amirpet. Next slide, please, or next 2 slides. Okay, this is where they learn. Next slide. One more. One more, please. Look at these great buildings in Osmania University campus. Okay, the generous Nawab gave us so much of 2,000 acres of land. Okay, the best architects. Now, no learning happens here. Learning happens there. Right? Dingy rooms, 10 by 10 room. Okay, the resources given are a fraction of what happens here. Still, and even after that, what do? They lie on the resume. I know Python. I know Phalana. Right? Interviews given by somebody else. Okay, my friend, he will give the interview. Tu mere liye interview de de, shaam ko daru pilaunga. Okay, that's what happens. I've also seen people have given this wrong interviews, but I tell you the magic. After all this guy gets a job. He will take help in the job of coding for a month. After 3 months, he learns. Why? At this stage, he decided to learn. All this while, his father's money he wasted in college, in Amirpet. He went through dirty tricks to get interview and pass the interview. But ultimately, you don't get your salary if you don't do your job, no? So, same person, same student. When the mind is locked, no learning happened. When he realized that nothing can happen, then learning starts. It's not just here, right? If you look at other sectors, next slide, please. If you look at other sectors, entrepreneurs, Ravindra Baiju, do you know this guy's name? Byju's, okay? He doesn't have a BEd, he is not a trained teacher, but he started a company which is in billions, okay? 1 lakh crore and more valuation. Superstar teachers get 1 crore, 10 crore salaries in this Narayanas and Chaitanyas and Akashas. The entrepreneurs know more than the best student or the best professors. And if you measure with money, this is it. Why? They understand one thing: generate interest. Do not talk till interest is generated. Or take language learning. We have many people coming from North India, coming to Hyderabad. They cannot learn Telugu. If they are in Chennai, they will say Hindi Oliga. If we go to Bangalore, we will say Kannada Beku. Hyderabad, we are very happy and nice, we don't ask. 2 generations, they don't learn Telugu. But if they were a trader, they say, sir, Telugu is very difficult to learn. I am in my 20s. We can only learn a language before puberty, not after that. A lot of research also happens. No, before puberty, language acquisition skills are great. But if you are a trader, a Marwadi, right? Or you are a Bora trader from Gujarat, you come at 25, by 27 you are speaking Telugu like this. Why? If you speak Telugu, you get more business. If there is motivation, you learn. IAS officers learn new languages at the age of 27, 28, IPS officers. Why? How can they learn a language after puberty? That too, they are very good. If you see some of them speak, they come from North India, but chaste Telugu they can speak. Why? Their course requires them to pass the language. If you have motivation, you can learn. If you do not have motivation, you will get 1,000 excuses. So I will give my last slide and end, sir. My submission to all the learned people is only this: please introspect. We are spending huge resources on the supply side, right? But it's like, we are taking water from Godavari, pouring into a vessel which is fully covered. The water does not go into the vessel at all. Unless and until we unlock, unless and until the pull happens, no amount of supply side resources are going to reach the destination. So if I have one learning from ancient Indian pedagogy, which has kind of generated and sustained a very rich knowledge which Rani Sadasivamurthy Garu told us earlier, it is one thing. We have to understand that learning occurs only when students are ready. There is no point in being despondent. See, if you look at a mammal and a human being, a mammal's learning is very limited. It learns how to hunt, what to eat, what not to eat, and it is sorted. We make our children go through so much of learning. It is their defense mechanism. We say Laghavam in Sanskrit. They want comfort, therefore they bring their body to the class but not their mind, because all of that in their mind is useless. Only when we can motivate the students why it is good for them is any learning going to happen. Right? This is my submission. So we need to understand why it's not happening, why these people have lies on their resumes, why they do fraud in interview, because they are trying to find Laghavam. They are trying to find a shortcut to comfort. So our duty, I submit, is to generate interest. With that, I rest, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, with your wonderful presentation. It was very informative, and there are so many examples and very informative session. We enjoyed it, and I think our audience are well received this session. And once again, and thank you for being with us to present your research work with us. Thank you very much, sir. So moving towards our next speaker, I would like to introduce Professor V. Sudhakarji, former Dean IFLU, Hyderabad, and member General Body of NCTC. It is my privilege to Dr. Sudhakar is currently working. So please, I request you to deliver his talk now, please.
Thank you, Chairman of this session. And I must thank Professor Mrinalini for giving me this great opportunity. I have come with some specific purpose here. The title of the session, the title of the conference, very interesting theme: interpretation of knowledge, interpretation of ancient knowledge systems. Then when I started exploring on this, I realized that Indian knowledge systems is rooted in ethical and moral philosophy. This is the argument I would like to make today. Unfortunately, universities where we are working, we are in our understanding of knowledge itself is very, very narrow. The way we understand disciplines of knowledge, and when we think about what is knowledge, we always try to look at from the standards point of view. What is observable, what is measurable, what can be validated, what not. We have certain criteria to say that this is knowledge and this is not knowledge. This kind of justificatory mechanisms to say that this is truth, this is not truth, that kind of demarcation, such kind of principles which we operate in our institutions regularly, have damaged our academic culture. This is the argument I am placing before you. Friends, for most of us, knowledge is neutral. Knowledge is objective. We think in terms of efficiency. Even in the morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor was also talking about outcome-based education. We are trying to reduce everything in terms of outcomes. This is a very big tragedy in this country. There is a lot of reductionism. We are trying to reduce everything to certain outcomes. In other words, we play with industrial, managerial metaphors and try to, implement such philosophy, industrial philosophy and managerial philosophy into the system of education and pedagogy. Friends, this kind of understanding of knowledge is very narrow. Because of such knowledge which we have celebrating in our departments and schools of universities, we are not able to move forward. The failure of entire education system can be attributed to our misunderstanding about what knowledge is. Since we have borrowed most of the ideas about what is knowledge from the West, from the so-called modernist models, which we have been adopted from the Europe, making us killing our imagination itself. This is a kind of violence. This mostly we say this is a epistemological violence, which is happening in the universities, in the classrooms, the way we train students. If you look at any PhD thesis, you find all statistical procedures, lot of rhetoric of arguments, blah, 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 and ultimately we say that this is the knowledge which the researcher has produced. This kind of culture of generating knowledge, evaluating knowledge, it has been damaging our universities and institutions of higher education. Friends, most importantly, this kind of understanding of knowledge, which we need to be very reflective and critical, it is alienating from our own self. I am going away from myself. This kind of alienation, the kind of gap which is existing in our institutions, that creates a lot of disturbance within yourself, and it disturbs not only yourself but your relations with others. Friends, the kind of distance which we have between students and institutions and students and teachers, you can attribute to this narrow understanding of knowledge. What I want to say here is, how to look at an alternative. I just want to look at my own culture, my own ethos, my own philosophy, my own country. Can it offer any kind of wisdom to me? Can it offer anything to me to think about what knowledge is? If you look at in India, most of the questions which philosophers and sages were asking, very pertinent questions, very philosophical questions. How should I live? It may be a very simple question, but it has a deep philosophical significance. Friends, a questions related to how should I live, what ought to do, and what is a good life. Some of these questions look very simple, but the semantic and the meaning spaces around the words are highly potential. Friends, knowledge, if you look at knowledge, is, most of us, we still believe that knowledge is in the text. Knowledge is outside. The text is outside. But when you create a text within yourself, okay, your own text, it becomes knowledge. In other sense, how do you create your own text? You create a text when you experience something. What is happening in the Western way of knowledge, the system of knowledge which we practice today, we try to distinguish between ourselves and the object of investigation. When you are studying different culture, different people, different objects, different events, different relations, when you make a binary division between yourself and others, the other, that kind of binary division creates a false consciousness. This is a very dangerous way of understanding knowledge. Friends, when I look at some of the wonderful stories in Upanishads, I am not a scholar in Sanskrit. I must confess sincerely that I am nothing before so many stalwarts here who are sitting here. When Yajnavalkya was in the court of Janaka, facing so many pandits like this, they were asking number of questions to Yajnavalkya. He was answering each and every question. It's a great quote. You know, ancient India, debates and discussions were happening even in secretariats. That's the wonderful situations. We had that kind of intellectual legacy throughout, till maybe 14th, 15th centuries. And some girls were also very curious. They were all serious sages. Among them, there was one very serious-minded sage. You might heard about her, Gargi Vachaknavi. She was asking a series of questions to Yajnavalkya. Maybe 3,000, 5,000 years back history, I don't know. It's very difficult to trace out when they were existing. But such kind of intellectual spaces were in India. and we need to draw lessons from that. And she was raising philosophical questions, cosmological questions. She was asking Yajnavalkya, what is that I should know? By knowing that, everything can be known. It was a very serious philosophical question. This question was raised long ago. So many bygone years. How? So many sages were trying to grappling how to answer this kind of question. Yajnavalkya started answering. Gargi was participating. I don't go into the entire discourse, what happened in that court. But ultimately, Yajnavalkya recognized this, the kind of enlightenment of that girl, Gargi, and appreciated her and saluted her. And, you know, that was the kind of very different kind of space of learning where, you know, people used to respect each other, mutual respect, honesty, whatnot, though it was a competition. When even Yajnavalkya, see, because the question of knowledge, when it comes to the knowledge, people started exploring. Gargi started exploring what is the knowledge. What is that knowledge which I should know so that I can know everything about this cosmic creation? You know, such a wonderful question. And one more lady, his own wife. There are so many stories in Upanishads which you know. Maitreyi. When Yajnavalkya completed all his stages of life and he wanted to renunciate, he wanted to go to the final stage of his life, and he decided to divide his entire possessions and whatever property he had, material property. He called two of his wives, Maitreyi and Katyayani, and he has asked them, I want to divide my property to both of you before I am going out of this kind of mundane life. And this is the thing which I want to do, I want to divide. Then Maitreyi was asking very serious questions. Okay, my dear husband, Yajnavalkya, you can give me a property, no issue. But how can you make me immortal? You see, is entire property, if I possess, can I become immortal? Is it possible? You know, she was asking a series of questions related to jnana, that inquisitiveness to know. Material possessions are not important, but want to know this. This knowing is a very sacred process, very spiritual process. That knowing and what is known, some of these issues which are related to, you know, epistemology and knowledge, very, very potential in ancient Indian texts. Friends, what I want to say, the other thing is, the entire epistemology in India, we can call it as a relational kind of epistemology. Relational kind of it is not an individual epistemology. If you look at the West also always look at individual, how to make individual. The entire neoliberal market celebrates individualism. You know, individual becomes the authority to say what is true knowledge and what is not true knowledge. But when you come to the context of India, the knowledge is relational. You see, this relational knowledge, which is a very important aspect of Indian, if you look at how ancient Indians looked at the nature, ancient wisdom, Indian wisdom says that we have come to this world with certain responsibilities. You see, you have not come to this world just like that. You have some responsibility to perform. You have certain obligations. You see, you have life because you have certain responsibilities and obligations which you need to fulfill. First thing is the nature itself. The nature itself which has given you birth, you have an obligation to respect this nature. You see, that is the dialogue. The dialogues which have series of dialogues which you find in Upanishadic literature, with man-woman's dialogue with the nature, you know, very wonderful conversations which you have, how they have, you know, addressed nature. Nature, most of us, we still assume that nature is very static entity, but it's not. Sri Aurobindo also talks about the consciousness in matter, how the matter consciousness, how it gets transformed into super consciousness, the beautiful evolution and devolution theory which he talks about in his philosophical treatises. Friends, nature, that Kalidasa's beautiful character which you know, Shakuntala, you know, Shakuntala, when he was going towards his beloved king, she was traveling to that kingdom. Beautiful stories, songs which Kalidasa, you know, composed. How she talks to plants, birds, you know, how birds again talks to, you know, Shakuntala. It's a very wonderful, you know, kind of dialogues you find. You see, knowledge, where is knowledge, you know? Knowledge is in such kind of experiential accounts. Knowledge is, you know, when you look at the other as spiritual and divine, and you are what you have, what outside, in every object which you look at, the nature when you look at, it all connected. This is all cosmic consciousness. That kind of idea, you know, which it gives Kalidasa Shakuntala. Friends, there are many things which, many stories, many dialogues which reveal what knowledge is in ancient Indian texts. When Satyakama, son of Jabali, when he went to Gautama's school for admission, Satyakama's guru Gautama told him that you find out your roots, to which clan you belong to, from which family you belong to. Please tell me so that I can admit you in my school. Then Satyakama goes to his mother and asks her mother, Jabali, Mother, who is my father? Who is my father? To which clan, which caste or which group does he belong to? Then Jabali says, my son, I don't know. Your father died when I was young. I got married when I was young, and you were born, and your father died. I don't know about his clan. I don't know about his caste. Nothing. And please tell Gautama, go back and tell Gautama that your name is Satyakama and you are son of Jabali. Then this little boy goes to Gautama's ashram and tells him that, Sir, I am Satyakama, son of Jabali. And he tells the truth. Then Gautama accepts him. See, why I am saying this is, when a guru like Gautama, the great philosopher and sage, when he accepted this little boy, he was not looking into his clan, his caste, nothing. He was just considering whether he is speaking truth or not. That is the criteria for admission. He got admission because of that. And when Gautama told him that I am giving you 100 cows, and you go to forest with these 100 cows and come back with 1,000 cows, then this boy, little boy, he went to forest with 100 cows. After many years, he comes back to Gautama's ashram with 1,000 cows. and his face was glowing that time. Friends, see, when this little boy Gautama was in the forest, the nature, the Agni, the Vayu, whatnot, the entire nature which is around him, he learned from that vibrations, and from that vibrations he got some kind of enlightenment. But when he comes back to Gautama, I have learnt many things in my life, but still something is remained, that is Guru's enlightenment. I request my Gautama, please enlighten me. That is the final thing which I want to learn from you. Thank you very much. The knowledge like this goes on in the Upanishads. Wonderful stories. I request all of you, please read continuously, engage with the sacred texts, and bring them into the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation. Now I request our chair to felicitate our two speakers. So first I request to felicitate Sri Sivasenani Nooriji for his wonderful presentation. So we have two set of our conference proceedings and along with the Bhagavad Gita. Please, sir, please, it is our honor to felicitate Sri Sivasenani Nooriji. Now I request our chair to felicitate the next speaker. Professor V. Sudhakarji. Now I request our chair to give your presentation along with the presidential remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Sanjeev ji, when I was about to get onto the stage, was asking me to preside over and give my remarks in the end. At that time I did not know the conspiracy. Now I understand. He probably wanted to give me the shortest of the time, and as a chair I'll be compelled to keep to the time. I think actually when Swami Vivekananda said that you cannot teach philosophy to people who are hungry, he was attending this session actually. You are hungry, we cannot teach any more philosophy to you. And the title itself is highly philosophical. We are talking about epistemology, and people are again and again going into those epistemological questions. And the topic that is given to me, it is already written in the paper, is future directions of IKS. In the morning too, people were saying that now for the last 2-3 years, IKS is the buzzword, everyone is using the word IKS. But I think we should all know that IKS is not coming newly into this bus discussion. It was always there from the time the colonizers, the Britishers, wanted to give their education to us. My organization's name is Indica. we are going to organize a conference in March 2025. The title of the conference is Emergence, Evolution and Impact of IKS through the Resistance to Colonization. As a resistance to colonization, as a process of decolonization, IKS started way back when the university system started in this country. Actually, when some of you go to an Ayurvedic doctor, you are already going to an IKS place. When was this Ayurveda being practiced? Is it from the last 1 or 2 years only? From decades Ayurveda was already there, and we were going to that IKS area. During COVID, people were talking about how in China, where people suspect the whole COVID started, they were not relying more on vaccination or Western medicine. They were using TMC, Chinese traditional medicine, CTM, in their hospitals. Even in India, even now, I meet many auto rickshaw people and laborers in the street. They keep telling me, साहब मैं कुछ भी नहीं किया, काढ़ा पीते गया, सब कुछ ठीक हो गया, ये वैक्सीनेशन सब बकवास है. All this is IKS. Let us not keep concentrating only on Upanishads, Vedas, Vedanta, and say that alone is IKS. IKS is there in the newspaper announcements when you see that a certain farmer has been doing organic agriculture and using organic manure and organic pesticides. He was giving such a great amount of production. He was actually doing IKS in agriculture area. When you see tribal people, forest dwelling people selling medicine in the streets and people going to them more than going to the other allopathic doctors, we are able to see the IKS of Vanavasi traditions of this country. IKS of Vanavasi traditions, IKS of villages, IKS in all the folk communities. This word ethno-medicine was always used in cultural and anthropology departments. They used to use the word indigenous knowledge systems to that. Indigenous knowledge systems included ethno-medicine of Africans, ethno-medicine of Amazon people, South American people, and in India, actually many people go to Unani doctors in near Charminar or in Vengalrao Nagar. There are 2 Unani hospitals. This Unani medicine is very ancient in Arabia. It was always there. All these knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge systems, always existed. What is going to be the future of the world is gradually what is mainstream knowledge system inside the universities is going to take a back seat, and all these indigenous knowledge systems are going to take the front seat. Why this is happening? You are able to see, particularly in the area of medicine, there is so much of disenchantment with the modern medical system. The side effects, the chemicals. Even those who go to beauty parlors are worried about the chemicals. That is why you have so much of advertisement of IKS beauty parlors. They don't call them IKS. They call them organic cosmetics, organic beauty treatment, herbal treatment, all that. But you see in any beauty parlor who is asking for chemicals, and the advertisement even for toothpaste nowadays is that no chemicals please. So all this is ringing alarming bells to the modern systems of knowledge. They are already knowing it. That is why they are so much worried and afraid of Ramdev Baba. That is why they made him apologize in the Supreme Court. They wanted to threaten, they wanted to terrorize, because they are already able to see that IKS is going to take over in every area. Every IKS system, IKS is not in the elite educational areas of the universities. IKS is there in the practical areas, professional education. We today call professional education, who is going to professional education? Are they going to professional education more, or to the philosophy department of a university, which is attracting more applications? Professional education. And that professional education was in the potter's house, in the carpenter's house, it was in the blacksmith's house. So all that we don't call education, we today call a uneducated hai, was the actual educated. And that realization comes when you broaden the scope of IKS beyond metaphysics, beyond all these elite aspects of philosophy and all that. Actually, inside the university IKS meetings, I always talk in favor of humanities departments to lead, and I always talk about how philosophy department, which is the king of kings. Philosophy king of kings है कि नहीं? बताइए, हम हैदराबाद में हैं, हम देखने में बोलना चाहिए, मैं देखने में पूछ रहा हूँ, है कि नहीं? हाँ, फिलॉसफी डिपार्टमेंट किंग ऑफ किंग्स है, उसमें 40 सीट्स है तो 6 एप्लीकेशंस मिलते हैं. फिजिक्स में 40 सीट्स है तो 6000 एप्लीकेशंस मिलते हैं. इंजीनियरिंग में हम 10 लाख सीट बनाते हैं, उसके ऊपर भी एप्लीकेशंस आते हैं, है ना? मगर फिलॉसफी इज द डिग्री दैट यू आर ऑल गेटिंग एज द हाईएस्ट डिग्री. योर हाईएस्ट डिग्री इज कॉल्ड डॉक्टर ऑफ philosophy. But when you actually go onto the university campus, philosophy department is the untouchable department. Untouchable street है, untouchable area है. जब फंडिंग आना है, ग्रांट्स आना है, तो बहुत कम ग्रांट्स मिलते हैं फिलॉसफी डिपार्टमेंट को, ह्यूमैनिटी स्कूल को. सारे ग्रांट्स साइंसेस में, टेक्नोलॉजी में चले जाते हैं. जब एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल मीटिंग में बैठते हैं ना, जब फिलॉसफी आदमी उठता है, बैठो बैठो बोलते हैं, ग्रांट्स कोई नहीं देता है. इसलिए आई हैव बीन आस्किंग पीपल टू प्रायोरिटाइज ह्यूमैनिटी स्कूल्स. आई एम अ ह्यूमैनिटीज मैन, आई कम फ्रॉम अ लिटरेचर डिपार्टमेंट, सो डोंट थिंक दैट आई एम sidelining humanities, but I just want to remind all of you for the next 2 days that let us not be completely blinded and think that ये uneducated है ना, ये uneducated ही बीटेक में है, ये uneducated ही मेडिसिन में है. जो डॉक्टर, हम वनवासी डॉक्टर को रोड में देखते हैं ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको? ये uneducated आदमी है. वो उसी uneducated पर्सन जब इंग्लिश uneducated मेडिसिन लेता है तो बहुत बड़ा बन जाता है. So let us recognize that all the so-called professional education was the majority education, is going to be the majority education, and it has to be focused upon. And all the traditional knowledge systems of Africa, South America, China, and all the countries of the world, Arabia, everywhere, all the indigenous knowledge systems are going to get revived. The present mainstream education is going to take the back seat. That is the future direction. But it is not possible for that education not to depend on the modern education, because it is the crutch. The modern education is the crutch. For example, Himalaya company, it sells Live 52 the maximum. But if you go to their website, they show their published articles on Live 52's efficacy, and all the methodology followed for Live 52's efficacy being proved are in the modern medical methodology, clinical research methodology, double-blinded system, everything that is followed in the modern clinical research method they follow. And there is no BAMS course in this country where modern anatomy is not taught. All the indigenous knowledge systems now today are compelled to use the modern epistemology, modern methodology. That is why recently in Kerala they invited me to a workshop, a conference there. Do you know the title? We are talking of epistemology. Their title is The Epistemological Violence on Ayurveda. It is a violence. It is a violence because you are asking a system, an indigenous knowledge system, to follow the methods and thinking, the epistemological, metaphysical and ontological foundations of a totally alien system. That is a violence. Ayurveda is facing this violence, and it is actually trying to prove itself to be right through that alien system. So that violence, this conference, the title is saying that we have to overcome that violence, we have to counter that violence, we have to fight the violence of the Western methodology. We, all the students sitting here and the teachers sitting here should know that research methodology books were there for Ayurveda with the name called Tantra Yuktis. And you might be surprised to know that the Tantra Yuktis, books on Tantra Yuktis include chapters on how to write the dissertation also. Way back, centuries back, Tantra Yuktis books have given research methodology that way. But no one in the present university system is saying that there is Anvikshaki, the research methodology of India, there is Tantra Yuktis, the research methodology from here. So, to overcome the violence, epistemological violence that all the indigenous knowledge systems are facing, we will have to go to our own methodologies, and this methodology has to be taught. And it is very fortunate that a college of education has taken up this topic. We conducted a conference in Ujjaini on pedagogy, education as a IKS area, as an IKS area. Actually, we want to collaborate with this College of Education, Osmania University College of Education. Mrinalini Madam, even if you are retired, we are not going to leave you. We are going to make you work for our IKS area of pedagogy, Indian pedagogy. And this conference, though it is focusing on many other areas, because it is coming from College of Education, our Nori Ji was also speaking about pedagogy, and our Sudhakar Garu also was speaking from the examples of Upanishads with a pedagogical perspective. So ultimately everything comes back to pedagogy only, though people do not look at B.Ed colleges or M.Ed colleges as the places to go. Only school teacher aspirants go there. Universities are not giving a higher place to B.Ed, M.Ed colleges. This conference, I think, will make colleges of education as the top places to go. B.Ed, M.Ed colleges as the top places to go, because the entire education system is facing a crisis. Prime ministers are going to ask the world, ask the entire society, ask the intellectuals, please give us a new alternative pedagogy, because the present pedagogy has completely failed, pathetically failed. So please give us. When they ask our colleges, our B.Ed and M.Ed colleges for this, already our present B.Ed M.Ed syllabus is completely rotten. We are also looking for something alternative. So IKS is going to give, IKS pedagogy is going to give that alternative. From the colleges of education, all the prime ministers will get a solace in future. That is the future direction. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपके अध्यक्षीय भाषण में आईकेएस फ्यूचर डायरेक्शन के लिए करके जो उद्बोधन जो मिला है। अवश्य ही इस कार्यक्रम की एक सफलता में एक मील का पत्थर होगा कि आप आपका जो निर्देश है वो उसका अनुपालन करते हुए इस कार्यक्रम को हम आगे बढ़ाते रहेंगे। और इस कार्यक्रम में आप अध्यक्षता वहन करने के लिए हम अत्यंत आभार प्रकट करते हैं। और इसी के साथ इस कार्यक्रम में दो वक्ताओं के रूप में डॉक्टर शिवसेनानी नूरी जी ने जो पेपर प्रेजेंट किया उनके लिए भी हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं। और उसी प्रकार प्रोफेसर वी सुधाकर जी का भी हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं उनका ज्ञान मूल्य इनके योगदान के लिए। तो इस सत्र का हम यहाँ पर समापन करते हैं। तो नेक्स्ट सेशन 3 बजे। सो वी कंक्लूडिंग दिस सेशन हियर and we are taking break for lunch. All are requested to assemble by 3 o'clock for our next session. Thank you very much for all. तो इस कार्यक्रम के सभा के अध्यक्षता का वहन करने के लिए आज हमारे बीच में उपस्थित है आदरणीय आचार्य श्री नीरजा जी, आर्ष शोध संस्थान हैदराबाद से उपस्थित हैं। आचार्य जी को मैं सविनय आग्रह करता हूं कि वो मंच पर आकर के अपना आसन ग्रहण कर ले। Today we have distinguished scholars and we have Professor Dr. Anjaneyulu, Registrar Mallareddy University. So I request Professor Anjaneyulu to come to the dais and take his seat. हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर के वरलक्ष्मी जी उपस्थित हैं, उस्मानिया विश्वविद्यालय के संस्कृत अकादमी से। तो महोदया जी से निवेदन है कि वो आकर के जी हमारे बीच में आचार्य शक्तिनंदन वैदिक जी उपस्थित हैं। आचार्य श्री जी से निवेदन है कि वो आके मंच पर अपना आसन ग्रहण करें। मैडम आइए। इसी सत्र में पेपर प्रस्तुत करने के लिए हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर चंद्रकांत भाशिंगर जी उपस्थित हैं। तो आपसे निवेदन है कि आप मंच पर आकर के अपना आसन ग्रहण कर लें। और इस सत्र में ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से हमारे बीच में श्री कमलेश चंद्र जी उपस्थित रहेंगे। उसी प्रकार डॉक्टर संदीप डोंगरे जी भी उपस्थित रहेंगे। आपको भी ऑनलाइन सत्र में आपका स्वागत करता हूं। और इस सत्र में हमारे बीच में IIT हैदराबाद से प्रोफेसर राघवन जी उपस्थित होंगे ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से। जूम सेशन शुरू हो गया क्या अपना? जूम ओके सर, जूम लिंक शुरू कर लीजिए। हाँ कुछ एरर है क्या कुछ? ये जूम लिंक शुरू हो गया? हाँ, कैन यू हियर मी सर? सर प्रोफेसर मोहन राघवन सर, कैन यू हियर मी? Nobody is there, I think. हो ऑलरेडी चल रहा है, जूम मीटिंग चल रहा है, ज्वाइन हुए सर, राघवन सर ज्वाइन हुए ऑलरेडी। हाँ, उनका स्क्रीन शेयर हो रहा है ऑलरेडी। हाँ, ओके राइट। हाँ, इट्स माय प्रिविलेज टू इंट्रोड्यूस प्रोफेसर मोहन राघवन सर। हेलो सर, कैन यू हियर मी सर? Okay, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Mohan Raghavan ji. He is associate professor and head of the department Heritage Science and Technology, India Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. Professor Mohan Raghavan is founding head of the department of Heritage Science and Technology at IIT Hyderabad, a unique interdisciplinary department that seeks to use science and technology to serve heritage industries and professionals. His research at the department revolves around the data science and systems for design heritage experience systems and digital yoga studies. He had keen interested in mechanic basic of yoga and Ayurveda from the perspective of philosophy. He is particularly focused on compiling the curating heritage database of tangible and intangible heritage assets. His research on curation, mathematical analysis and visualization of a broad range of Indic heritage, tangible and intangible. He has recently co-authored the textbook of Elements of Indian Knowledge Systems and Heritage, a book first principles for the researchers in IKS and heritage areas. With this short introduction, I request Professor Raghavan to deliver his talk in this session. Please, Raghavan sir. Hello sir, your PPT is visible for us. You are not audible sir. Any problem with audio? One second sir, we have some problem with our audio system. I request Hello, sir. Raghavan, sir. ना ना म्यूट नहीं है, वो अनम्यूट ही है.
Raghavan sir, we can hear you. Oh, okay, nice. So then it must be an issue with the speakers. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Raghavan, sir. Can you speak? Hello.
ऑडियो आउटपुट ऑडियो
Zoom link audio. Okay, sir. Raghavan, sir. Raghavan, sir, can you hear us? Hear me? Yeah. Please, sir. Please. We request you to start the your session, sir. Please. Yeah. No, you are audible, sir. Perfect, sir. Please go ahead, sir. We are following, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah. We are following you, sir.
Multiple goals of the education system currently that are personal, cultural goals, economic, social reasons.
Excuse me, sir. Raghavan, sir. We request you to please. Excuse me, sir. Raghavan, sir, can you hear? Excuse me. Sir, please, sir, conclude, sir. So, due to our time limit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. So, you focused various aspects of the IKS for the research oriented, and you show the various basic idea about the composite picture about the IKS for the further research area. So we thank you very much for the being with us for online. So moving towards our next speaker, I would like to call Professor Dr. Anjaneyulu ji. So this is a brief introduction to Professor Anjaneyulu. Sir is the Indian Civil Service, retired Indian Civil Service officer. He worked as additional secretary to the Government of India and belonging to the 85 batch of Indian Defence Account Services. During an illustration career of 35 years, he has received various central government officer, various ministries across the country, different capitals, and has the experience administration. Dr. Anjaneyulu holds the various degrees from the eminent institutes such as MSc from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, and the ancient honor to have sir. Sir is going to speak on our Chandrayaan journey. Sir has worked on Chandrayaan mission, so it is our honor to have sir in this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. సభకు సభాధ్యక్షులకు సభాసదులకు మీ అందరకు నా మనస్సుమాంజలులు. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's very difficult to make you awake after a heavy lunch which I had also, but let me try what best I can do. Our Professor Saab has talked about various disciplines in the Indian knowledge system. Before that, we see Indian knowledge system where the director A.B. Shukla is my mentor, which we worked on the Indian knowledge system last almost 40 years. It is available. Only thing, now the government of India has given a formal shape to you, so that in the universities also today we are teaching all the allied subjects along with the main branches of knowledge. This is as per your NEP 2020. I would like to take this thing, stage to thank Professor A.B. Shukla, Dr. Sanjeev, and Professor Mrinalini, who has invited me for this beautiful auditorium. I have seen those people who have done backside. They have done everything very, very meticulously. Every branch of knowledge is there on the screen. Number one, you can take here Patanjali Yoga. Can I use that mic? I'll be more flexible. Patanjali, Ayurveda, then Aryabhatta, astronomy, then you have Vedic astrology, and you have other side the modern techniques. These branches have been integrated as a knowledge in India. The Macaulay system has broken down, and today what we see, English. Without English, you can't do much. My point is, learn English. We are not against any language, but don't forget your basics. The purpose of my presentation, I have done extensive research on one of the
Vedic sciences, that is Jyotish Shastra. Jyotish Shastra is nothing but astronomy, spherical astronomy, and applying this principle to predicting the forecasting the events. If you apply the rules and regulations, you can see very clearly. My small presentation here, I've done on Chandrayaan project. We have done so many activities. I would like to show some of the activities of Chandrayaan. The first slide, please. Make it. First, I would like to see astronomical perspective. Then I will see the astrological perspective. These are the people, the fathers, forefathers of Indian space program. Vikram Sarabhai, and then we have brought APJ from ISRO to DRDO. He is called as Missile Man. Technologically, he has developed Science and Technology Department, integrated DRDO with the mainstream, and those things which we are going to see. Now let us see a small thing. I put down below a small caption. Our space program, when it has been started, we thought we will get some knowledge from America or other European countries. A beautiful cartoon. Just go back to the cartoon. I would like to show the cartoon. We will knock at the NASA or the American Space Research Organization. They say you are buffaloes. Don't come here. That is in 2014. Now, after your Chandrayaan project, where are they? What are they? After your Mangalyaan project, what are they? Intelligence is nobody's property. It is yours. It is yours. You are part and parcel of India. As youngsters, you should take challenge, take it to the right cause. Then you will make the things happen. It happened, it happens also. This we should not take it lightly. All this mechanical system broken down your basic system and made this, and they are making this buffalo. Now we can say they are white cows. Okay, we can say we are successful. When the success is behind you, all will follow you. Even sometimes if they hard there and failure, they will follow you. Let us see the success story. This is the Department of Space where the organization runs today all the space programs. Next one. Chandrayaan program is called as Indian Lunar Exploration Program. It has been done by the ISRO. ISRO is pioneering organization, and they have done this particular organization. And we see the mission, what is being done. Next one. This is the money involved here. It's not 1 rupee, 2 rupee. 1 rupee, 2 rupee, you can do anything. Its first project is 425 crores. Second one, 972, 78, 615, third one. All are successful. I say all are successful. Why failures happen, we'll see. Next one. This is basically started with PSLV, the space launch vehicle, where our APJ has brought the technology and made that one successful to launch your spacecraft and rockets into the space. This is the one starting mission 2000. Next one. This is where your solar system, when you want to go out of it, out of Earth, you need to see various nuances of gravitational forces applying in space. It is complete galaxy. In the galaxy, you are the small one. Solar system is one smaller system. Like that, so many are there. But this is the one. This is our system because we live in it. Okay, third planet is Earth. Now you have to go from here to moon. Other things we'll forget. From here to go to moon, can you go straight away travel? No, certainly not. Gravitational force. You have to go along with the gravitational force. When you go along with the gravitational force, your satellites, your rockets will not fail. They will go along the energy. That's why your Mangalyaan mission is so popular, because we have used the gravitational force of Mars to go to that place. Like that we have also used it here. Between Earth and thing, this one how it goes. It doesn't straight away go. First it takes orbit around the Earth, take the last one, least resistance, from there it ejects into the interstellar space. From the interstellar space, go to the right satellite. Satellite means moon is a satellite to us. So even it doesn't go straight away go to the moon's surface. It acclimatizes itself around moon surface, goes down, 100 kilometers. Then also you will have a lot of nuances to land onto the moon. Then slowly, finally, Project 3, Chandrayaan 3 has soft landed on, let's see the first video, small video, 2 minutes, will not take much time. I'll be in time, I will not bore you much. Launching.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I will not show entire thing, I'll just show only one glimpse. Takes off, takes into space.
Stage performance normal before tracking. L1 can stay united.
Separation.
Plus 2 minutes. L1 can stage performance normal. The stages are separated. Fluid guidance initiated.
This is where in the space it's been seen like that. Now it will be separated. This is the satellite. Goes on to the moon surface, going to be land up onto the moon surface. I will show that one also later. This is how the journey of moon started. Yeah, just go to the this is Chandrayaan number 1. It has been launched on 22/10/2008. The details I am giving you, what is the importance of the details, I will show you a little later. Completed. First one, partial success, but we found water on the surface of the moon. And it's proven fact today by NASA scientists also, everyone. Costed you 425 crores initially. Next one, it has 312 days completed. Next one. Next slide, please. Chandrayaan 2, though after partial successful of Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2 has been launched, starting with 425, but we have small problems because Americans and Russians didn't give the technology. So we have to do ourselves our own technology. It has been finally launched in 2000. Next one. 2013. Launch failure happened because the Russians has not given the transfer the technology to us, but later our own scientists have done and it has been launched 2019. And here what you see, people say that it's a failure because it has hard landed. We didn't know the technology. The rocket has gone and hit the surface of the moon and broken down, but its orbiter around the moon, it still exists, and it helped us in the launch of Chandrayaan 3, and still it is there. It is a partial success, we say. Only landing we have a problem. We didn't have, somehow we didn't have hard landing technology. Next one we see in the Chandrayaan 3. 23 it has been done with 615 crores, but delayed. This also delayed, but let us see what happened. Next one. It has been landed successfully on this moon surface. The reason is the failures has been taken, and our people used the parachute technology to land our satellite safely on the surface of the moon. That's how it has happened, and completely that particular time and everything has gone very well in the annals of Indian space history. 23rd August 2023, it has been landed. Okay. After that, this is the Prime Minister and landing place. Next one. These are the technologies what we have been seeing. Next one. Various technologies into the propulsion module. Next one. This is the landing of the lander complete. From here, your Pragyan rover will come out. This has come out and safely landed. Please show this also, a small one. Play the video. You can see very clearly how it has been soft landed on the surface of the moon. You can see this is the complete image, how it is going, avoiding the craters, guiding itself to the right place. Yes, it is going to land up very, 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 very. You see the shadow also. This is the technology after somebody denied you. Somebody denied you. We have developed the technology. And I see this is not our audio. This is the audio video done by NASA, because they want to see when it is going to failure. Not that they are expecting you success, but we made it success and seen. This place has been named by our Prime Minister on the name of Shiva. Shiva Shaktistan has been named on this thing. This is your Indian picture, some of the pictures. Next one. These are the footprints on the surface of the moon. Next one. Now, this is the one which I have told. What is the importance that I am trying to bring from IKS, Indian Knowledge System? What is relevant? I have shown you everywhere the time and place when it has been launched, how this has been launched. Is a small, I will not bore you much, most of the people doesn't know astrology or astronomy. I would like to give you glimpses of it. Next one. Chile, next. Chile, next. Chile, go to the astrological, पीछे आ गए, you come back, go back only. Next. Astrological perspective, astronomical perspective and astrological perspective. एक slide होगा देख लो. No, astrological perspective होगा देख लो. One more slide होगा नीचे. Oh, this one, just next slide. Next. Now see, this is one which I will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Astrology, Jyotishastra. What is Jyotishastra? Jyotishastra is nothing but science of stars. Science of stars means how the gravitational influences working on the mundane affairs. Jyotishastra talks about 3 angles. One is mathematical, second one is astronomical, third one is predictive portion. Without these two, nothing is going to happen. Our Professor Saab touched upon astronomical aspect slightly. I have just shown you something. Now, when you see this thing, the starting of any event, we talk with a muhurta. That muhurta is nothing but auspicious time. Auspicious time is derived based on the various planetary configuration in the 12 signs and 27 nakshatras. Take appropriate sign as an ascendant, appropriate nakshatra as the starting point, and time is the starting. So these 3 parameters are positive. You are going to get your project launch successful. That is the one I have shown you the details there itself. Launch details. So we have created the charts. Next one. These are the charts which has been done. Based on this thing, what we see, ascendant lagna should be positive. 10th house means work, where you work, should be positive. If these 2 are positive, then you will get successful in that particular event. Next one. Like this, Chandrayaan 1. Next. These are the astrological analysis. Lagna should be perfect, D9 should be perfect, and 10th house should be perfect. If these are perfect, the launch should be perfect. The work should be perfect. Chandrayaan 2 also like that. Next one. Next. So these are also like that. Chandrayaan 3. These are the things happened. Next one. Conclusion में आ जाइए. I'll explain to them. Conclusion दिखा दीजिए. Now in these 3 programs, what we have done, the scientist who knows astronomy and astrology seen why, what happened. There are certain malefic influences in the chart 2, that is Chandrayaan 2, which we couldn't able to avoid because it's already delayed. So somehow final outcome of landing is not successful, but overall outcome is very good. Whereas in Chandrayaan 3, everything is perfect, and we have launched very softly and successfully sent the photos of moon surface to the earth. This is a very, very successful story. Some people will say, no, after 14 days it died. After 14 days, the satellite died. But the light, we have given 14 days. We have given 14 days. If anything extra comes, it's a bonus to us. People don't see that thing. Those people who doesn't know, those they will not see. No, failure हो गया. मरने के पीछे पड़ जाता है. पीछे पड़ने दो, हम लोग हमारा काम करेंगे. Like that, if you can integrate Indian knowledge system with modern technology, we will able to reap the benefits to the maximum instead of getting more negative results. Negative results are going to come something or other, but positive things are going to come be more. That makes you a sense of using ancient sciences with modern sciences. Nobody bars you should not use. Use it positively, then reap the benefits. Nothing wrong. Knowledge is knowledge. It's ours. Use it. Make it. That is the purpose of Indian knowledge system enunciated by Government of India under the present Prime Minister, and the head of the division is my mentor, whom we have worked almost last 40 years with him, and we are seeing all the benefits to it. Next one. This is one celebration. We celebrated ourselves with the Indian scientists. Both men, women, all are there. Don't think that there is no woman. Half of the force is women force. Everybody is there. All put together only we have been successful. Next one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions I will answer. Any doubts? Don't go without doubts. Some of the students I have seen sleeping happily. Sleep very well, no problem. But keep your antenna. When you are sleeping, you get more knowledge. Please.
Yeah, any question, please?
One question.
Any question?
PPT is already I have given.
Yeah. We will share this PPT in our IKS group. Okay.
Yeah, you want to ask something? What?
Changes.
This more science technology question I can answer, but the amount of research goes in. I was there in Bangalore in ISRO also for some time. The amount of research done by our scientists is tremendous. What we have done we have used the parachute technology. And some story I can tell you, some people, housewives who are here, and the senior scientists of ISRO, they are working on it. It's not coming out how to make the sense, make the success. And one day she is cooking rice on the stove. You know, when you cook a rice on the stove, nowadays pressure cookers are there. Old time there is no pressure cookers. You keep the lid on top of it, ऊपर लगा देंगे ना. Then at the end of cooking, it comes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Up and down technology has been used in Chandrayaan 3. You doesn't go and hit. What happened in the phase 2? Phase 3 mein, we are slowly descending. 1 meter down, up, down. It has come down and successfully landed. That's what we call them parachute technology, what we see in the rocket technology. So that's they made it. And today it is proven throughout the world. What we can say NASA scientists today? We are buffaloes. They are white buffaloes. Buffaloes are buffaloes. Buffaloes also have intelligence. They also have the intelligence. ठीक है? Intelligence. This is your property. I'm telling you as students, you should use this technology and your intelligence. Use the technology available. Today what we call the teaching methodologies have completely changed. What we know, what we have heard is totally different. Today teaching technology is nothing but your all PPT presentation, chat GPT, IoT technology, so many things have gone. And the student doesn't have more than 8 to 10 minutes of concentration. 8 minutes में आप lesson you have to teach them. In 8 minutes, you have to keep your lesson finished. Otherwise, they will run away. Like this, so many people are run away from here. Chala gaya na? They missed it. You have to wait for it. Wait for it and get it. Get it. The burning fire on your belly should not vanquish, should not go away. Make it and success it, success it. Jindabad. All the best.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. So I request all to stand and give a big applause to give a beautiful presentation, and it is our dedication to our ISRO heroes. बहुत 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 सर सुंदर प्रेजेंटेशन रहा सर आपका. हमने जब चांद्रयान देखा था केवल एंजॉय किया था, परंतु आज हमने उसी उत्साह के साथ फिर से हमने एंजॉय अनुभव किया है. और आपके अद्भुत प्रदर्शन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. हम अनुग्रहित हुए आपके. और विशेष बात यह है कि प्लीज़ सर बैठ सकते हैं आप. चंद्रयान जैसे जो मिशन है उस मिशन में भी IKS की जो दृष्टि है, शास्त्रीय दृष्टिकोण कैसे हमारे शास्त्र ऐसे बड़े बड़े मिशंस को भी पूरा संपूर्ण करने में कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं, कि वो अपना ज्योतिष शास्त्र का योगदान को समझाते हुए हमें बहुत उपकृत किए. आपका बहुत बहुत आभार सर. सब मैं आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि सर का शॉल से सम्मान करें. और सर को किन्हीं कारणवश से बिजी होने कारण तुरंत अभी निकलना है नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए. तो आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदया से निवेदन है कि प्रोफेसर आंजनेयलु जी का स्वागत सत्कार करें. हाँ, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. और इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं नेक्स्ट या सर सर के अत्यंत बिजी शेड्यूल में भी सर ने हमें समय दिया है. बहुत बहुत आभार तदर्थ. तो कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए इसी कड़ी में हमारे बीच में संस्कृत अकादमी से प्रोफेसर के वरलक्ष्मी जी हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं. आप आज हमारे बीच में एंशिएंट इंडियन टेक्स्ट ऑन एव्स एंड मनल्स पर हमारे बीच में अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत करेंगे. और समय सीमा को ध्यान रखते हुए सभी आगंतुक वक्ताओं से मेरा निवेदन रहूँगा कि 10 मिनट के अंदर अंदर अपना प्रस्तुति रखें, फिर हम आगे इसका डिस्कशन करते हैं. धन्यवाद.
ॐ यां मेधां देवगणाः पितरश्चोपासते तया मामद्य मेधयाग्ने मेधाविनं कुरु. My humble pranamas to the dignitaries of the dais. I am privileged and honored to be a resource person of this seminar organized by the prestigious Department of Education. I am thankful to Professor Mrinalini Madam and Sanjeev Panchal ji for making me part of this seminar. My today's topic is ancient Indian texts on aves and mammals. This aves and mammals is part of zoology, modern zoology. We think that zoology, botany, mathematics, etc. are modern disciplines, but these are included even in the ancient disciplines. Just now so many speakers explained about the 14 branches or 18 branches, 64 kalas of which are included in the Sanskrit literature. Here the main points of my presentation are ancient and modern. Shall I take this one? Switch off this one. The main points of my presentation are.
हैंड माइक यूज कर.
Yeah. Am I audible? The main points of my presentation are ancient and modern classification of animals and birds, mrigas or mammalia class, pakshis or aves class, ashwashastram, gajashastram. The evidences for the antiquity of zoological sciences are in Vedic literature itself. We find, go to the next slide please. In Vedic literature itself we find references of various animal species like Ulukayatum, Shushulukayatum, Jahi, Shwayatumuta, Kokayatum, Suparnayatum, Ata, Grudrayatum, Drushadeva, Pramruna, Raksha Indra. In this Atharvaveda hymn, some birds and animals are mentioned. Uluka, Shushuluka, Shwa, Koka, Suparna, etc. Aves. These are aves and mammals according to the modern zoology. In Kavya Shastra literature too, we find some references regarding this Pakshi Shastra and Mruga Shastra. And Mamata in his Kavya literature says, a person who is well versed in so many Shastras, including Gaja Shastra and Ashwa Shastra, is capable of composing literature, composing a Kavya. So to write a Kavya with Navarasa, a poet should be well versed in the sciences too. And the scientific treatises, achievements of ancient Indian zoologists, Mrugapakshi Shastram by Hamsadeva. This Hamsadeva is a Jaina scholar, belonged to 13th century AD. Next, Gaja Shastram, written by sage Palakapya. Ashwa Shastram by sage Shalihotra. It's a compilation by Nakula. Let us know about the Mrugapakshi Shastram, few points of Mrugapakshi Shastram. It exhibits environmental awareness, aims at prevention of extinction of animals and birds. Today we speak about the extinction of birds, animals, and preservation of sanctuaries. But in 13th century itself, our ancient rulers paid attention towards this extinction of animals, sanctuaries. And they took care of those aspects also. Classification of flora, fauna, characteristics of fauna, and some more points of Mrugapakshi Shastram. Ancient classification of Hamsadeva, ancient classification. We find modern classification of zoology. Let us see the ancient classification done by Hamsadeva. He divided his phylum into two, Mrugas and Pakshis. In modern science, they are called aves and mammals. And another one is Shreni. He followed order. In modern terminology, it is called order. Shreni is the ancient terminology, and species. In modern classification, which is invented by Swedish botanist Linnaeus, according to him, these are the classification criteria: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. In ancient, we find only three: phylum, shreni, and species. In Mrugapakshi Shastram, let's see what are the aspects covered in modern zoology and ancient zoological texts. According to modern zoological science, there are 5 kingdoms: animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, protists. Kingdom has 5 phylums: Nidaria, invertebrates, Chordata, vertebrates, arthropods, mollusks, and echinoderm. Chordata phylum or vertebrates possess 6 classes: Mammalia, Actinopterygii, Chondrichites, aves, amphibia, and reptilia. And Mammalia has 19 orders and aves 23 orders. This is the modern zoological aspects. But in ancient zoological science also, some of these aspects are covered. Let's see, animal kingdom, that is according to modern science, it is chordata or vertebrates. Mammalia and aves, 2 classes are covered. In the animal kingdom, only 2 classes called Mammalia and aves are covered. And under Mammalia or animals, 21 types of animals are explained in this science, in this treatise. Aves, according to modern science, aves, but in ancient text it is called Pakshi. 36 types of birds are explained by the Jaina scholar Hamsadeva. I want to explain about the background of this text. I already told you about the author Hamsadeva, who belongs to 13th century, a Jaina scholar. This text is divided into 2 parts, Purapitika and Uttarapitika. First part is about the Mrugas, second part is about the Pakshis. In the beginning, this Hamsadeva is a scholar in the court. He's a court poet or court scholar of Shaudadeva, King Shaudadeva. Once this Shaudadeva, the King Shaudadeva, he is also Jaina follower. He was describing his. He was on his hunting expedition. His fascination for the beautiful forest animals and birds in the process. After killing so many birds and animals, he felt guilty. Then he came back to the kingdom and started thinking about the extinction of the birds and animals and sanctuaries. He called his minister and gave the task of finding a scholar who can record the various details of the birds and animals. That took the shape of this Mrugapakshi Shastram. The minister found Hamsadeva and entrusted the job of making record of Mrugapakshi Shastram. This is the background. Let's come to the text. I already explained about the various orders. In Mrugapakshi Shastram, 7 orders are covered among 19 orders. According to modern science, 19 orders are there. But Hamsadeva covered 12 orders. Among the 23 orders of apes, that is birds, he covered, let me see here. Yeah, I'll conclude. So these are the special features of, I will go through the slides. I'll explain only the important ones. I will present my full paper to the organizers. Those who are interested can go through that paper. I'll conclude by showing the important slides. Just go through this. So various mrugas and pakshis, the mating season, conception, period of full growth, distinction by color, behavior, species. These points are explained by the Hamsadeva. Gaja Shastram. In olden days, gajas and horses are part of the army, the fourfold army. Therefore, Gaja Shastram and Ashwa Shastram were authored by the court poets. And these are the various species explained by Hamsadeva. This is not by Hamsadeva, this is a Palakapya Rushi. Palakapya Rushi. Next one. So many breeds are explained in this. Next. 2 categories of elephants are explained, war elephants and working elephants. Diet and medication of elephants are also described in this one. Actually, they are herbivores, but they are turned into carnivores for the purpose of war. And Ashwashastram, horse lore by Nakula. Next. And the classification of horses are also explained. Thank you very much for intent listening.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। पक्षीशास्त्र और गजशास्त्र के छोटे छोटे विषयों को लेकर के बहुत ही अच्छे सुंदर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कमलेश चंद्र जी उपस्थित है ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से। Now it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Kamlesh Chandra ji. He is a multi-talented professional and excel a life coach, productivity coach, accelerator learner, career hacker, learning skills expert and motivational speaker, educational consultant, spiritual healer, a learner of Advaita Vedanta and educational philosophist. And he is prized by the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for his the significant contribution towards the Vision 2020. And he is hosted almost 16 episodes on the learning and life skills, reaching approximately 5 million students, celebrating the high TRP rates. So it is our pleasure he is with us. So I now request Dr. Kamlesh Chandraji to deliver his talk. Please, Kamlesh sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ramaji. This is really a great privilege to be here and sharing some of the ideas about the ancient pedagogies with all of you.
appreciate that university is taking such a pain to go deep into the Indian knowledge system and trying to explore how it can really help the modern minds and modern hearts, how we can shape our society, our culture, how we can revitalize and make it better every day. So in this short presentation, I would like to just quickly share my screen with you all. And yeah, let me connect first my screen. Okay. Can you please allow me to share my screen?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Yes. I think.
No, it is visible. It is visible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So let's start with understanding what is ancient Indian education pedagogies are all about. But before that, we go deep into the processes, methodologies and all. Let's understand what was the core purpose of education in the ancient times. If we have a close look, like during the last 100 years, humans, they have worked very hard to spread education across the globe, and today, out of around 8 billion, like many of the countries, they have maximum number of literate humans. And apart from that, literacy rates are going very high, we see a great failure of this current education system. And what is that? With education, we were thinking that our quality of life will enhance. We were thinking that everything around us, like we will have better food, we will have better health, we will have better life. But what we see is that with this current education, we have spoiled our own planet. We have spoiled soil, we have spoiled air, we have spoiled nature, During, like even after 1990, during last days, 30-40 years, we have cut off more than millions of acres of area of the forest from the surface of the earth. So we are at the age of eliminating humanity from planet Earth. So situations are getting worse day by day. Why is it that? What is the purpose of education? So if we try to understand this whole Indian knowledge system in that context, I believe when we will talk about pedagogy, things will be far more clear to all of us. So if you see, I would like to start with a very basic thing, and the core, why education in the ancient times. So they used to say Brahma Vidya Sarva Vidya Pratishtha. Whatsoever you are learning hardly matters. At the core of that must be Brahma Vidya. And what the Brahma Vidya is, Brahma is the self, the ultimate self. The self which we all have within. So the knowledge of self or the science of self must be at the core of the education. Whatsoever we are doing, whether we are learning metallurgy or war tactics or some kind of agriculture or whatever the discipline of education is, but at the core of that we need to understand who we are, who am I, how my body works, how my mind works, how my brain can work at an optimum level, how my memory can work in a better way, how I can enhance my own concentration, how I can live my life in a more peaceful and a better way. So the purpose of the education was to build and understand the inner self. And now we are teaching our kids everything in schools and universities today, but this core thing that to connect themselves with their own self is really missing today. So once we don't know about our own self, who am I? Am I this body only? Or am I this mind? Or am I these emotions? or am I the pure consciousness? So once we have the right kind of identity, we really can deal with the life in the right way. So earlier the life was, the education was life-centric. So it was, the whole purpose of education was to evolve the inner self. So it was based on the holistic development. And how it was all about, let me give you a quick review of that. If you see, even today in modern era, most of the educationists, they talk about this holistic development, and they say, yes, this is the right way of doing education. But thousands of years back, like 5,000 years back, they had given the concept, this complete concept of holistic education, just 5 koshas for the development. So if you see the first kosha, if you talk about the Annamaya kosh, the physical body, and they emphasize about this physical well-being. So do we know how to handle this Annamaya kosh? Do we really know how to deal with our body, with the sleep cycles, with the circadian cycles of the body, with the food, with the habits, how to do, what not to do? So are we really getting proficient enough to handle our physical well-being? And that was the core education. If you know how to handle and take care of your body in a right way, that was the first step. So earlier there were a lot of exercises, a lot of asanas, a lot of yoga disciplines were there for students. So that was a pedagogy, that was a system. That was where this Indian knowledge system was altogether different from all the world countries. So people used to come here because of this systematic approach. First, train this body. First, go deep with this physical consciousness. First, you should have mastery over your Annamaya kosh with giving right kind of emphasis, giving right kind of education to this, giving students right kind of skills to handle this first kosha properly. And once they had mastery over it, then let's move to the next kosha, that is Pranayama kosha. How to handle the energy within, how to handle this vital energy which we have in the body. We have, more than 50 trillion cells, and how these cells are interacting with each other, and how this metabolism, all the energies are going up and down, how this whole system is working together. So cultivating that vital consciousness, that energy consciousness. So maintaining that stuff. So how this prana is going within, and how to be aware about it, how to be mindful about it, and how to channelize it in the right way. So that was the second mastery. The third mastery was about Manomaya approach, that is how to deal with the mental faculties. And even today, when the challenges about this mental faculties are like this cognitive, either it is a cognitive development or the cognitive challenges like depression, stress, anxiety, students are struggling a lot. We talk about nowadays, exam anxieties or exam phobias and whatsoever, but what exactly we are doing for that? Are we giving right kind of cognitive development tools to our students? Do our modern pedagogies are aligned with the cognitive development of the students? Even today, we have not reached up to that level. In ancient Indian education system, they used to work on that. They used to work on the development of this Manomaya kosha, where they used to train students in mindfulness, how to build their own awareness about their own thoughts, about their own feelings, about their own emotions, so that the emotional intelligence of each and every student, need to be taken care of and need to be trained them properly with that. And then from that, once they have understanding about their own thoughts and about their own emotions, there was one more leap, and that was the one higher levels of consciousness that is called Vidya kosh, and that is the wisdom consciousness. Like most of the time, our students even today, they are facing this big challenge. They know what to do, but do really do that? Most of the people know that doing yoga in the morning hours is good for health, it's good for mind, it's good for emotional intelligence and all that stuff. But do we really do it every day? Why not? If something is good for us, why we are not doing it every day? What is the problem? The problem is that once we go to the fourth kosha, the wisdom consciousness, then only we have the capacity to transform our thoughts into action. We need that energy. We need that level of consciousness. So once we are not up to the fourth level of consciousness, we believe and we understand and we know, but still we are not able to move ourselves in a better direction in life. And then, like if you see the fifth kosha, Anandamaya Kosh, the inner bliss, being in the state of joy, being in the state of pure bliss, enjoying life, enjoying work, enjoying studies, enjoying learning, enjoying the relationship with the people, enjoying the relationship with nature, surroundings, and with the whole existence. That was the goal. So this bliss should be, we should experience this bliss all the time. We are human beings. We should understand this. We should be full of love, gratitude, and lot of love for each and everything. Once we enter into this zone of consciousnness, then only we understand the oneness of the existence. And that was the education, holistic education. And to achieve this holistic education, there were, all the different methods and processes, and there were different kind of concepts. Even I think we all have heard about different lokas. We are living in Bhuvaloka, and then Swargaloka, and Tapoloka, Jnanaloka, Brahmaloka, and there are some other lokas like Atal, Vital, Patal. I think you all have heard about these. These are the different concepts. These are the different levels. Loka is, sometimes we believe that Loka might be representing a kind of planet or a place, but if you go deep into the root of the word Loka, it comes from Loka, and that means to see things. So once we have the right level of consciousness, our perspectives getting changed. And once we have right kind of perspective, right kind of drishti, everything changes. So these are
Excuse me, sir.
Different kinds of consciousness. Once we evolve
Excuse me, sir.
within, we have
Excuse me, sir.
experience all these lokas, whether it is Bhulok or Bhuvalok or Swargalok or Brahmalok, all the lokas we experience within this our own consciousness, or maybe the higher lokas or the lower lokas. So even in modern times, David R. Hawkins, he has given this map of consciousness where he talks about that we all human beings have different levels of consciousness, and the kind of consciousness, he has given a scale for this from 20 points to 700 or 1,000 points. He says we start with shame and guilt and that stuff. He has given that 20, and then slowly and gradually going to the higher levels of the consciousness, and he says that once we are 700 or 1,000, that is enlightenment. So even modern science
Hello, excuse me, Kamlesh sir. Kamlesh sir. Hello sir, can you hear sir? Hello sir.
And trying to make them prepare their life according to, so that they can really evolve and become whole with the existence. That was the beauty, that was the way. So that was the whole purpose of the
Hello.
system. Now the question
Kamlesh sir, can you hear us?
when
Kamlesh sir.
this vision that
एक बार phone.
ultimately we all
Hello.
should be experiencing the oneness with the existence. So whatever the knowledge, this ancient knowledge system, that knowledge, they said there are two different kind of vidyas one should master. One is the apara vidya and second is the para vidya. This apara vidya is all about the knowledge of the surroundings. Whatever is in our surrounding. Like recently the man was talking about the elephant and the horses and the trees and the stars and the lecture of Sir Rama Chandra. So all the and all the science and technology and everything, that all comes under apara vidya. Now, second.
Sir, please, we request you to conclude your presentation. Yeah. Yeah. Within a. No, sir. No. We request you to conclude your session by 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please, sir.
Okay.
Conclude कर लेते हैं.
So actually, you guys have given me time from 3:45 to
5:15.
No, sir. We are learning very late, so we request you to conclude as soon as possible. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Anyway, sir, please conclude. Huh? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So let me be on that. So actually, there were the three things I talked about: the purpose and the process and the ultimate product. And the pedagogies they used in the ancient times are the following. So let me conclude these pedagogies in 2 minutes. If you take one by one, mindfulness and reflective learning. The more we are aware about our own capacities of mind and body and brain, the better we can perform in every field of the life. So the immense power of the brain or the mind, we only can explore once we go deep into this. So now these mindful practices are missing in the universities, but that was the core in the Gurukulam education system. The second most important pedagogy they used to believe was the experiential learning. Whatever we are doing it with the experiencing that particular stuff in our core. So doing it practically, experiencing it on the daily basis. So life was not based on just the books, but students used to live in the forest, in the Gurukulam with their own teachers and all. So they were doing every stuff. They used to do agriculture, they used to do teaching other friends and colleagues and everybody around them. So education was, I believe, more of experiential in nature, more of experimentative in nature, more of mindful in nature, where their emotional and social faculties of the mind used to get sharpened. And apart from that, the most interesting thing which I see in Indian education system was the personalized learning. Even though there was one guru handling with many of the students, but there was peer group teaching, so students used to train other students in that stuff. So wherever once a student is there, they used to treat them from their point itself. So I believe these were some, even these pedagogies are of the thousands of years back, but still in modern era, we can see that this personalized education system, either it is experimental learning or experiential learning or mindful learning, these are also getting popular in the modern eras. So anything else if you have in mind, please, we can take the question and answer session. So I would like to just summarize the whole idea that the whole this holistic education was all around this building the understanding and building the capacity of the body, brain, and mind in a systematic way, so student can live more wholesome life on a everyday basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. brain training, and we'll talk more about, I was dealing with the pedagogies and other stuff today, so we'll talk more specifically brain training in the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So moving towards the another scholar, we have the distinguished scholar, Professor Dr. Sandeep Dongre. He is the founder of Ashtanga Institute of Yoga and Naturopathy. He is the international yoga trainer, owns and runs the leading yoga institute and naturopathy center in Navi Mumbai. Sir has the 20 and plus years of the corporate IT experience and worked at the 15 countries including USA, UK, Australia and Canada, etc. and he has the 6 world records in yoga till now. So we are very thankful to sir being with us. So now I request you to Sandeep Dongre sir to deliver his lecture.
सभी को सादर नमस्ते, प्रणाम। आज आप सब लोगों के बीच में जो ये सेशन चल रहे हैं सुबह से निरंतर, उसमें अलग अलग कई विद्याओं के विषय में और हमारी जो विशेष करके प्राच्य विद्या है उसके विषय में अनेक प्रकार का ज्ञान विज्ञान हमारे सामने आया हुआ है। और उसमें भी जो आज के सुबह के इस सत्र की जो शुरुआत हुई है उसमें विशेष रूप से यज्ञ से शुरुआत हुई और प्राच्य विद्या में यज्ञ को एक विशेष महत्व दिया गया है। हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में यज्ञ को पूजा पाठ अर्चना देवी शक्तियों का पूजन आदि से लेकर के आध्यात्मिक जीवन में चरम उत्कर्ष से लेकर के भौतिक जीवन में अलग अलग प्रकार के स्त्री काम हो यदि पुत्र काम हो यदि स्वर्ग काम हो यदि आदि अलग अलग कई सारी उपलब्धियों के विषय में वहां पर सब चीजें बताई गई हैं। और इसके विषय में हमने विशेष जो शोध अनुसंधान का कार्य किया है वो शोध अनुसंधान का कार्य भी यहाँ पर हमने एक रिसर्च पेपर के रूप में भी सबमिट किया कि हवन करने से ये सारे आध्यात्मिक और ये सारे लाभ तो हमें प्राप्त होते ही हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ विशेष रूप से हवन से बैक्टीरिया वायरस फंगस आदि जो हानिकारक जर्म्स आदि हैं उससे भी हमारा बचाव होता है, कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज से हम बच सकते हैं। दूसरा, ऋण आविष्ट कणों को बढ़ा करके उस वातावरण में निरंतर रहने से उसके भी अलग अलग बॉडी का अल्कलाइन होने से लेकर के ब्लड सेरोटोनिन का बढ़ने से लेकर के अलग अलग लाभ होते हैं। और उसके साथ साथ यज्ञ की जो सुगंधी होती है, यज्ञ का जो स्मोक होता है, धूम्र होता है, उसके अंदर ग्लाइकोल, मेथनोमाइड, कोलोन, बोरियल से लेकर के अनेक प्रकार के मेडिसिनल कंपोनेंट उसके अंदर रहते हैं और उसका लाभ हमें विशेष रूप से प्राप्त होता है। स्ट्रेस, तनाव, डिप्रेशन आदि को दूर करने से लेकर के शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से लेकर के प्रकृति के पोषण के लिए अग्नि, वायु, जल, पृथ्वी, आकाश, जिस पंच तत्वों से पूरी प्रकृति बनी हुई है, इस पूरी प्रकृति को हम संतुलित, स्वच्छ और उसके साथ साथ बहुत ही प्राणान्वित रूप से इस प्रकृति को हम प्राणान्वित कर सकते हैं यज्ञ के माध्यम से। और इसका हमने साइंटिफिक पतंजलि रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में हमने कई सारे यज्ञ के अलग अलग रिसर्च किए हैं, कई सारे पेपर प्रकाशित किए हैं। और हमने इस यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से जो इतना बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है उसमें भी हमने एक पेपर सबमिशन किया है विशेष रूप से। तो आप सब, मैंने आदरणीय हमारे डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर साहब हमारे किशोर भाई जी को भी मैंने वो कहा उनके उसके विषय में भी थोड़ा सा आप सब, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा समय भी आपके पास है नहीं और मैं जुड़ भी नहीं पाया था सुबह के सेशन में, तो आप सब उसको देखेंगे तो बहुत ही बड़े रूप में, विशेष रूप में आपको विशेष रूप से देखने को मिलेगा। तो आप सभी को इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत शुभकामना भी है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी है। और ये जो प्राच्य विद्या है उसमें योग, यज्ञ, आयुर्वेद से लेकर के अनेक हमारी विद्याएं हैं, उसमें यज्ञ एक विशेष साइंटिफिक विद्या है और उसके साथ साथ उसमें कई सारे लाभ आज हम उठा सकते हैं। उसके विषय में पतंजलि रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पतंजलि में हमने विशेष रूप से कई शोध अनुसंधान रिसर्च करने का विशेष प्रयास और पुरुषार्थ किया है। और आप उसको इस पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन में देख सकते हैं। जैसे मैंने बताया कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज को ठीक करने के लिए भी हमने यज्ञ का पेपर, नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज को ट्रीट करने के रूप में भी विशेष रूप से यज्ञ की एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होती है। बहुत सारे अलग अलग लाभ और अलग अलग चीजें इस यज्ञ के माध्यम से उजागर होती हैं। तो अभी आप सब इसके बारे में जानो और अधिक जानने के लिए वो पेपर आदि आप विशेष रूप से पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें आपको प्राप्त होगा। तो अभी समय की भी वैसे न्यूनता है। तो आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी के सारे प्रोफेसर और सारे यूनिवर्सिटी को लीड कर रहे हैं सारे हमारे जो अधिकारीगण हैं, सभी को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, नमन करता हूँ, वंदन करता हूँ। सभी को ओम नमस्ते। और मेरे को ये अवसर प्रदान किया यूनिवर्सिटी ने, उसके लिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्वामी जी महाराज आपके आशीर्वचन के लिए। तो इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अग्रिम वक्ता डॉक्टर संदीप डोंगरे जी का हम आमंत्रित करते हैं. तो ड्यू टू टाइम कंस्टेंट वी रिक्वेस्ट सर टू प्रोफेसर डोंगरे जी टू कंक्लूड योर session by 10 minutes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I hope you all are able to hear me properly.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So, first thing first, thank you so much, organizing team of Osmania University and University itself. Thank you, Kishorji, for giving me this honor to present my thoughts on basically yoga and Indian knowledge management system. So thank you so much. I'll quickly start. So my paper is on comparative study of pranayama in Indian knowledge system of yoga. So let's look at what is Indian knowledge system in the first place, right? So a lot of speakers have already spoken on this, and we already heard from eminent speakers, but our Indus Valley civilization is one of the oldest civilizations, and ours is one of the oldest knowledge management system. As we are aware, Rig Veda is the oldest surviving text in the whole world. We have oral as well as written methods of knowledge management. Our Indian knowledge management system is based on Vedic literature, Vedas, Upanishads, etc. Now coming to this paper, I have tried to delve into two texts, that is Hatayog Pradipika by Swami Swatmarama and Ghiranda Samhita by Sage Ghiranda. These two are the most influential and practical foundational texts on yoga or on pranayama, and these are used as leading texts even today at graduation, post-graduation, all the levels in all yoga experts. Now coming to Hatha Yoga texts, these were written at least 1000 to 2000 years back, right? So what are these texts and what are the other names? Like, so we have Shiva Samhita, we have Pata Ratnavali, we have Hiranda Samhita, etc. A lot of books. And her and her is basically, it talks about the Ida and Pingala Nadi, or the Surya Nadi and Chandra Nadi. So basically, to make it very simple, those who have non-yoga background here, the Hatha Yoga is all about this right nostril and left nostril balancing. Once we balance these two, then there is a third nadi called as Sushumna Nadi that is activated. Then the prana flows from Muladhara Chakra to Sahasrara Chakra. We can get into Samadhi, and then we can achieve the ultimate goal of yoga, that is moksha. So remember, all these Hatha Yogic texts that were written with the objective of achieving moksha through yogic practices, because that was the ultimate goal. Now, Patanjali Yoga Sutras that were written by sage Patanjali, they found one of the philosophies, one of the 6 Indian philosophies, one of the darshanas. So that is one darshan that we all study, and that is called as Ashtanga Yoga. And that Ashtanga Yoga has mentioned your Hatha Yogic practices, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga. All those paths are given for the liberation of any person. So quickly moving into what is pranayama. So pranayama is made up of two words, prana plus ayama. So prana is that middle force energy, because of which now I'm talking, I'm the seated position. All the functions in my body are going because of this prana. That's the bioenergy that is stimulating our body, and the important role that plays is it is a connection, it's the bridge between his body and the mind. Somebody was talking about koshas, so this is pranamaya kosha that connects the annamaya kosha and manomaya kosha. Now there are a lot of texts that talk about the pranayama. For example, Vedas also talk about pranayama, and I'll just read that one thing for you. So just like a son loves his father the most, everyone loves the prana, because prana creates not only this body but this whole universe like a Ishvara. So ayam is elongation of prana, control of prana, and prana
cannot control the 10 pranas that are in our body, but we can control the breath, which is the subtle form of prana shakti. So we control that breath, we elongate that breath, and that is how we, by controlling Surya Chandra Nadi, we activate Kundalini, and we get into Samadhi, we get into Moksha. So quickly the history, Adinatha teaches yoga to Devi Parvati. There was a sage called as Matsindranatha. He heard this in the form of a fish. Then he created his own Natha tradition, and then it was propagated all over not only the India but the Indian subcontinent. These teachings were very, very secretive, and that is why they were taught from guru to disciple. But after, around 12th to 18th century, some texts were developed, and those are the two texts that I have compared here. The most important Hatha Yogic text. Okay, so here is a quick comparison. Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Virendra Singha. One was written by Swatmarama, and it's called a Chaturanga Yoga because it has 4 names. Hiranda Sahita has 7 names. It is dialogue between sage Hiranda and his disciple Chanda Kapali. In Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Shuddhi Kriyas are optional. In Hiranda Sahita, they are mandatory. One must do Shuddhi Kriyas to, prepare the body for asanas and then for pranayama. One mentions 10 mudras, 15 asanas, the other mentions 25 mudras and 32 asanas. Now, what's the importance of pranayama? Patanjali says if you do pranayama, then you can do dharana. That means then you can do dhyana. So if you look at the sequence of this Ashtanga Yoga, it says follow yama niyamas, follow the rules, personal and social rules, then do asanas, prepare your body, then do pranayama, prepare your body, mind, the whole, your channels, nadis, and then you will be able to do your dhyana, the meditation. In Hatha Yoga Pradipika, all the verses are mentioned here. It calls the prana as Vayu, Vata, Maruta, and it gives lot of relationship between this prana and mind. It specifies the importance of cleansing the nadis, importance of Kundalini, what is Raja Yoga. And remember, the books very clearly says the goal of Hatha Yoga is to achieve Raja Yoga. That is, Raja Yoga is internal yoga, the meditative practices. So remember, those who are doing Hatha Yogi practices, always remember the goal is to achieve Raja Yoga, and that is why these practices should be done. If you don't do with that goal, then Swatmarama says there is no point in doing these practices that you are doing. Okay, so I will not get into this preparation, but this is one important slide that I'll speak for a few seconds. If you look at these 2 chapters, I have given you the verses. They both talk about what's the importance, how to prepare yourself for pranayama, what should be the mental state in pranayama, what should be the place where you should do pranayama. And remember, they say it should be a secluded place. In today's world, you can't go to caves or in a jungle, but you can always close your bedroom and sit there for half an hour, do your pranayamic practices, do your meditation. Both talk about particular time when you should do the pranayamic practices. For example, Swatmarama says it should be done 4 times in a day: early morning, afternoon, evening, and midnight. Both talk about balanced diet, what you should eat, what you should not eat. Both talk about bandhas to be applied. And one thing, both talk about what is called as Anulom Vilom or Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. So, Anulom Vilom, everybody should practice every day. And then, yes, the important point, all these pranayamas are called as kumbhakas in these texts because the pranayama has got 3 stages. Puraka, inhalation, kumbhaka, breath hold, and rechaka, exhalation. And from these 3, kumbhaka, breath hold is the most important one, and that is why they are called as kumbhaka. So those who practice pranayama, those who are all the listeners here, you must try kumbhakas, but you must learn through a very good trained, experienced teacher, because kumbhakas are not for everybody. The symptoms of
excuse me, sir.
You have done the pranayama properly. So I'll quickly move to, I'll just show you the chart. So these are the 8 kumbhakas given by Hatha Yoga Pradipika.
Excuse me, sir.
Called as Sahita and functions. There are certain practices, processes that vary. Hatayoga Pradipika says Shuddhi Kriyas are not mandatory for everyone. In fact, it says even if you do just pranayama, even then your nadis will be cleaned and you don't really do Shuddhi Kriyas. Hiranya Samhita says no, it's mandate. Okay? Hiranya Samhita does not give two pranayama called as Sitkani and Plavini pranayama. And it has 25 mudras, 15 more than the Hatayoga Pradipika, but both recommend these Hatayogic practices to achieve moksha through samadhi. So I hope, I wish those who have heard me and those who are going to see this paper as well, yoga is also method to achieve moksha according to Swatmarama, according to Sage Hiranda, and according to Sage Patanjali. Thank you so much. I stop here.
Thank
my paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your beautiful presentation on the pranayama, especially on the reference from the Hiranya Samhita and yoga text referring to the. So thank you very much for your insightful lecture. So now moving towards the. तो आज हमारे बीच में ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू। समय सीमा के देखते हुए हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो मैं आगे के जो भी वक्ता है उनसे भी आग्रह करूंगा कि संक्षेप में 10 मिनट में अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत करें। आज हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत बंसीधर भांगे जी उपस्थित हैं। आप प्रोफेसर एवं विभाग अध्यक्ष तथा शोध निर्देशक सैनिक शास्त्र शिवाजी कॉलेज परभणी से पधारे हैं। हमारे बीच में आप रक्षा एवं सैन्य विज्ञान के संबंधित विविध आयामों के ऊपर अपना भाषण उपस्थित करेंगे। तो आपसे आग्रह है कि समय के में
नमस्कार। काफ़ी समय हो चुका है और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पर कई विचार व्यक्त हो चुके हैं और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मैं कहूँगा कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पर जो राष्ट्रीय परिषद का आयोजन किया गया है उसमें अलग अलग विषय हो या अलग अलग फैकल्टीज़ हो, सब लोगों ने इसमें पार्टिसिपेशन किया है। इसके लिए मैं सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और तथा महत्वपूर्ण ये कहूँगा कि प्राचीन परंपरा अर्थात जो गुरुदेव मंच पर बैठे हैं, सुबह जो हवन हुआ और हवन का दूसरे अर्थ में कहा गया कि इससे रोगराई कम होती है, तो इस माध्यम से मैं कहूँगा कि एक अंग जो छूटा है और महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का हमें क्या महत्व है। मैं ये 2 शब्दों में कहूँगा कि अगर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का ज्ञान जो यूक्रेन के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जेलेंस्की है या तथा पैलेस्टाइन हो या इजराइल हो, अगर उन्हें होता तो शायद ये युद्ध इतना लंबा नहीं खींचता। और इस खींचने से देखते हैं हम मानवता संकट में आ चुकी है, किंतु आज भी विश्व भारत की ओर एक शांति की पहल समझकर देख रहा है। ये भारत की ताकत है ज्ञान परंपरा की। जिस तरह से मैं कहता हूँ कि जिस तरह से कांग्रेस का शासन गया और जिस तरह से भाजपा का सरकार आई, तो उस समय लोग कहते थे कि ये सरकार जो होगी तो कड़े कुछ नीतियाँ लेंगी, जिस तरह से देश का विघटन हो गया, देश पर कई संकट आ जाएंगे। ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ। अब ये ताकत भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की है। हमारे दिल में अलग अलग विचारधारा है, किंतु हम राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के मुद्दे पर हम सभी एक है। इसका उदाहरण भी कई माध्यम से हम देख रहे हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी पर जो विश्व में जो एक विश्वास दिखाया जा रहा है वो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की ताकत है। हमारा कोई भी राष्ट्र का नागरिक हो, बड़ी जो कुर्सी पर बैठता है या नेतृत्व करता है तो वो सही दिशा में जाने का प्रयास करता है। इसकी ताकत हमारी जो 5000 वर्ष परंपरा की पुरानी 5000 वर्ष पुरानी जो संस्कृति है, कल्चर है, उसका एक असर है कि उसमें सबसे बड़ी मैं ये कहूँगा कि भारतीयों ने किसी पर आक्रमण नहीं किया और हम इस सब्जेक्ट को नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं। रक्षा जो है, रक्षा हो या सैन्य विज्ञान हो, मैंने देखा है कि लगभग तेलंगाना हो या आंध्रा हो, रक्षा विज्ञान पर देखते हैं कि इतना ध्यान नहीं दिया गया, लेकिन ध्यान देना चाहिए। अब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में कृष्ण बहुत महत्वपूर्ण एक कड़ी है। इस कड़ी का मैं उदाहरण कहना चाहूँगा कि 2 दिन पहले मैंने जो देवगिरी के यादव थे, एक उन पर किताब पढ़े। औरंगाबाद जो आता है वो देवगिरी का राजा यादव थे, रामदेव यादव अंतिम शासक थे। तो उसमें कहा गया है कि जब आक्रमण हुआ मोहम्मद अलाउद्दीन खिलजी का, तो उस समय उसका जो उस युद्ध हुआ और युद्ध में जो रामदेव यादव की सेना हारी, क्यों हारी कि वो ज़्यादा दिन तक उसको प्रशिक्षण युद्ध का नहीं मिल चुका था। और हमारे जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में हम देखते हैं कि हम पर आक्रमण हुए हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो स्थान है, भौगोलिक स्थान, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी कहा करते थे कि इतिहास बदला जा चुका है, लेकिन जा सकता है, लेकिन हमारा जो जागरूकता है वो चेंज हम नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि हमारा जो भौगोलिक स्थान है उस स्थान पर हम देखते हैं आज भी कठिनाई है, पूर्व ही कठिनाई थी। हमारे भारतीय 5000 वर्ष की संस्कृति पर आक्रमण क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि हम जिस तरह से कहते हैं कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया थी, ये हमारा एक गौरव है, तो आज भी मैं कहूँगा भारत की विचारधारा की चिड़िया है। और लगभग देखते हैं इस चिड़िया पर कई आक्रमण हुए, लेकिन भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का जो अमृत है, उस अमृत ने हमें पुनर्जीवित किया है। इस अध्याय की एक कड़ी है, 17वीं सदी में छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की कड़ी है। लगभग देखते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर 2 किताबें आ चुकी थी। इक्वेशन दिखाने के बाद महाराष्ट्र में काफ़ी विरोध हुआ और वो किताबें पीछे ली गई, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी शिवाजी महाराज के जो कार्य की है सराहना की है। लगभग देखते हैं उनके समंदर में उन्होंने लगभग संग्रहालय बनाया, अभी पुतले का काम चल रहा है, कई प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं उस पर। तो शिवाजी आज जो नई शिक्षा नीति है, नई शिक्षा नीति का आधार क्या है? 2020 शिक्षा नीति है। मैं कहूँगा ये शिक्षा नीति जो भारत को कई अंगों से हम देखते हैं कि जो पुरानी विचारधारा के साथ साथ हमें नई विचारधारा स्वीकारनी होगी। जिस तरह से अब जो प्रारंभ में यहाँ के जो वाइस चांसलर थे उन्होंने भाषण में कहा कि शिक्षा अब केवल नौकरी का साधन नहीं है, उससे कौशल्य निर्माण करना पड़ेगा। तो कौशल्य के कई अंग है छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज द्वारा नवनिर्माण कार्य। दक्षिण भारत का जो माध्यम माना जाता है, उत्तर भारत और दक्षिण भारत, उसमें महाराष्ट्र का नाम दक्षिण भारत में शामिल होता है। और 17वीं सदी में देखते परिवर्तन की सदी थी। परिवर्तन की सदी अर्थात क्या होती है और परिवर्तन क्यों होते हैं? तो उसका कारण ही रामायण महाभारत भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा हो या स्वाभिमान कहते हैं, हमारी संस्कृति का स्वाभिमान होता है। स्वाभिमान जिस तरह से मैंने कहा, रामदेव यादव का जो दक्षिण भारत का अंतिम राज्य था 1295 में खत्म हो चुका, वो जो कृष्ण थे उनके कृष्ण के पूर्वज थे। और देखते यादव घराना अंतिम खत्म हो गया और यादव के जादव हो गए, और जादव घराने की जिजाबाई जो है शिवाजी की माता जी आती है। तो उनका गौरव था कि मेरे जो वंशज है वो यादव थे। यादव का नाम जादव क्यों परिवर्तित हुआ कि अब जो राजा महाराजे थे वो राजा महाराजा काम करने लगे, लड़ाई का काम करने लगे। उनको अब सम्मान नहीं था, लेकिन वो सम्मान था उनमें वो जीवित करने के लिए कि हम भी सम्मानित है, हमारी संस्कृति सम्मानित है, हमारा हिंदुत्व सम्मानित है। और उस विचारधारा को धारा द्वारा जिजाबाई का जो साहस बढ़ा। हाँ, तो मैं कंक्लूजन ये कहूँगा, शिवाजी महाराज के कुछ कौशल्य का उदाहरण दूंगा। देखिए भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की ताकत क्या होती है। अफजल खान विजापुर से निकला सेना लेके शिवाजी महाराज को खत्म करने के लिए, और मराठा सेना थी पूरी तरह अफजल खान की शक्ति से भयभीत हुई और उन्होंने कहा कि हम इस कैसे क्या करेंगे कि हम समझौता करेंगे और अफजल खान को वापस भेजेंगे। किंतु शिवाजी महाराज हारने वालों में से उन्होंने एक सुबह उठकर कहा, रात को मेरे सपनों में तुलजा भवानी आ गए और उन्होंने कहा मैं तेरे अंग में आके अफजल खान का खात्मा करूंगी, उसका वध करूंगी। और वो 2 लाइनें सुनकर ही जो मराठा लड़ने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे वो लड़ने के लिए तैयार हो गए, और परिणाम देखते हैं कि अफजल खान का वहाँ वध हुआ, प्रतापगढ़ की लड़ाई हुई। शिवाजी महाराज के कई ऐसे अंग है, आज भी अगर हम उनका अभ्यास करते हैं तो हमें चेतना जागृत हो सकती है। साइंस आवश्यक है, लेकिन साइंस के कोई बचाना भी आवश्यक है। बचाने के लिए हमारी सेना हो, रक्षा हो, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अंग है। हम इसकी तरफ अनदेखी नहीं कर सकते। अगर हमने देखा है कि अनदेखी करने का परिणाम क्या हुआ, 1962 की लड़ाई में हमें जितनी बुरी तरह से हार देखनी पड़ी, हमारा सम्मान गया, और परिणाम हुआ इंदिरा गांधी जी का जिस तरह से लाल बहादुर शास्त्री हो या महाराष्ट्र के यशवंतराव चौहान हो जो संरक्षण मंत्री थे उस समय, उन्होंने सेना का पुनर्निर्माण किया, पुनर्बानी की, और 1971 के युद्ध में हमें जीत दिलाई, सम्मान दिलाया। तो ये गौरव होता है, लड़ाई होती है, बौद्धिक लड़ाई होती है। इसमें भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा हमारी जो है किसी का हक छीनने के लिए नहीं है, सम्मान रखने के लिए है और दूसरे को सम्मानित करने के लिए। लिए इतना मैं कहकर अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। इतना अच्छे कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया, इसके लिए आयोजक का धन्यवाद देता हूँ। मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, बुरा लगेगा, मध्य प्रदेश में लगभग ऑनलाइन जिसके सेमिनार 100 से अधिक हो चुके भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पर मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने ऑनलाइन हर कॉलेज को एक सेमिनार और वेबिनार दे दिया है। मैंने उस पर लगभग 15-20 लेक्चर दिए। आप तो यहाँ से स्टार्ट है, तो मैं कहूँगा क्योंकि अलग अलग अंग होते हैं हमें जागृत करने के लिए। जिस तरह भजन कीर्तन पुराने ज़माने में था, ज्ञानेश्वर हो, भगवद गीता का प्रवचन गाँव में होता है, इस तरह से मानसिक जागरूकता के लिए प्रवचन की आवश्यकता है। यही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का एक अंग है। इतना कहकर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ समय के हिसाब से। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इस कार्यक्रम को आगे की दिशा में हम सुबह से भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के विषय में बहुत चर्चा कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे विद्वान लोगों ने अपने अपने वक्तव्य रखे हैं। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा क्या चीज़, ज्ञान परंपरा में जो साहित्य उपलब्ध है, वेद, वेदांग, उपनिषद, दर्शन, गृह सूत्र, फलाना, इन सब का परिचय सुनते आ रहे हैं। परंतु एक्चुअली इन शास्त्रों को पढ़ने वाले विद्वान कैसे होते हैं, तो उसका एक झलक हमें देखने को यहाँ मिलेगा। मैं आज आचार्य शक्तिनंदन जी का यहाँ आप लोगों को परिचय करवाऊंगा। आप वैदिक परंपरा में पठित व्याकरण आदि शास्त्रों के अध्येता है। व्याकरण, दर्शन, वेद, वेदांगों का संपूर्ण अलग अलग गुरुकुलों में आपने अध्ययन किया है। बेंगलुरु ओम शांतिधाम गुरुकुलों में वेद का अध्ययन हुआ है और हरियाणा में खानपुर में आपने व्याकरण शास्त्र का अध्ययन किया है। और राजस्थान में ऋषि उद्यान गुरुकुल में आपने दर्शन शास्त्रों में न्याय, वैशेषिक, मीमांसा, योग और वेदांत आदि दर्शनों का भी अध्ययन किया है। और प्रसिद्ध आचार्य वासुदेव परांजपि जी से आपने मीमांसा शास्त्र का भी अध्ययन किया है और सुलभ सूत्रों का भी अध्ययन किया है। इस प्रकार पारंपरिक गति से जो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा में आज के संदर्भ में जो पढ़ने वाले विद्वानों की कोटि में आप हैं, तो आज हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आप उपस्थित हैं। तो आपकी दृष्टि से शास्त्रों का आजकल के ये विद्या व्यवस्था में क्या कुछ योगदान है, इस विषय पर आप उद्बोधन देंगे, हमें कृतार्थ करेंगे, ऐसी कामना है। तो आचार्य शक्तिनंदन जी।
देवीं वाचमजनयन्त देवास्तां विश्वरूपा पशवो वदन्ति सा नो मन्त्रेषु मूर्जन्दुहाना धेनुर्वागस्मानुपसुष्टुतैतु। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। श्री परमात्मने नमः। श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ओम। मंच पर विराजमान आज इस सत्र के गौरवाध्यक्षा समादरणीय आचार्य नीरजा जी एवं कुशलतापूर्वक संचालन कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर संजीव जी पांचाल, अन्य मंच पर विराजमान संस्कृत अकादमी के अध्यक्षा संचालिका डॉक्टर विजयलक्ष्मी जी एवं अन्य महानुभाव आदरणीय मेरे पूर्व वक्ता और मेरे समक्ष समुपस्थित ज्ञान पिपासा को लेकर आए हुए सभी सज्जन महानुभाव एवं माताएं, देवियों। मेरा विषय दिया गया, जब मेरे पास जो पत्र आया है डॉक्टर मृणाली माता जी से, तो वो इंग्लिश में था और सभी जो माध्यम रहा है, जो इंग्लिश का माध्यम रहा है, और जो मुझे विषय दिया गया है रिलेवेंस ऑफ शास्त्रीय टेक्निक्स फॉर मॉडर्न एजुकेशन, इसको मैं अपनी भाषा में अनुवादित करूं। शास्त्रीय उपाय है, उपायों की प्रासंगिकता आधुनिक शिक्षा के परिप्रेक्ष्य में। सबसे पहले मेरे वक्तव्य होने से पहले इस शीर्षक के प्रति मैं आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूँगा कि ये जिन्होंने भी शीर्षक बनाया, जो विषय बनाया है ना, बड़ा बुद्धिमान है। क्यों, कैसे? आप यदि ध्यान देंगे, मैं फिर रिपीट करता हूँ, रिलेवेंस ऑफ शास्त्रीय टेक्निक्स फॉर मॉडर्न एजुकेशन, और आप भी बड़े इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, रिवाइवल एंड इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ एपिस्टेमोलॉजिकल रूट्स ऑफ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम इन द लाइट ऑफ मॉडर्न इंटेलेक्चुअल लैंडस्केप, ये सारा इतना बड़ा बड़ा अंग्रेजी में लिखा और विषय भी मेरे को अंग्रेजी में दिया। एक विशेषता उन्होंने रखी, शास्त्रीय शब्द जो है यथावत रख दिया। और क्योंकि बड़ा बुद्धिमान है, क्योंकि इसके लिए इंग्लिश में कोई उपयुक्त शब्द है ही नहीं, क्योंकि ये विषय की आत्मा है, जिस्ट है, जो शास्त्रीय शब्द है। ठीक है, मैं टेक्निक्स के बारे में बाद में जाऊंगा, पहले शास्त्र है क्या। सुबह से हम सुनते आ रहे हैं ज्ञान, विद्या, एजुकेशन और शिक्षा। एजुकेशन मतलब शिक्षा। और बचपन में मैं सुना था अफ्रीका के जैसे नेल्सन मंडेला जी ने एक एजुकेशन को लेकर बड़ा एक घोषणा की थी, एजुकेशन इज द मोस्ट पावरफुल वेपन विच यू कैन यूज टू चेंज द वर्ल्ड। बड़ा इस शीर्षक से प्रभावित था। क्या शिक्षा इस दुनिया को जैसे चाहे वैसे बदलने के सक्षम रखती है? तो शास्त्रीय, अब शास्त्रीय शब्द को समझना हो तो शास्त्र क्या है। शास्त्र नाम तो खूब सुने होंगे हम। शास्त्र किसे कहते हैं? शास्त्र व्याकरण की दृष्टि से, जो सुबह पाणिनि जी का भी जिक्र कर रहे थे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने, कि शास्त्र अर्थात जो हमें अनुशासन में रखता हो, हमें एक डिसिप्लिन देता हो, हमारे जीवन का एक डिसिप्लिन, जीवन की शैली सिखाता हो, उसको कहते हैं शास्त्र। और जो वो शास्त्र में जो कही हुई बात है, सारे टेक्निक्स ही तो है। अब अच्छा, और टेक्निक्स पे आते हैं। टेक्निक्स जो शब्द है, टेक्निक्स है, हम कब प्रयोग करते हैं? या तो सरलता के लिए या कठिनाई से बचने के लिए। तो इसको और जोड़ते हुए मैं आगे कहूंगा, हमारी जो भी शिक्षा है, जो भी विद्या है, हम जो भी सीखना चाहते हैं, चाहे आधुनिक हो चाहे प्राचीन ढंग से हो, जो मूल उद्देश्य क्या होता है? दो बातें होती है, या तो हम दुख से बचे या सुख की प्राप्ति करें। कोई भी विद्या हो, कोई भी ज्ञान हो, हम ज्ञान क्यों प्राप्त करना चाहते हैं? इसमें पीछे एक ही मात्र साइकोलॉजी रहती है। चाहे इंजीनियरिंग पढ़िए, चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी कहिए, चाहे डॉक्टर मेडिसिन पढ़िए, कुछ भी पढ़िए, दुख से बचने के लिए या सुख की प्राप्ति के लिए। अब ये पंखे चल रहे हैं, किस लिए चल रहे हैं? सुख के लिए या दुख से बचने के लिए? अब पसीना आ जाए, गर्मी लग जाए, उससे बचने के लिए पंखे चल रहे हैं, ये कह सकते हैं। ठीक है, खैर, मैं समय की सीमा है, मैं जल्दी बोलना है मुझे। तो ये शास्त्रीय टेक्निक्स जो है वो आधुनिक शिक्षा के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, शिक्षा जो शब्द आया है, शिक्षा अर्थात जो व्याकरण के अनुसार जो शिक्षा शब्द जो बनता है, शिक्षा शब्द का प्रयोग हम बहुतायत में करते ही है अपने दैनिक जीवन में। जैसे शिक्षा मंत्रालय है और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन यहाँ लिखा हुआ है, तो शिक्षा विभाग बोलते हैं संस्कृत उत्तर भारत में। हमारे जैसे दक्षिण भारत तेलुगु भाषा में तो विद्या शाखा लिखते हैं, है कि नहीं? शिक्षा और विद्या कई कतिपय अर्थों में, कतिपय परिस्थितियों में समानार्थक है। शिक्षा जो शब्द बनता है, पाणिनि जी ने कहा है विद्या का जो ग्रहण, विद्योपादाने, इस रूट वर्ड से शिक्षा शब्द, शिक्ष विद्योपादाने, इस रूट वर्ड से शिक्षा शब्द का निष्पत्ति होती है, शब्द बनता है। तो विद्या का ग्रहण करना ये हमारे लिए, मानव मात्र के लिए, जिसको मैंडेटरी बोलते हैं ना, तो मैंडेटरी अनिवार्य है। और आजकल सरकार बहुत वर्षों के बाद ये नारा दिया, विद्या है सबका सामान्य अधिकार है, मौलिक अधिकार है। ये तो बहुत पहले ऋषियों ने पहले ही सोच समझ के किया है। अब आते हैं विद्या की कुछ तकनीक, जो शिक्षा ग्रहण करने की कुछ तकनीकें हैं। शास्त्रों में आया है, महाभाष्य, आचार्य जी विदुषी बैठी हुई है, अध्यापिका है, व्याकरण सिखाती है, तो महाभाष्य में एक बात आई है एक जगह, समानम ईहमानानाम चा अधियानानाम केचिद अर्थैर्युज्यन्ते अपरे न। अर्थात एक ही कक्षा में बहुत लोग एक ही विषय को के संबंधी ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए जब प्रयास करते हैं, कुछ लोग अर्थ समझते हैं, कुछ लोग ठीक से ग्रहण नहीं कर पाते। अगर ठीक से ही करते सब मेरिट में हो जाते, कुछ लोग मेरिट में तो नहीं होते ना। तो इसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए? विद्या जो है 4 चीजों से प्राप्त होती है। ये टेक्निक समझ लीजिए। ऋषियों ने कहा है चतुर्भिः प्रकारैः विद्योपयुक्ता भवति। 4 प्रकार से विद्या उपयोगी होती है, उपयोग में ली जाती है। आगम कालेन, स्वाध्याय कालेन, प्रवचन कालेन, व्यवहार कालेन। अर्थात आगम काल है जो गुरुमुख से जो भी जैसे भी हम पढ़ते हैं, पढ़ने के बाद प्रवचन स्वाध्याय कालेन हम जो सुनी हुई चीज को हम देखते हैं, करते हैं और स्वाध्याय करते हैं। उसके बाद व्यवहार काल है। व्यवहार काल जो पढ़ी हुई चीज को हम व्यवहार में लागू होते हैं। हम जो कुछ भी सीखते हैं व्यवहार में लाने के लिए तो है, व्यवहार में लाने के लिए तो हम सीखते हैं, कुछ ज्ञान प्राप्त करते हैं। पूर्व संचालक महोदय ने सुबह एक नहीं ज्ञानेन सदृशम पवित्रम इहम विद्यते, भगवत गीता के अंदर भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने भी कहा है ज्ञान के समान कोई पवित्र करने वाली चीज है ही नहीं है। और आगे कहा है श्रद्धावान लभते ज्ञानम। जो सबसे पहला जो टेक्निक की बात छोड़िए, अगर कोई ज्ञान प्राप्त करना है, किसी भी विद्या, चाहे तकनीकी विद्या क्यों ना हो, चाहे आध्यात्मिक विद्या क्यों ना हो, किसी भी प्रकार की यदि विद्या अगर जानना है तो उसके प्रति श्रद्धा होनी चाहिए। इसलिए इंग्लिश में भी कहते हैं परफॉर्मेंस ऑलवेज कम्स फ्रॉम द पैशन बट नॉट फ्रॉम द प्रेशर। अर्थात जो आपकी जो प्रतिभा है, आपकी जो सफलता है, आपकी जो भी है वो हमें रुचि हम दिखानी पड़ेगी, उसके प्रति श्रद्धा होना चाहिए, सब उसके प्रति लगन होना चाहिए। चाहे किसी व्यक्ति को मेडिसिन में रुचि है तो आपको उसको इंजीनियरिंग में चाहे कितने भी अच्छे विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ा लो वो कर नहीं पाएगा। तो टेक्निक्स, अच्छा विद्या के संदर्भ में और भी, तो आचार्यात् पादमादत्ते पादम शिष्य स्वमेधया पादम सब्रह्मचारिभ्यः पादम कालक्रमेण तु। कहा है जो मान लीजिए एक पूर्ण रूप से विद्या का अगर थोड़ा सा हम परिकल्पना करें तो पादम मतलब 1/4, 1/4 भाग जो है वो गुरुमुख से हम सुनते हैं, पढ़ते हैं। लेक्चर जो आपको बोलते हैं तो शिक्षा हम गुरुमुख से सीखते हैं। पादम शिष्य स्वमेधया, जो अपने शिष्य जो है अपनी बुद्धि। अच्छा प्रसंगानुसार एक बात और जोड़ता हूं, जो ये जो शिष्य शब्द भी जुड़ा है ना, हमारे भारतीय इतिहास में, भारतीय परंपरा में, जो कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम जो आपने शीर्षक लगाया है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, नथिंग बट भारतीय गुरु शिष्य परंपरा। क्योंकि जो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा आधुनिक शिक्षा में क्या है, ये स्टूडेंट सेंटर्ड विद्या अधिकांश चलती। क्योंकि मैंने भी थोड़ा बहुत अध्ययन किया, जब तक मैंने कॉलेजों में स्कूल्स में पढ़ा है तो ये विद्यार्थी स्टूडेंट सेंटर्ड विद्या होती है। किंतु आधुनिक शास्त्र में जितने भी मैंने अपने ज्ञानानुसार टटोलने का प्रयास किया तो ये शिक्षक के आमने सामने ये विद्या घूमती है। यद्यपि गुरु शिष्य आपसी जो संबंध है होने से ही ये विद्या पूर्णतया हो सकती है। क्योंकि जो गुरु अपने अनुभव, अपने पढ़ी हुई विद्या के साथ साथ अपने अनुभव भी जो अपने सार रूप में जो देता है वही शिष्य सफल होता है। इसके साथ साथ जो शिक्षक के जो 7 गुण बताए हैं, शास्त्रों की बात आई है तो मैं इसी में टेक्निक्स के रूप में मैं प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। कहा है 7 लक्षण, 7 विशेषताएं जो है उत्तम शिक्षक के लिए बताया गया है। जो शिक्षा देने वाला होता है वो शिक्षक, जो शिक्षा लेने वाला होता है वो शिष्य। शिक्षक और शिष्य जो है ना, शास्त्र और शिष्य में एक ही रूट वर्ड है जो अनुशासन में रहता हो, और शास्त्र वही है जो अनुशासन में रखता हो, और अनुशासन में रहता हो उसको शिष्य। जो अनुशासन में रहते भले ही हम पढ़े, वो है ना भवन्ति मूर्खाः, क्या है, पढ़ते हुए भी मूर्ख जो व्यवहार में नहीं लाते हो। तो कई बार हमें भी लगता है क्या हमने पढ़ा तो है किंतु व्यवहार में कितना ला पाए। खैर शास्त्रीय टेक्निक्स तो एक गुरु शुश्रूषया विद्या भी कही है। गुरु शुश्रूषया अर्थात जो गुरु की सेवा करने से, गुरु के प्रति श्रद्धा होने से, गुरु के प्रति भक्ति होने से क्या है, गुरु का विशेष प्रीति पात्र बनता है। मीमांसा दर्शन, पूर्व मीमांसा जो महर्षि जैनी के द्वारा जो इंडियन वैदिक फिलॉसफी जो 6 पूर्व वक्ताओं ने इंग्लिश में जिक्र कर रहे थे, वो बहुत ही विशेष बिंदु है। उसमें अनेक प्रकार के भाषा संबंधी विज्ञान वहां है। तो प्रसंगानुसार कह रहा हूं, जो टेक्निक्स के विषय में शबर मुनि ने उसके जो कमेंटेटर कमेंट्री में कहते हैं, गुरोर अनुगमात प्रीतो गुरुर अध्यापयिष्यति ग्रंथ ग्रंथि भेदिनश्च परितुष्टो वक्षति। अर्थात गुरु के पीछे पीछे या गुरु जी के अनुसार चलने से, कई बार क्या है क्लास में बहुत सारे होते हैं, उनको जो पढ़ाना होता है वो पढ़ के निकल जाते हैं, किंतु अगर गुरु के प्रति हमारी श्रद्धा है, गुरु के प्रति सम्मान की भावना है, तो गुरु के साथ साथ चलने से ऐसे अपने अनुभव का जो 30-40 का जो सुबह से बहुत बार सुनने को मिला, जो हमारे आदरणीय माताजी मृणालिनी जी है, वो 33 वर्ष का अनुभव है। वो सारा अनुभव जैसे मेरे जैसा नया छात्र आ गया, माताजी से चलते फिरते, माताजी ये बताओ मेरे को हो सकता है वो कोई विषय है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो भी उस संबंधी मेरे को पढ़ने में 6 महीने लगते हैं, तो उनके साथ साथ चलते जी इसका क्या अर्थ है, तो हो सकता है चलते फिरते 1-2 दिन में समझा दे, है ना। गुरु और अनुगमात प्रीतो गुरु, अच्छा ये मेरे साथ साथ चल रहा है, मेरा अनुकूल चल रहा है, तो इसको जो कक्षा में जो नहीं बता सकते वो चलते फिरते बता सकते। ये मेरा प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव है। हमारे जो जिन्होंने मुझे शिक्षा दीक्षित करके जो इस तरह का निर्माण में आपके समक्ष बोलने का सामर्थ्य बनाया, वो उनके साथ जो मेरा रहते हुए अनेक जो उलझने थे, ग्रंथ भेदिनश्च न्यायान वक्षति। ठीक है, एक कक्षा में गुरु बहुत कुछ पढ़ाता है, बहुत कुछ सिखाने का प्रयास करता है, किंतु वहां जो समय की सीमा होती है, किंतु बाहर निकलते हैं और चलते हैं तो उस तरह है जो गुरु का जो अनुभव है, जो गुत्थी जो सुलझती नहीं ना, उलझी हुई गुत्थी है ना, वो आराम से खुल जाती है। आचार्यात् पादम आदत्ते पादम शिष्य स्वमेधया पादम सब्रह्मचारिभ्यः। तो एक तो आचार्य से ग्रहण किया, पर सुना हुआ, एक स्वयं वो सुने हुए का जो अपने बुद्धि से अपनी मेधा से थोड़ा बहुत उसको डेवलप किया, उसके साथ फिर भी जो विद्या समझने में कोई विषय उलझता है, उसके बाद सब्रह्मचारिभ्यः जो साथी विद्यार्थियों के साथ चर्चा करने से, क्योंकि ये भी शास्त्र में कहा है मुंडे मुंडे मतिर्भिन्ना, हर मस्तिष्क एक जैसा नहीं होता है, सबके इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल्स अलग अलग होते हैं। कोई विषय किसी को समझ में आया, कोई विषय किसी को समझ में आया, आपस में अगर चर्चा करेंगे, साथ ब्रह्मचारियों से, साथी विद्यार्थियों से जो डिस्कस करेंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से और एक चौथाई भाग की विद्या आती है। इतना होने के बावजूद भी कई बार ऐसी बिंदु रह जाते हैं तो हमें समझ में नहीं आते हैं। उसका कारण है अनुभव की कमी है। तो ये हम पढ़ाते हुए, जैसे प्रवचन काले ने कहा है, कई बातें ऐसी होती हमको पढ़ाते पढ़ाते वो चीजें सरलता से समझ में नहीं आते, तब हम सोचने लगते अरे यार कितना दिमाग लगाया था पढ़ते वक्त, ये चीज समझ में नहीं आई थी, अब देखो पढ़ाते पढ़ाते सरलता से समझ में आया। एक कोई पाश्चात्य विद्वान भी है, वो याद नहीं आ रहा, किंतु भाव इस प्रकार का है, कोई चीज में किसी विषय में आप पारंगत होना चाहते हैं, विद्वत्ता हासिल करना चाहते हैं, तो तुरंत पढ़ाना शुरू करो। तो हमारे जो गुरुकुली शास्त्रीय प्रणाली में यही विधान है। जो गुरुकुल में जाता है, प्रारंभिक 3-4 महीने प्रारंभिक संस्कृत क्यों ना सीखता हो, फिर वो तुरंत आचार्य जी क्या है, वो दूसरी कक्षा अपने छोटों को या जूनियर्स को पढ़ाने में लगा देता है। चाहे वो, इससे क्या है, पढ़ाने का विकास होता है और बुद्धि का विकास होता है, भाषा का ज्ञान होता है, शास्त्र का होता है। तो आचार्य वही होता है जो आचार का ग्रहण कराने वाला, जो सदाचार का ग्रहण कराने वाला होता है। आचारम ग्राहयति इति आचार्यः, जो आचार्य उसको कहते हैं जो आचरण सदाचरण ग्रहण करता है। आचिनोति अर्थान, अर्थात जो शब्दार्थ संबंध है, इस शब्द का फलाना अर्थ है, इस टर्म का ये जो टर्मिनोलॉजी सिखाता है, जो भी तांत्रिकी विद्या, यांत्रिकी विद्या मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी है, कला कौशल आर्ट्स है और फाइन आर्ट्स है, जितने भी जिसी प्रकार की भी है, वो क्या पेडागॉजी जो अभी बता रहे थे, वो जितने भी ही विद्या है वो आ जाते हैं। तो संचालक जी से मुझे संकेत मिल गया, भाई जल्दी ख़त्म कर लो, समय की सीमा है। ठीक है, मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद व्यक्त करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। ओम शम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आचार्य श्री। बड़े सरल शब्दों में, धारा प्रवाह भाषा में आपने शास्त्रों की पंक्तियों को ऐसे सुललित मधुर तरीके से प्रस्तुत करते हुए अपना व्याख्यान रखा है। हम बहुत उपकृत हैं। आपके भाषण सुनते सुनते मुझे कालिदास का एक श्लोक याद आ गया, सबके लिए मैं प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूँ। मालविका अग्निमित्रम में कालिदास शिक्षक की भूमिका, शिक्षक का वर्णन करते हुए बताते हैं, श्लिष्टा क्रिया कस्यचिदात्म संस्था संक्रांतिरन्यस्य विशेष युक्ता यस्यो भयम साधु सशिक्षकाणाम धुरि प्रतिष्ठा पैतव्य एव। ऐसे करते तो मतलब उत्तम शिक्षक कैसे हो सकता है, उसको दो गुण बताते हैं कि एक है कि विद्या का ग्रहण करना, यानी अपनी परंपरा से, अपनी गुरुमुख से विद्या को अपने अंदर लेना, यानी स्वीकार करना। फिर अगले पीढ़ी को संक्रांतिरन्यस्य विशेष युक्ता, मतलब अपनी जो अगले पीढ़ी, जो अपना शिष्य रहता है, उस शिष्य को जो पाई हुई विद्या का संक्रांत करना, मतलब उसमें पहुंचाना। इन दो क्षेत्रों में जो कुशल है वो जो शिक्षक है धुरी प्रतिष्ठा पैतव्य, मतलब वो अग्रगण्य है, उसकी कीर्तना होनी चाहिए, ऐसे प्रशंसा करते हैं। तो आपके कुशल वक्तव्य से हमें इसका तुरंत याद आ गया है, तो हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हैं। और जी 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 तो वो मुझे आ गया तो मैं मिल लिया। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका, हमें अनुग्रहित है, आपने अपना अनुभवों से हमें आप्लावित किया है। और कार्यक्रम की अंतिम रूपरेखा में जाते हुए और इस सभा के आज के सभाध्यक्ष आदरणीय नीरजा आचार्य जी से मैं आग्रह करूंगा, अपना अध्यक्षीय भाषण से आप अनुग्रहित करेंगे। आप विगत 20-25 वर्षों से आर्ष शोध संस्थान नाम की कन्या गुरुकुल की संस्थापना करके कन्याओं में वेद विद्या के प्रति जागृति लाना, पढ़ने पढ़ाने के विषय में आप काफ़ी कुशलतापूर्वक कार्य कर रही है। तो आपसे हम आग्रह करते हैं कि इस सभा का अध्यक्षीय भाषण डिलीवर करें। आचार्य आचार्य आपको दे देते हैं। हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
विश्वानि देव सवितर्दुरितानि परासुव यद्भद्रं तन्न आसुव। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। सभा मंच पर उपस्थित सभी विद्वद्गण, सभा के आयोजक, सभा में उपस्थित सभासद, प्राचीन शिक्षा प्रणाली के प्रति कई चर्चाएं कई विषयों के ऊपर चलती आ रही हैं। इसके अंतर्गत मुझे सूचना मिली थी कि संस्कारों के प्रति आप प्रकाश डालेंगे। अब तक के जितने भी वक्तागण अपना वक्तृत्व रख चुके हैं, प्रयास सबका यही रहा है, हर एक जिनका जिस क्षेत्र के प्रति विशेष चिंतन रहा है, अनुभव रहा है, उसका प्रतिपादन उच्च स्तर से रखने का प्रयास सबने ही अपने अपने वक्तृत्व शैली से बहुत ही उज्ज्वलता से प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया है। मैं अपने विषय पर आते हुए जो 16 संस्कारों का विषय मुझे दिया गया है, प्राचीन भारतीय वैदिक संस्कृति के अनुसार यदि हम देखते हैं तो मनुष्य नामक योनि में गरुड़ पुराण में कहा गया है, ये माइक शायद ठीक मनुष्य नामक योनि में जो जीवात्मा आता है उस जीवात्मा में पांचों ज्ञानेंद्रिय पांचों कर्मेंद्रिय विकसित होते हैं। गरुड़ पुराण में कहा गया चतुरशीति लक्षाणी चतुर्भेदाश्च जंतवः, अर्थात इस सृष्टि में 84 लाख प्रकार के प्राणी बनाए गए परमात्मा के द्वारा। उन 84 लाख प्रकार के प्राणियों में एक मानव योनि है जिसमें पांचों ज्ञानेंद्रिय पांचों कर्मेंद्रिय विकसित हैं। मनुष्य योनि के अतिरिक्त अन्य 83,99,999 प्रकार के प्राणियों में पांचों ज्ञानेंद्रिय पांचों कर्मेंद्रिय विकसित नहीं है। तो मनुष्य प्राणी में ये सब विकसित हैं, तो कारण कुछ तो होगा। किसी कंपनी के मैनेजर को जितनी सुविधाएं दी जाती हैं वो सामान्य वर्करों को नहीं दिए जाते, तो कुछ तो कारण होगा। उसके ऊपर कुछ न कुछ विशेष दायित्व होगा जिसके कारण उसको सुविधाएं मिली हुई हैं। तो मनुष्य योनि को पांचों ज्ञानेंद्रिय पांचों कर्मेंद्रिय विकसित करके परमात्मा ने दिए हैं, तो उसके पीछे कुछ न कुछ कारण है। तो वही कारण है कि केवल मनुष्य योनि में रह करके ही जीवात्मा परमात्मा के आनंद को पा सकता है। परंतु एक कमी दी है, पांचों ज्ञानेंद्रिय पांचों कर्मेंद्रिय विकसित तो किए मनुष्य योनि में, परंतु जन्मतः उसमें कोई स्वाभाविक ज्ञान नहीं दिया। मनुष्य योनि में कोई स्वाभाविक ज्ञान परमात्मा ने नहीं दिया। मनुष्य योनि के अतिरिक्त जो 83,99,999 प्राणियों को स्वाभाविक ज्ञान दिया। जैसे कोई पक्षी है, जब उसको संतान उत्पत्ति करना होता है, अंडा देना होता है, तो वो अपना घोंसला बनाता है। हर जाति का पक्षी अपने अपने हिसाब से घोंसला बनाता है। अब बताओ कौन सी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में पढ़ता है? नहीं पढ़ता। एक खरगोश को अपने बच्चे देने होते हैं, वो बहुत लंबा सुरंग खोद लेता है, और इतना गुरुकुल में हमने खरगोश पाले, अभी भी पालते हैं, तो वो इतना लंबा सुरंग बनाता है, बच्चों को सुरंग के अंदर रखता है, और जब बाहर निकलता है सुरंग के मुंह को मिट्टी से ढक देता है, और जब सुरंग खोदता है तो जीभ से दबा दबा करके ऊपर से मिट्टी न गिरे उसको सीमेंटेड कर देता है बढ़िया अपने जीभ से ही। अब बताओ उसने कौन सी इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ा है? नहीं पढ़ा ना। अर्थात वो ज्ञान उनके लिए स्वाभाविक था। अब मनुष्य को एक बैठने के लिए कुर्सी चाहिए तो उसकी विद्या सीखनी पड़ेगी बनाने के लिए, या जो बना सकता है उसका सहारा लेना पड़ेगा। उसको खाने के लिए भी सिखाना पड़ेगा, उसको चलने के लिए भी सिखाना पड़ेगा, उसको हर चीज बोलना भी सिखाना पड़ेगा। बिना सिखाए मनुष्य कुछ भी नहीं सीख सकता। यहीं पर विद्या शिक्षा पद्धति प्रारंभ होती है। तो मनुष्य जीवन का अंतिम लक्ष्य क्या बताया? मोक्ष प्राप्ति। तो मोक्ष प्राप्ति के लिए मनुष्य योनि में जो जीवात्मा प्रवेश करता है उसको अपना लक्ष्य बताने के लिए 16 संस्कारों की प्रक्रिया में से गुजरना पड़ता है, गुजारना चाहिए माता पिता को। क्यों? जैसे हम अपने बच्चे को इंजीनियर बनाना चाहते हैं, हम अपने बच्चे को डॉक्टर बनाना चाहते हैं, तो हम उस प्रकार की शिक्षा उसको देते हैं। हम उसको बीपीसी पढ़ने को कहते हैं, हम उसको एमपीसी पढ़ने को कहते हैं, हम उसको मेडिकल कॉलेज में दाखिला कराते हैं, हम उसको इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में दाखिला कराते हैं। क्यों? हम उसको इंजीनियर बनाना चाह रहे हैं। तो जब मनुष्य योनि में जो जीवात्मा आया वो उसके लक्ष्य तक पहुंचे, इसके लिए उसके जीवन में 16 संस्कार अनिवार्य हैं। तो वो 16 संस्कार कौन से? सबसे पहला संस्कार बताया गर्भाधान संस्कार। बच्चे का जन्म होने से पहले से ही माता पिता अपने दिमाग में योजना बना ले हमें किस प्रकार के संतान को उत्पन्न करना है। और दूसरा बताया पुंसवन संस्कार। जो बच्चा गर्भ में आया उस बच्चे के उत्कृष्ट अवयव निर्माण के लिए हमारा मन, माता का मन किस प्रकार होना चाहिए, पिता का व्यवहार किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए, ये सिखाना है। और तीसरे में आता है सीमंतोन्नयन संस्कार। सीमंतोन्नयन संस्कार में माता का मन जितना प्रसन्न होता है बच्चे का मन भी उतना प्रसन्न होता है, माता का मन जितना संतुष्ट होता है बच्चे का मन भी उतना संतुष्ट होता है। इस बात को लक्ष्य में रखते हुए माता के मन को प्रसन्न रखने के लिए सीमंतोन्नयन संस्कार करवाया जाता है। अब जब बच्चे का जन्म होता है, जन्मते ही बच्चे के कान में कुछ विशिष्ट वेद मंत्र बोले जाते हैं और बच्चे को ये एहसास कराया जाता है कि हमारा ध्यान पूर्ण रूप से आपके सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए होगा। ये आश्वासन बच्चे को देते हुए बच्चे के कान में मंत्र बोले जाते हैं कुछ। और फिर उसके बाद नामकरण, केश खंडन, अन्नप्राशन, निष्क्रमण, ये संस्कार सब छोटे छोटे होने के बाद कर्णवेद, विद्या पद्धति, शिक्षा पद्धति के लिए जो संस्कार आता है 10वां, वो उपनयन संस्कार आता है। ये हमारे विषय से संबद्ध है। संस्कारों को हम 16 संस्कारों की व्याख्या करें तो आराम से 24 घंटा 36 घंटा हम कर सकते हैं। अब हमारे पास इतना समय नहीं है। हमारा जो विषय है शिक्षा पद्धति के ऊपर हम जब जा रहे हैं तो उपनयन संस्कार 10वां संस्कार माना गया। तो 10वें संस्कार में जब उपनयन संस्कार होता है, कब होता है? 8 वर्ष तक शिशु अवस्था, बाल्यावस्था माँ के गोद में, पिता के गोद में बीतने का है। और ये 2 स्थितियां जब पार कर गया, अब उस बच्चे को समाज के लिए एक योग्य नागरिक बनाना है। तो उसके लिए अब माता पिता के हाथ पर्याप्त नहीं है, इसलिए उसको एक आचार्य की आवश्यकता होती है। तब पिता आचार्य के पास ले जाता है। यदि वो बालिका है तो आचार्य के पास, बालक है तो आचार्य के पास। अब ले जाने के बाद बच्चा वहां पर सबसे पहला वाक्य बोलता है, ब्रह्मचर्यम अगाम उपमानयस्व। विद्या प्रारंभ करते ही, शिक्षा दीक्षा प्रारंभ करते ही सबसे पहले ब्रह्मचर्य की दीक्षा में लेना चाहता हूं, मुझे उपनयन करके अपने गोद में ले लो, ये बच्चा बोलता है। उस समय ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम के लिए अनुकूल वस्त्र आचार्य धारण कराता है और कहता है, ये नेन्द्राय बृहस्पति ही वासः पर्यददादयम् तेनत्वा परिददामि दीर्घायुत्वाय बलाय वर्चसे। तुम्हारे दीर्घ आयु के लिए, तुम्हारे बल के लिए, तुम्हारे तेज के लिए, तुम्हारे ओज को बढ़ाने के लिए मैं ये ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम को सुरक्षित रखने वाले वस्त्र तुमको धारण करा रहा हूं। और विद्याध्ययन जब हो जाता है, जब आचार्य को विश्वास हो जाता है कि हाँ अब ये माता पिता से दूर होकर के आचार्य के मन के अधीन हो चुका बच्चा। वेद मंत्र कहता है अथर्ववेद में, आचार्य उपनयमानो ब्रह्मचारिणम कृणुते गर्भमन्तः तम रात्रिस्तिस्र उदरे बिभर्ति तम जातम द्रष्टुम अभिसंयन्ति देवाः। ब्रह्मचारी को आचार्य उपनयन संस्कार करके मानो अपने गर्भ के अंदर धारण करता है। जैसे माता के गर्भ के अंदर शिशु धारण होकर के वो बढ़ता है, पलता है, जन्मता है, ऐसे ही ब्रह्मचारी आचार्य के गर्भ के अंदर चला जाता है और वो तब तक पढ़ाता है 3 प्रकार की विद्याएं जब तक वो पढ़ न ले। आधिदैविक, आधिभौतिक, आध्यात्मिक विद्याओं का ज्ञान होने के बाद आचार्य उसको जन्म देता है, तब उसको द्विज कहते हैं। और जब जन्म देता है उसको स्नातक संज्ञा देता है। और इससे पहले जब ब्रह्मचर्य की दीक्षा दे दी, उसके बाद जब आचार्य को विश्वास हो चुका, हाँ अब ये बच्चा मेरे मन से मन मिला चुका है, अब इसको अध्ययन कराना चाहिए, तब उसका वेदारंभ संस्कार करवाया जाता है। वेदारंभ संस्कार में भी 3 संविधाओं को लेकर के आचार्य के पास ब्रह्मचारी जाता है और कहता है मेरा अध्ययन आप प्रारंभ करा दीजिए। तो विशेष रूप से गुरुकुलीय शिक्षा पद्धति में जीवन में कर्तव्य परायणता सिखाना है और मनुष्य जीवन के लक्ष्य तक उसको पहुंचाना आचार्य का लक्ष्य होता है। तो कर्तव्य परायणता सिखाते हुए आजकल के एजुकेशन सिस्टम के समान भारतीय प्राचीन विद्या पद्धति नहीं थी। वहां पर क्या था, चाहे वो राजा का बेटा हो, चाहे वो रंक का बेटा हो, चाहे वो गरीब हो, चाहे वो किसी भी कुल में उत्पन्न हुआ हो, वो यदि आचार्य के गर्भ में पहुंच गया है तो हर एक विद्यार्थी को भिक्षाटन करके ही विद्याध्ययन करने का विधान था। और भिक्षाटन करके आएगा तो यहाँ पर संशय होता है, क्या लड़की जाए घर घर घूमने भिक्षा लेने? हम कोई भी चाहेंगे इस प्रकार से नहीं चाहेंगे। तो इसके लिए बताया पुराकालेषु नारीणां मौञ्जी बन्धनमिष्यते अध्यापनञ्च वेदानां सावित्री वचनम तथा स्वगृहे भिक्षाचर्या च। उसके लिए भिक्षाटन कहाँ के लिए कहा? मात्र अपने घर में, अपने पिता के घर में वो भिक्षाटन करे। बाकी ब्रह्मचारी हो तो वो पूरे गांव में भिक्षाटन करे और भिक्षा ला करके आचार्य को समर्पित करे। आचार्य सभी विद्यार्थियों में उस भिक्षा को समान रूप से बांटे, जिससे ऊंच नीच की भावना विद्यार्थियों में न रहे, कर्तव्य परायणता उसको सिखाया जाए। और जब उसका अध्ययन हो जाता है तो कई प्रकार के मत हैं। 12 वर्ष तक विद्या अध्ययन में रहे या 12 वर्षम प्रतिवेदम, एक एक वेद के लिए 12-12 वर्ष करके 48 वर्ष तक विद्या अध्ययन करे, या फिर यथाशक्ति ब्रह्मचारी के विद्याध्ययन की जो क्षमता है, जितनी क्षमता है उतना विद्याध्ययन कराने के बाद समावर्तन संस्कार कराना चाहिए। तो समावर्तन संस्कार में क्या होना चाहिए? जैसे वेदारंभ संस्कार करते समय पिता आचार्य को आश्रम में बच्चे को छोड़ के जाता है, उस समय पिता बच्चे को उपदेश दे करके जाता है, ब्रह्मचारी ऐसी अपो अशाना आदि आदि बहुत है। अब तुम ब्रह्मचर्य की दीक्षा में आए हो तो प्रतिनित्य प्रातः काल में उठ करके उसको क्या बोलते हैं, जगते ही पहले पानी पीने का विधान है, उषापान। उषापान तुम्हें करना है और ब्रह्मचर्य के नियमों का पालन करना है और आचार्य के सोने के बाद सोना है, आचार्य के जगने से पहले जगना है, आश्रम के सभी कर्तव्यों का पालन करना है। 3 संविधाएं लेकर के ब्रह्मचारी जाता है, वहां पर आचार्य उपदेश देता है और ब्रह्मचारी मंत्र बोल करके संविदा दान करता है, हे अग्निदेव जैसे तुम सभी विद्याओं के धारण करने वाले हो ऐसे मैं वेद ज्ञान का धारण करने वाला बनूं, ये प्रतिज्ञा करते हुए वहां पर वो विद्यार्थी, जैसे मनुष्य का शरीर 5 महाभूतों से बना है, तो उन 5 महाभूतों से अनुक्षण हमारा शरीर चलता है और यदि उन 5 महाभूतों से जिनसे हमारा जीवन अनुक्षण चल रहा है उनको अनुक्षण हम कलुषित कर रहे हैं, हम प्रदूषित कर रहे हैं, और यदि उस प्रदूषण को हम नहीं मिटाएंगे तो गीता में कहा देवान भावयता अनेन ते देवाः भावयन्तु वः परस्परम भावयन्तः। अपने परस्पर एक दूसरे की रक्षा करो। जिन 5 महाभूतों को हम कलुषित कर रहे हैं, प्रदूषित कर रहे हैं, उनको हम यदि शुद्ध करेंगे तो वो हमारे स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा करेंगे। तो ये शिक्षा, ये ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम में विद्यार्थी जीवन में अवश्य कर्तव्य कर्म के रूप में गुरुकुलों में बताया जाता है। और जब विद्याध्ययन पूरा होकर के जब ब्रह्मचारी को स्नातक बना करके माता पिता को सौंपा जाता है, उस समय आचार्य उपदेश देता है। वो तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद के अंतर्गत वो उपदेश है, वेदमनोच्याचार्योन्ते वासिनमनुशास्ति सत्यं वद धर्मं चर स्वाध्यायान् मा प्रमदः आचार्याय प्रियं धनमाहृत्य प्रजातन्तुं मा व्यवच्छेत्सीः सत्यान्न प्रमदितव्यं धर्मान्न प्रमदितव्यं कुशलान्न प्रमदितव्यं देवपितृकार्याभ्यां न प्रमदितव्यं मातृदेवो भव पितृदेवो भव आचार्य देवो भव अतिथि देवो भव यान्यनवद्यानि कर्माणि तानि त्वया सेवितव्यानि नो इतराणि यान्यस्माकं सुचरितानि तानि त्वयोपास्यानि नो इतराणि एके चास्मच्छ्रेयांसो ब्राह्मणाः तेषां त्वयासनेन प्रश्वसितव्यं श्रद्धया देयम् अश्रद्धया देयम् श्रिया देयम् ह्रिया देयम् भिया देयम् संविदा देयम् ये के चास्मच्छ्रेयांसो ब्राह्मणाः तेषां त्वयासनेन प्रश्वसितव्यं श्रद्धया देयम् यान्यस्माकं सुचरितानि तानि त्वयोपास्यानि नो इतराणि अथाभ्याख्यातेषु एके चास्मच्छ्रेयांसो ब्राह्मणाः युक्ता आयुक्ताः अलूक्षाः धर्मगामाः स्युः यथा ते तेषु वर्तेरन् तथा तेषु वर्तेथाः एष आदेशः एष उपदेशः एषा वेदोपनिषत् एतदनुशासनम् एवं उपासितव्यम्। ऐसा उपदेश दे करके आचार्य माता पिता को सौंपता है। इसमें जब तक आचार्य के गर्भ में विद्याध्ययन काल में विद्यार्थी रहता है तब तक वो आचार्य के आंखों से दुनिया को देखता है, आचार्य के सोच से अपना सोचता है। जब वो आचार्य के गर्भ से बाहर निकल करके समाज में जाता है तब उसको किस प्रकार का व्यवहार करना चाहिए, समाज में कर्तव्य परायणता वहां पर सिखाया जाता है कि माता पिता को मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव, अतिथि देवो भव। और हमसे तुम्हारे सामने, तुम्हारे जीवन में बहुत सारे धर्म संकट तुम्हारे सामने आएंगे। उन धर्म संकटों के समय में जो तुम्हारे आसपास जो विद्वान लोग होंगे, जो श्रेष्ठ लोग होंगे, जो ज्येष्ठ लोग होंगे, उनका जैसा व्यवहार उन धर्म संकटों में होगा वैसा व्यवहार तुम्हें करना चाहिए। उनको आसन दे करके उनका सम्मान करना चाहिए, उनसे सलाह लेनी चाहिए। ये उपदेश दे करके आचार्य वहां पर समाज में विद्यार्थी को छोड़ता है। ये प्राचीन भारतीय विद्या शिक्षा पद्धति की विशेषता है जो सामाजिक संतुलन को बिगड़ने नहीं देता, जो विशेषकर ब्रह्मचर्य की दीक्षा पर बल देता है, जिससे वो विद्यार्थी आजीवन स्वस्थ जीवन को जिए, धार्मिक जीवन को जिए, समाज में अव्यवस्था असंतुलन होने से बचाएं। तो समय सीमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए अति संक्षेप से अपने विषय को मैं यहीं पर विराम देती हूँ। बाकी ये एक विशेष प्रयास पुरुषार्थ पूर्वक जो समीक्षा का एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया, जिसमें सभी का अपना अपना विचारधारा, अपना अपना चिंतन सबके सामने बांटने का एक सुअवसर जो प्रदान किया है। एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन करने में कितनी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, कितने महीनों से तैयारियां करनी पड़ती हैं, तो किशोर जी का चेहरे पे पता चल रहा है। तो बहुत ही अच्छा प्रशंसनीय कार्यक्रम का आयोजन ये हुआ है। इतना कहकर मैं अपनी वाणी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आचार्य श्री का। संस्कृत में कहा गया संस्कारो गुणांतराधानम, मतलब हमारे संस्कार क्या होते हैं, हमारे जीवन को, मनुष्य को एक मानवीय दिव्य चेतना के रूप में जो परिवर्तन करने की जो ताकत जो होती है वो संस्कारों के अंतर्गत होती है। और वो षोडश संस्कारों का संक्षेप परिचय के रूप में अपने बहुत ही सरल पद्धति में हमें समझाया है और इनका उन महत्व को हमें अवगत करवाया है। तदर्थ आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। सुबह से इस भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के कई सारे चर्चाएं चल रही है। बहुत सारे विद्वान लोग अपने महत्वपूर्ण व्याख्यानों से हमें अनुग्रह कर रहे हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में इस अंतिम पड़ाव में है, तो इस कार्यक्रम के अंतिम में मैं स्वागत सत्कार के लिए अभी अनुरोध करता हूं। सर्वप्रथम इस कार्यक्रम की जो अध्यक्षा रही है तो आचार्य नीरजा जी को सम्मान करने के लिए मैं अनुग्रह करता हूं उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी संस्कृत अकादमी के वरलक्ष्मी प्रोफेसर जी से कि वो आचार्य जी का अभिनंदन करें शालवा से। जी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जितने भी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशंस हो रहे हैं उन सारे पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस प्रोसीडिंग्स भी हमने पब्लिश किया है। तो कॉन्फ्रेंस प्रोसीडिंग्स के 2 अंकों का भी आचार्य श्री को भेंट करते हुए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी। तो अब इसके उपरांत में इस सभा के अध्यक्षा जी आचार्य नीरज जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि उपस्थित अन्य जितने भी विद्वान लोग हैं इस सत्र में उन्होंने अपना विशेष वक्तव्य दिया है, उनका सम्मान करने के लिए सर्वप्रथम मैं आचार्य शक्तिनंदन जी का शालवा से अभिनंदन करने के लिए आचार्य श्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए आचार्य जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि डॉक्टर वरलक्ष्मी जी का भी वो स्वागत सत्कार करें। आप संस्कृत अकादमी से पधारे हैं और उनका पक्षी शास्त्र मृग शास्त्र का अपना पेपर हमने सुना है। तो आचार्य नीरजा जी शालवा से और पुस्तकों से वरलक्ष्मी जी का सम्मान करते हुए। हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर चंद्रकांत भाशिंगर जी उपस्थित हैं। आचार्य श्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि वो भाशिंगर जी को अपने स्वागत शालवा से सम्मानित करेंगे। आपने सैन्य शास्त्र के विविध आयामों को लेकर के उत्तम प्रस्तुति प्रदर्शन की है और इनका कई सारे अलग अलग भारत के अलग अलग कोनों में भी मुख्य रूप से युद्ध की कला और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में युद्ध शास्त्र की क्या नीतियां होती है उनको लेकर के काफ़ी सारे आपने प्रस्तुतियां दी है। तो हमें अनुग्रहित करने के लिए आपका अत्यंत आभार। और इस कार्यक्रम में शुरुआत में ऑनलाइन के रूप में हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर मोहन राघवन जी IIT से उपस्थित होकर अपने प्रस्तुति दी थी। उनका हम हार्दिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करते हैं। तो उन्होंने IKS के और इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के विविध आयामों को उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से प्रस्तुत किया है। तदुपरांत हमने हमारे बीच में श्री कमलेश चंद्र जी उपस्थित हुए। उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपनी प्रस्तुति से हमें ज्ञानवर्धन किया है। उसके उपरांत हमने संदीप डोंगरे जी को सुना है, योग के अलग अलग आयाम और प्राणायाम के विविध चिकित्सा उपायों को लेकर के और शास्त्रीय ग्रंथों के प्रमाण प्रस्तुत करते हुए हमें हमारा ज्ञानवर्धन किया है। तो इस प्रकार जितने भी सुबह से लेकर के वक्ताओं लोग उपस्थित होकर के इस कार्यक्रम को निर्विघ्न निभाया है, एतदर्थ सभी आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करते हैं। और आप सभी का भी आपने बहुत ही धैर्य से सुबह से कई सारे सत्रों को सुना है। तो आप